Check, check, check. Could the translators do a quick 5 to 10 count on English and then French when they have a chance? Thanks.
This is a test, a sound test on the English channel. Hopefully that's fine. I'm switching over to the French channel.
Could the translators do a quick 5 to 10 count on English and then French? Thanks.
So this is the count from the interpreter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm switching to French.
That's great. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. We're going to get going in about 3 or 4 minutes. I'll just say good morning to team planning real estate. Good morning to team legal. Good to have you with us. Good morning to team communications. Good morning, especially to team facilities. Thank you for facilitating this. Good morning, team clerks. Good morning, Kelly. Good morning, members of the media who are joining us today. Good morning to my colleagues on Planning and Housing Committee. We're joined today by Councillor Devine. Good morning to everybody who has joined us in the gallery today. This morning, I'll give a special warm welcome to Peter Tilley, who is joining us today. Good morning, Peter. Thank you for joining us. We'll get going in about 1 minute. All right, Elise is here. So we've got a fairly substantial agenda today. We'll get underway. Good morning, everyone. Team Community Services is being disruptive. Team Treasurer. Yeah, we have a fairly substantial agenda today. There's on the budget item, which is the what we'll deal with in the latter half of the meeting. There are 9 delegations. There are 5 delegations on the baseline item. First, I would like to acknowledge that Ottawa is located on unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation, whose culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. Il est important de souligner que la ville d'Ottawa se trouve sur un territoire non cédé de la nation algonquine Anishinaabe, dont la culture et la présence sont enrichies et continuent d'enrichir ces terres. Kelly, roll call, please.
Councillor Brockington. Councillor Curry. Councillor Dudas. Councillor Johnson.
Here.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Present.
Councillor Kelly. Councillor Kitts.
Here.
Councillor Lowe.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Councillor Troster.
Here.
Vice Chair Gower.
Here.
Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. I know Councillor Kelly unfortunately sends his regrets today, and Councillor Curry will be joining us just a little bit later this morning. Working through the agenda, this is a public meeting to consider the proposed comprehensive official plan and zoning bylaw amendments listed as items 4.1 to 4.4 on today's agenda. For the items just mentioned, only those who make oral submissions today or written submissions before the amendments are adopted may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal. In addition, the applicant may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal if council does not adopt an amendment within 90 days of receipt of the application for a zoning bylaw amendment and 120 days for an official plan amendment. To submit written comments on these amendments prior to their consideration by City Council on December 6th, 2023, please email or call the committee or council coordinator. Are there any declarations of interest? None, thank you. Are the minutes of meeting 18, Wednesday, November 15th confirmed? Thank you. All right, going through the agenda, the zoning, first item is the zoning bylaw amendment for 486 City Gate Drive, formerly 575 dealership. Is there a technical name on that? Nope. I hadn't anticipated the presentation. There are no delegations, no correspondence on the item. Adam Thompson from Novatech is here on behalf of the applicant. Do councilors want a presentation on this one? Mr. Thompson, if the committee is prepared to carry this, did you still wish to speak? Thank you. Is this item carried? Thank you.
Great.
The next item is for 3745 St. Joseph Boulevard. There is a technical motion for this one, which I'll ask Councillor Gower or Vice Chair Gower to put forward.
Whereas the report recommends approval of a 6-story mixed-use building that will contain a 61-room hotel and other commercial spaces. And whereas document 1 of the report is meant to illustrate the location of the subject property and provide direction on the implementation of the new zoning. Whereas the incorrect version of document 1 was published in the report, therefore be it resolved that document 1 be replaced with the attached file, and therefore be it further resolved that there be no further notice pursuant to section 3417 of the Planning Act.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Where there is a presentation ready to be provided if required. There are no delegations other than the applicant. There is no correspondence on this item. Did any members of the committee wish to have this held? Ms. White, sorry, on behalf of the applicant, the owners are here as well. If the committee is prepared to carry this, did you still wish to speak? Thank you. So is the technical amendment carried? Is the item as amended carried?
Carried.
Colleagues? There is a zoning bylaw amendment for 3493, 3497, 3499 Innes Road. We can have a presentation if required. There are no delegations to speak to the item, no correspondence, just the applicant to speak. Do any members of the committee wish to have this held? Seeing none. Steve Pence from Novatech, if the committee is prepared to carry this, did you still wish to speak? He's coming online now.
Good morning. Sorry for my delay there.
Good morning, Steve.
I have nothing further to add to the report. I'm happy with the recommendation.
Thank you. Sorry, is that item carried? Thank you. There is the zoning bylaw amendment for Baseline and Hilliard Avenue. Obviously, we'll keep that one held. There are a number of delegations. We'll get a full presentation on that one. There is the draft operating capital budget, which we'll receive a presentation on from our finance staff. We'll hold that item, obviously. There are a couple of IPDs I'm wondering if we can deal with now. There's some information previously distributed with respect to the residential dwelling approval pipeline. Were any members anticipating that they would ask that to be lifted? I don't see any, so is that received? And then there's the urban design review panel terms of reference update. Had any members anticipated asking that that be lifted? Nope. So we'll receive that. Okay, and then there is, are we gonna do that now? Okay. There is an item, which I'm wondering if we can deal with now, motion of which had been given at the previous meeting, I believe by Councillor Troster on behalf of Councillor Menard with respect to a memorandum of understanding with Catassa Group. I don't know if any members anticipated debate on that one. Could I just ask that that motion be made now and we can clear it off our dock?
Thank you, Chair. If you like, I'm happy to just speak to it briefly. It did. Thank you to Councillor Troster for putting it forward last meeting on the agenda. It's a memorandum of understanding with the Catassa Group for the voluntary contribution towards traffic calming and affordable housing. Staff have assisted with the MOU and provided feedback. We used to take care of these voluntary commitments between our office, the community, and applicants through the SPCA process. But because recent legislation for the province has removed elected representatives participating in the SBCA process. This is why we're signing off on this through this other mechanism. So I appreciate your consideration of it today.
Thanks. Could I just ask you to read it in, please?
Yes, it is therefore be it resolved that Planning and Housing recommend the City Council authorize the City of Ottawa to enter a memorandum of understanding with Catasta Group for the purposes of realizing the following two voluntary contributions: 100,000 for the Ward 17 traffic calming budget and 200,000 for affordable housing in Ward 17. The use of these funds is under the discretion of the General Manager of Community and Social Services in consultation with the Ward Councillor.
Thank you very much. And that's made by Councillor Troster on behalf of Councillor Menard. Councillor Tierney, you had a question or point?
Yeah, quick question. Look, I'm not always a massive fan of the province, but they put the rules in place for a reason. I heard staff help assist in drafting these. I'd like to hear from staff. Do they support this? I have to assume. And I think this is all relation to, it was almost a hostage taking in the past when it came to a lot of these things where we were, I don't want to say extorting, but we were forcing some measures which are good for the community. And that's why I think the province put this in place. So I just want to hear from staff. Do they support this style of thing? Because if I have other things coming up in the future in my area, I want the same extortion rates.
Okay, there is a second hand up from Councillor Hill, so we'll hold that item until the end.
Thank you.
You. I apologize, bear with me. I'm just coming back to the beginning of the agenda. So the first item for debate is going to be the part of 780 Baseline Road and 7 and 9 Hilliard Avenue. There is a couple of technical motions that I would ask Vice Chair Gower to put on the floor now.
Okay, which one are we going to do first, Kelly? The long one or the short one? Long one. Okay. This is an amendment to zoning details for continued use of existing residences until demolition, whereas the report recommends amending the City of Ottawa zoning bylaw to permit the development of one mixed-use high-rise tower in a public park at part of 780 Baseline Road and 7 and 9 Hilliard Avenue, and whereas there are existing houses at 7 and 9 Hilliard Avenue that the developer would like to continue to rent until the land is transferred to the city for parkland, and whereas rezoning the properties from residential first density zone, subzone FF R1FF to parks and open space zone 01 would make the residential uses legal non-conforming. Therefore, be it resolved that document 1 and document 3 of the report be replaced by the attached zoning key map and schedule. Therefore, be it resolved that document 2 of the report be amended to replace sections 1 and 2 as follows. Rezone the lands within Area A shown in document 1 from GM to GM XXX1 SYYY. Rezone the lands within Area B as shown in document 1 from R1FF to O1 XXX2. Therefore, be it resolved that document 2 of the report be amended to revise section 3 as follows. Amend section 239 urban exceptions by adding a new exception XXX1 within provisions similar in effect to the following. A, in column 2, applicable zones, add the text GM XXX1 SYYY. Therefore, be it further resolved that document 2 of the report be amended to add section 4 as follows. Amend section 239 urban exceptions by adding a new exception XXX2 with provisions similar in effect to the following. In column 2, applicable zones, add the text O1 XXX2. In column 5, provisions, add the text detached dwellings existing as of the date of the passing of this bylaw are permitted. Therefore, be it resolved that there be no further notice pursuant to section 3417 of the Planning Act.
That's a good motion. There's more. Is there a second motion?
Yes, this is a technical amendment to correct zoning details. Whereas the report recommends amending the City of Ottawa zoning bylaw to permit the development of one mixed-use high-rise tower in a public park at part of 780 Baseline Road and 7 and 9 Hilliard Avenue, whereas an exception in document 2, section 3C to exempt the development from the maximum floor space index was omitted from the report. Therefore, be it resolved that document 2 of the report be amended to add an additional item to section 3C as 14, section 187, 3G does not apply, and therefore be it further resolved that there be no further notice pursuant to section 3417 of the Planning Act.
Amazing. Thank you, Vice Chair. So the way we'll work through this item is that first staff are going to make a presentation outlining their recommendations to the committee. The applicant will then have an opportunity to make a 5-minute presentation to the committee, at which point we'll move into public delegations. Following at each public delegation, councillors have the opportunity to ask those delegations questions. At the end of the delegations, councillors will have an opportunity to ask staff the questions before we proceed on to vote on the item. So with that, planner on the file, Kelly Livingstone. Allison, leave it up to you. Kelly, we're in your hands.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Suppose everyone can hear me okay. I'll just wait for the French translation to get up there. Okay, excellent. Thank you. Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. I'm Kelly Livingstone, a planner of the city, and I'm here to present to you the details of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment for part of 780 Baseline Road and 7 and 9 Hilliard Avenue. Next slide, please. The subject site is located within the Fisher Heights community at the southwest corner of the Baseline and Fisher intersection. The site currently contains a commercial plaza with a variety of commercial, medical, and office uses, and 7 and 9 Hilliard currently contain 2 houses. Next slide, please. This is just a bit more of a drawn-out view of the site. It shows more of the surrounding lands. Of course, to the north of Baseline Road is the Central Experimental Farm, and there are mainly low-rise residential uses to the west, south, and east. Next slide. Shown here are just some 3D images of the site taken from Google Maps, showing more of a north and south view of the site to give a better visual understanding of the context. Next slide, please. The official plan schedule for the site is shown on the slide. In the official plan, the subject lands are designated Main Street corridor due to its direct frontage to Baseline Road. A planned Baseline bus rapid transit station is identified at the northeast corner of the site at the Baseline and Fisher intersection. Next slide, please. The subject lands are also within the Carlton Heights secondary plan and designated as minor shopping area. Next slide, please. So the concept plan for the entire site is shown on the slide. The full build out for all 3 towers would include 3 mixed-use high-rise towers constructed in 2 phases that would include about 1,100 residential units and 2,500 square meters of commercial space. Maximum heights would be 24 stories for the 2 flanking towers and 32 stories for the tower on the corner at the intersection. Now, phase 1, which is what a recommendation is being made on today, is for the 24-story tower with frontage to Fisher Avenue and the public park at 7 and 9 Hilliard Avenue. This would permit for the existing commercial plaza to continue operations as the first tower is constructed. Phase 2 in the future would consist of relocation of some of those commercial tenants that are currently on site to the first tower, and then of course construction of the second and third towers. Next slide, please. As mentioned, a recommendation is only being made today for phase 1, and that site plan is shown on the slide now. As I've already kind of described, the first tower, that includes the first tower along Fisher, and then the rezoning of the parkland. This tower is 24 stories with a 4-story podium and about 320 residential units. Next slide. Just real quickly, these are the phase one elevations to give you an idea of what the tower will look like. Next slide. So shadow studies were evaluated for both the full build out and the phase one tower. Shown on the slide is the full build out, of course. The city's shadow study terms of reference state that new net shadow must not result in an average of 50% of any public space being cast in shadow for 5 or more hours during the September test date. And of course, shadow study results, as you can see, for the full build out are shown on the slide. And next slide. Shadow study results for phase one are shown. In red, you can see the shadows that are generated as from the first tower. And as you can see, it really only shadows the central experimental farm for about 1 hour in the morning from 8 to 9. Next slide. And speak about how the area is being rezoned. The zoning schedule, or sorry, just the proposed zoning is shown on the slide. Area A will be rezoned to GM with an exception zone and referring to a schedule. And the park area B, of course, be rezoned to parks and open space zone. Next slide. So the zoning schedule for the site is shown here. And what a zoning schedule really does is it establishes maximum, really specific maximum heights and setbacks for the site to ensure the tower is constructed and the podium is constructed in the areas we expect. And just to really quickly speak to the exception that was brought forward, this is the reason why the FSI would be removed on the site. It's because it's unnecessary when the actual proposed tower heights are really laid out in the zoning. And next slide, please. So a lot of words on this slide, but it boils down to the fact that staff are recommending approval of phase one. The phase one rezoning is consistent with the official plan. It represents transit supportive intensification and provides accessible design and transition to nearby residential areas. Transportation and engineering staff have determined the design is acceptable, and shadowing produced from phase one has been deemed to be minimal by both the applicant's heritage impact assessment and Agriculture and Agri-Foods Canada. Next slide. So referencing to phase two, planning staff are not making a recommendation on phase two at this time. The heritage impact assessments submitted by the applicant stated that phase two of the proposed development would impact one of the 3 cultural heritage attributes of the CEF, the Central Experimental Farm, which are its experimental fields, plots, and shelter belts. Agriculture and Agri-Foods Canada presented their findings, and this concluded that towers B and C in phase two would have a significant detrimental impact on the ability to carry out research on those plots of farmland in shadow. With that information, it's presently unclear whether the impact of the proposed development is unacceptable. Staff are therefore not recommending approval of phase two until a more complete assessment of impacts on the heritage attributes of the Central Experimental Farm is available. And next slide, please. In summation, planning staff recommend the zoning bylaw amendment as shown on the slide with the rezoning and the schedule to be approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We'll have an opportunity to ask staff our questions following the delegations. And the first delegation would be the applicant. So I would invite Miguel, you're doing it on behalf of the applicant. I see Joey's coming up and Scott. We'll give you a chance to settle in and then you have 5 minutes to address the committee.
We do have a presentation, but I really only need one slide, maybe slide number 4, which is the site plan, and I'll stick to that. Good afternoon. I'm here with Joey Taberge and Scott Alain. Joey's the property owner and Scott's from FO10. So I'll start when you want me to. Okay, thank you. As always, I'm not intending to revisit staff's presentation in terms of the policies and the zoning provisions, but I do want to make a few comments, and then I'm happy to offer to respond to some questions, and we'd like to speak to the motions just very briefly, if you wouldn't mind, through the questions. We're a bit in unfamiliar territory here in that we are supportive of the staff recommendation for the zoning bylaw for the phase one lands. That corresponds right now, if you remember from Kelly's presentation, to the area of the parking lot immediately south of the plaza. And it's the furthest away from the central experimental farmlands. At the same time, we are disappointed that staff are still assessing the shadowing impacts of the larger phase two lands along Baseline Road, and they're not yet comfortable providing a recommendation to approve to the committee. As the committee is aware, as per the plan up on the screen, the original application was filed 18 months ago, May 2022, to include 3 towers on the L-shaped property ranging from 24 and 32 stories. The 32-story tower was located immediately at the corner as directed by municipal policies. There is an approved EA for Baseline Road BRT corridor, which is now completely approved and awaiting funding. As a side note, just an observation that this is the only parcel at the intersection, given farm ownership and existing single-family neighborhoods, that will contribute any meaningful density to your future transit station as part of that BRT corridor. Having said that, we will continue to work with staff over the coming weeks with the intent to bring back to Planning and Housing Committee, hopefully early next year, a recommendation for the phase two lands. And we are committed to assisting staff getting that comfort level, whether it includes some additional studies if needed. Specifically with respect to the phase one lands and the amendment before you, the site is well located in along transit routes, arterial roads, the proposed BRT station. It's in proximity to employment uses, commercial uses, institutional, and open space. The site, as you heard, is designated Corridor Main Street in the official plan. These corridors are strategically identified for greater building heights up to 40 stories and corresponding density subject to an appropriate transition. The phase one tower includes 320 units. About 10% of those will be larger 3-bedroom units. The building demonstrates a sensitive and effective transition to the existing low-rise neighborhoods to the south and west, as well as the existing dwellings on the east side of Fisher. The tower would be about 40 to 49 meters to the closest home across Fisher Avenue, and I'm sure the committee will recognize that that is not a typical transition, even in a suburban context. As itemized in the staff report through the councillor's comments, the building and the overall site have benefited from numerous design changes as a result of staff guidance, community and councillor input. These changes include a reduction in overall tower heights to the 24 stories, also a reduction of podium heights from 6 stories to 4 stories, a reorientation of the tower to be parallel to Fisher Avenue as previously perpendicular. That shift allows the tower to be about 33 meters to the westernmost property line and about 60 meters, given Hilliard Avenue, to the closest dwelling on Hilliard. The low-rise podiums now, it's difficult to pick up, but now all include street fronting townhouses. The massing has been carefully redistributed to stagger forms, to create pedestrian cut-through areas, to minimize overlooking, and to achieve greater tower separation. Some of the towers were reshaped for that reason. In terms of the public realm, in addition to internal courtyards, pathways, private amenity space, there will now be a new public park, which functions both to meet the amenity needs, but at the same time to transition to that community. The park has been strategically located to face internal to the Hilliard and the community. In terms of the separation from the experimental farm, the phase one tower is about 75 meters to the northernmost property line on Baseline and about 115 meters to the southernmost boundary of the experimental farm. There seems to be some general agreement, although we'll hear from the farm shortly, that the phase one tower is less impactful. At a later time, we hope to demonstrate that the phase two towers are also appropriate. And as I said, we'll continue to work with staff. So for all those reasons, given conformity to official plan policies and direction, the urban design and transition approach, and our willingness to continue to work with staff on the phase two lands, I would encourage the committee to approve the zoning bylaw for phase one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are multiple hands up, so we'll turn first to Vice Chair Gower. Yeah, I didn't think you did. Wilson, I think that was your hand up first. Okay, yeah, I'll go in reverse order. Councillor Hill.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Chair. I guess my question to the applicant, if phase 2 was approved at this meeting, what would be your original timeline to begin construction on towers B and C? Was your original plan to wait for construction of those towers until the key tenants could be relocated to Podium Tower A at the end of their existing leases, as was indicated on page 9 of the report?
Thanks, Councillor Hill. Again, I'm Joey Tiberge with the applicant. Phase 1, we're looking to start 2024. Phase 2, currently, we have the Ottawa Hospital is the key leaseholder in the far western portion of this plaza. We've been in discussion to relocate them into Tower 1 and then start Tower 2, I believe in 2027 to 2028. And then Tower 3 would follow right after that, of course, barring economical viability. But we've had in all of our leases with all the tenants currently in place, demo clauses and relocation interest from everybody. So the western portion of our tower, there's medical practices, be it chiropractor, dentistry, and it was formerly a dialysis clinic, which is now bought by the Ottawa Hospital. And the plan would be to put them into Tower 1. And the Lone Star, which is everyone knows as the Lone Star Plaza, they have interest in going into Tower 2 and be relocated where we're showing a patio.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all from me right now, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Hill covered one of my questions, so I won't repeat it. I understand there's a lot of certainty in, the certainty and comfort in approving it all today, right? If we were to, would it, I know you gave an overview of what the timelines you're anticipating to be, if it were to all go ahead now, but would approving only phase 1 today and the staff recommendation to pause phase 2 give you pause and maybe rethink what that timeline might be? Would it actually negatively affect the timeline? Like, could it push it back?
Yeah, that's a good question. Certainty for developer is important. When we plan a site, we're planning the whole site as a whole. We've worked really hard with, actually really well also, planning. Sorry, can you hear me? We've worked really hard with the planning staff as well as with Councillor Devine on making this a one competent site. So traffic, the parking garage, everything is one site, not individually spread out for economical reasons. Financially, getting certainty on the whole site makes the, banks or whatever you more comfortable with, approving phase 1. So to us, it was very important getting the zoning for the whole site and site plan predominantly on phase 1 done.
Thank you. And would it be fair to assume that you've also been in contact with the farm or the federal government about the shadow impacts, and how have those discussions gone?
I mean, I can take a first crack at it. So to be clear, the farm is not an approval agency. Our obligation is to satisfy the city, planning staff, committee, and council. We have the benefit of their ongoing commentary on the applications. We've responded in kind, and our efforts are through staff, not the farm.
No, I understand the farm's not an approval agency, but how have those discussions been going, especially for phase 2? I know phase 1 is general agreement that it's fine, but how have those discussions for phase 2 gone?
Again, like all of our exchanges are not directly with the farm; they're through staff. So I may have misspoken for the farm. I'm under the general understanding that they're less concerned with the Tower 1 phase 1 lands. I guess we'll hear from them in a minute, but my expectation would be that if we do provide additional materials to the city, and I think that's part of the wrinkle, is there's no official plan direction or criteria in the terms of reference for the city's studies that would imply that we would need to do those. But Joey is very collaborative and has agreed to see if we can give staff some additional comfort. I would expect that those materials would be submitted to staff and then circulated to the farm for comments.
Okay, understood. I'll save it and I'll probably rehash that question later on then. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tierney?
Whoever would have known that we'd have to learn so much about shadowing. I just want to check with the applicants, considering mortgage rates and everything else, and I don't want to rehash, but are you comfortable with the staff proposal? I just don't want to impact the speed of these dwellings being built, because I felt the previous Councillor Egla had this all knotted down already, and I'm a little confused how we're back to shadowing again. And when it came to shadowing in regards to the other properties, we were pretty definitive that there is no impact. There's no justification. It has nothing to do with shadowing. So I want to make sure the applicant is okay with this. If they are, terrific. But at the same time, if this has an impact on how quickly they're going to build housing, that's a bit of a problem. Right, Riley?
As my planner looks to me kind of on the side of his eye right now, there's a reason why I have him doing the speaking and not myself, so I keep out personal feelings out of it. I was very surprised on this at this recommendation a few weeks back. We worked really hard with local councillor as well as planning staff. I believe this is jeopardizing my start of phase one, because for certainty, we need to know what I'm building. I need to know how this transitioning to the neighboring site is going to be. By holding phase 2 and 3 back, I do believe it's delaying me. I've had a good talk with the heritage staff in the past 48 hours, I guess I'll say. They have a recommendation they'd like to see. I'm open to working with them.
And Joey, I won't put you any further into that. I'll save my questions for staff on why we were so distinctive on one shadowing versus this. I know you do terrific work. You're always looking to give back to the community. You've done a lot of work in Vanier as well. And this one kind of perplexes me. We keep talking about building more homes and we don't seem to want to truly support it. So I'm a little confused, but I'll save my questions for staff. So thank you for coming here today.
I'll let Miguel had something on the motion. I'll let him.
Yeah, through the chair. Councillor Tierney's question also had a requested a commentary on the motion. One motion is strictly to add a zoning provision that was referenced several times in the report, but omitted in the details. We're fine with that. The other issue, we're very appreciative. There's 2 single-family homes in the park area, and the park area represents the entirety of the park dedication, not just phase 1. It would seem premature and unnecessary to demolish 2 single-family homes for the purpose of zoning when we're not going to get the park right away. We're fully supportive of that. That's what we had asked for. We were also just want to make the committee aware and that at some point, one of those homes may be used as a construction staging office. And we want to make sure that the exception reflects that as well. My understanding from the bylaws, you can do a construction office in any zone, but I don't know if you can do it in a park zone. And I just, if the committee was so inclined to recognize that a construction office at some time, because otherwise Joey would have to put a trailer on the commercial plaza and encumber parking and all those things on the commercial plaza, which may undermine leases and success of the plaza in the medium term. So we'd love to see some additional language to that effect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll just ask legal to give that some thoughts because we'll come back to it during discussion with staff. Vice Chair Gower.
Thanks. I know you gave a unit count for this phase 1, I think 320, but I kind of missed it. Can you just reiterate the unit count and the mix of units that are being proposed?
Through you, Mr. Chair, are you asking for the total build-out unit count or for simply the phase 1 unit count?
Just the phase 1.
So the phase 1 unit count is 320 units. The proposed unit mix we currently have, and these are just, I'll round these numbers just for the sake of understandability, but they're available on our site plan. is 2% townhouses, 4% studio apartments, 60% one bedrooms, 25% two bedrooms, and 10% three bedrooms.
Okay, thanks for that. And just want to ask about the parking. You've got just over 1,100 spaces. Did you consider doing any less parking given that we're on the transit corridor?
So you can add something after Scott. So I always say this to committee, developers have the impossible task of making everyone happy. And there was a fair amount of community discomfort about potentially spillover parking into the neighborhoods. We do abut to municipal local roads. The community and the councillor were helpful in dealing with those frictions, if you will. The phase one lands has a parking rate of 1-for-1. The beauty is phase one will be constructed before your transit station will, most likely. But then there would be opportunities to do less parking in phases, well, 2 and 3, if the station is built and all those things. The bylaws, there's a minimum parking, which is 0.5, right? 0.5. We're exceeding that, but future phases, if transit ridership actually does translate, there may be an opportunity to start reducing after phase one.
The increase though from that 0.5, am I hearing right? That was because of neighborhood concerns about spillover parking?
In part, but not exclusively.
Okay.
I mean, obviously there isn't a transit station there yet, so developers have to find that balance between providing sufficient parking in a outer urban transect area.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I just want to make sure we openly acknowledge that the staff motion does not reject towers B and C. You acknowledge this. Is that correct?
They failed to make a recommendation on B and C.
The staff recommendation does not reject towers B and C. Is that correct?
I would think so, and that's why I said we would love the opportunity to come and complete the zoning bylaw if we could.
We've received conflicting responses. You're saying you're okay with the staff recommendation. You're the planning expert on behalf of your client. Your client is now saying he wants everything all at once. So what is the answer today?
The answer is we'll take what we can get. We are here to support the staff recommendation for phase one. We are disappointed and would have liked to have phase two as part of this. We recognize that we need to do a little bit more work to make staff comfortable. But to be clear, we wanted the zoning amendment for the entire lands.
Understood, but you support the staff recommendation that's before us today.
For phase one, yes, we want the phase one zoning. Yes.
Okay. All right, to expand on Councillor Lowe's, I wonder, have you met with Agriculture Canada regarding this application?
No.
You have not. Why?
All of our dealings are through staff.
Okay. So you're well aware of 1081. I think you were the consultant on 1081 Carling and the issues with respect to shadowing. So given that your current clients' towers are taller than what we were seeing with Carling, why would you not have reached out to Agriculture Canada to have these discussions?
Again, Ag Canada is not an approval agency. They provide comments through staff. We've revised our reports accordingly each time in response. We've submitted responses to the Ag Canada comments, and then staff circulate to Ag Canada. We didn't meet with them directly, and I think it's probably most appropriate, given that they're not an approval agency, they're an abutting landowner. They're not an adjacent landowner, they're in proximity to our site, that the dealing should be through staff and everything should be recorded.
I understand community associations aren't approval agencies either, but out of respect, we meet with community associations because they're abutting residences. The farm is very important. You heard from the Deputy Minister how important these lands are. We will hear from Agriculture Canada, and I appreciate your response though. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockton. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, building on some of the responses, I know you're open to working with staff on phase 2 and 3, and I do want to commend you because it does sound like you've been very collaborative in this process and working with the local counselor and the community. And I always do want to underscore that because we need to see more of that. But is there a timeline or maybe a deadline you're working towards for phase 2 and 3? And the reason I'm asking is because I'm going to ask Ag Canada, what timeline they're working towards for resolution, to see if they're, realistic in ensuring that this continues to move forward in a productive way.
There's always a timeline. There's a cost to everything.
Just Richard, you mentioned that you have some issue with
Chair, is something going on? I can't even tell.
There's no audio, Mr. Chair.
For the members online, we're just going to resolve some audio issues in the Champlain Room. It will be one moment.
Test, 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 test. Okay. Oh, we have, we're good to go. Sorry, Joe, you can resume whenever you're ready.
We would have missed the last exchange as well, just by the way. I'm not sure. I think there was a response to a question from the applicant. We would have missed the whole thing.
Did you hear my question?
We would like you to start again. Sorry.
You want me to start again? And then
I didn't hear your question nor the answer. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, wow. Okay. So, what I asked was, and I did commend the applicant on being collaborative and being open to working on phase 2 and 3. But what I'm wondering is there a timeline or a deadline that they're working towards? And I want to ensure that that matches with the sort of timeline that maybe Ag Canada and staff have as well, to make sure that, things are moving in a productive way. So that was the question. Do you have a timeline? Do you have a deadline for when you'd like to see resolution on phase 2 and 3?
Everybody can hear me now? There we go. There's always a deadline. Like I said previously, Heritage, I've just started contacting them directly. I'm hoping to get them something in the next 7 days or so before the holidays that they can review, talk with Ag Canada about, and be back here in January. Failure for this, I don't have counsel here with me today. I did this purposely, so it wasn't just going to be a legal discussion. They've instructed there's measures we have to take that our hand will be forced come January on the matter. But the goal today is to get the phase 1, kind of give a little bit of our input on phase 2 and 3, and hopefully we can work together collaboratively. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Devine, welcome to Planning and Housing.
Hello, colleagues. Yeah, that better. Hello, colleagues. So just to follow up on what Councillor Kitts was saying there, where she, commends the developer that he will continue to have a very collaborative relationship. So I just wanted on the record that Joey has been very collaborative with my office, and that if the committee does recommend if the committee does approve the staff recommendation today, that I have no doubt that Joey will continue to collaborate with my office and with all other stakeholders as we work together on a sensible solution that is hopefully, as I gild the lily, to the benefit of all. And I just want to, just to clarify, because it seems that there's language that goes both ways. The staff recommendation today, in no uncertain terms, is to approve Tower A and not to deny Towers B and C. The staff recommendation is to approve Tower A and to hold off on deciding on Towers B and C until more complete analysis. That is the staff recommendation, which the planner has said that they are in support of. So I just want the committee to know that by supporting the staff recommendation today, which I'll speak to later, which I think is a responsible approach, we are approving the development of Tower A. We are approving intensification at this location. But Joey, on the record, you and I will continue to hopefully work collaboratively.
Yeah, like we've been discussing over the last almost 12 months now. We worked really hard with the planning group. We've worked well with your office.
Yep.
Our goal, I've said this to planning. I've mentioned this to you a few times. Every time they tell a developer, try this.
Yep.
It's an expense. It's time. It's an expense. And you and I have discussed this. Once zoning is approved for the site, nothing stops us from still collaborating on a best measure for the site.
And just Joey and I have looked at, and I've brought ideas of modifications to the site that, in my opinion, would still meet our intensification goals while also mitigating impact on the farm. And I trust that eventually we can carry on that spirit. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Tierney?
Yeah, thank you. I wasn't going to get back on the board, but after some questions from a colleague, I'm not going to ask you to blink twice if you're held hostage here, Joey. I just want to know, does this really, I just want to be sure. It's great you and Councillor Devine are working so well together, but does this have impact on how quickly you can build out? It's a pretty binary question. If you can't build out quickly, what kind of delays are you looking at? And if not, great, we can move along. I have plenty of questions for staff, but I just wanted to get back on the board about that, because I find that's kind of one of those questions, well, I'm a counselor and I can put the throngs to you. No, it's been very, very clear. We have to build out, and we either build homes or we don't. And so I apologize you had that question. I just want to hear data. Will this actually force a longer term to build out homes?
I'm very happy with the recommendation today of phase 1.
There you go.
But does it delay construction? Of course.
That's two blinks, and that's my concern about this whole thing. I'll leave it rest there, and I'll go to questions from staff later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know, Mr. Tiberge, you didn't bring counsel today, and you are, your message today is that you will continue working with staff. I think some of us will have questions for our staff as to, what they see your options as moving forward. So I don't have any further questions. Are there any other questions for the applicants? Seeing none, thank you very much for your intervention today. We're going to move on to public delegations, beginning with Elizabeth Costello is with the Carlton. It's not a hard word. The Carlton Heights Community Association. Sorry? No, I just stumbled over the word Carlton.
Good morning. If I could have my presentation shared. Thank you so much to the Kelly Crozier for helping us today, and for the counselors. I don't seem to see the timer, but okay, there it is. Okay, so thank you so much. I am with Carlton Heights and Area Residents Association. Forward, please. Oh, forward, please. Can everyone hear me? Okay. As volunteers, we do our best to relay the interpretation of City of Ottawa policies to residents, and in turn to convey residents' feedback to the city of Ottawa. This one, this particular development has been a year in gathering feedback door to door, multiple webinars, and actually attaining legal counsel for an opinion on policy. Go forward, please. As you know, the official plan, it's a balance. So we need a balanced approach to growth management and not just speed. We want to mitigate the effects of growth on land and our services. Go forward, please. We've seen this before. There are several clauses in the official plan about integration into the older neighborhoods, and we are in the outer urban transect, and we do want to have a transition that complements and doesn't have a negative impact. Forward, please. But most importantly, the Carleton Heights secondary plan has clauses that are important here, and rezoning must conform to the official plan as well as the secondary plan. Your decision here today could nullify the secondary plan, and that would be grave. Our high-rise designation dictates up to 20 stories and mid-rise up to 6. And this is a minor shopping area designation, not a major, and there's reasons for that. And when we talk about binary choices and data, there's data founding this. So where there are inconsistencies in policies, the secondary plan is upheld. So forward, please. We ask you to consider this very strategically and very conscientiously for the land involved here. As indicated, this is a 1.36 hectare development, and this represents 0.004% of Carleton Heights, and yet it is targeting 32% of the city's plans for area growth. The towers have a 4.6 floor space index, above and beyond the 2.0 floor space index in the planning rationale. So in essence, we just think there should be intensification here, but based on our secondary plan, it is too ambitious. Forward, please. So in fact, we do recommend up to 20 stories, and with AAFC's recommendations to uphold the integrity of research at the farm. We, the Central Experimental Farm, like Central Park in New York City, is integral to the healthy air, tourism, green spaces enjoyed by Ottawans, and all of Canada benefits from this research. So we want to leave it to the scientists and the data to decide. But we also want our secondary plan to be upheld. We are pleased that the applicant has chosen a nearby site, but we are disappointed that parking and the environmental site assessments, the parking has not been upheld as stated. The environmental site assessments are not completed as recommended, nor has adequate groundwater impact studies been completed as recommended, nor has the cultural heritage impact statement been completed. To uphold the value of the CEF. So if we can move forward, please. You are aware of, we're in the outer urban transect with narrow streets and lots of congestion, stormwater issues, and drainage issues. If we could go forward, please. We have trouble with overflow parking and winter parking in particular. Next slide, please. We have safety hazards going in and out of this site. Forward, please. And we have past decisions, if we go back in history, that have denied density here at this level. And we ask what has been done differently since this time. In fact, recent reports align with problematic infrastructure at this location. So we see this as ripe for review should we proceed without adequate data. Forward, please. You can see it flows right into the Rideau through these 73-year-old drainage systems. Go forward, please. And in our area, we have lots of water. So I'll finish in our last slide on recommendations. We feel it is too ambitious and that up to 20 stories would be adequate. And we have mentioned this to the developer, so we would applaud this decision for the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth, for that. There are questions for you, Riley.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Elizabeth, Ms. Costello, for your delegation. For the benefit of my colleagues, would you please describe the proximity of Carlton Heights from the property in question?
It's directly east. It's actually within our Carlton Heights secondary plan. And this was exactly where, directly dependent on the same infrastructure, a high rise was denied due to the poor infrastructure. So our question is, what has been done since that time? And we know we would suggest until the city tells us otherwise that nothing has been done to say that a high rise could be put here, with changes, because we have not seen any changes. So this is exactly facing Fisher Avenue, where Skyline development was denied in the past and data was lost. And in fact, the applicant's research reports suggest further study be done.
Okay, I just again wanted to emphasize for the committee, Fisher Avenue is the border between Knoxville, Maryville, and River Ward, and River Ward residents and the CA have been as engaged as my friend to the west. You mentioned inconsistencies between the staff recommendation and the secondary plan, and you listed a number of reports where you believe staff have not fully provided information that's required. Can you just expand on that, please?
Yes, they're within our secondary plan. And again, a secondary plan is not willy-nilly. It's based on the infrastructure of the area. And those decisions were come to through lots of discussions of policy through the official planning process that updated it. So I'm just, actually, it suggests, and we think it is unreasonable, that 6 stories be put here. Okay, that's actually what the secondary plan says, but it ranges to 20. So we understand housing is needed. We need housing in our area. We want to support housing in our area. So 20 stories would be the maximum our secondary plan advises for this minor shopping area. And so we would support that. Yeah.
Thank you for your delegation. Thank you for all the time and effort you put in this file. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. The councillor for Beacon Hill, Searville.
You can call me Tim, Jeff. It's okay. I won't bite. Thank you, Elizabeth. That was a very professional delegation. I appreciate the slideshow. I think it is very helpful. As you know, we're in a bit of a housing crisis now. I don't think we'd be dealing with any of this if this was not the case. Do you support, and we've had 2 councillors that are abutting, supported intensification, and what challenges that this creates for us as a council? I guess what I'm asking is the experimental farm, at one point, I actually agree with you, it'd make a great central park. But I don't feel they're doing as much as they should be from a farming perspective. I have a farming background. I know many other farming people. If they were to relocate the farm, this is the world of hypotheticals because that's what we've been talking about all day today. And this was some kind of central park. Would that be something that you'd be interested in, allowing for more intensification density?
I have to take a step back. First of all, I think I'm speaking on behalf of a lot of residents and actual research studies that have been in the newspaper since 2017. We've got several we'll be happy to share with your office that indicate what a benefit that the experimental farm offers the local community right here in the city for heat island effect, for greening, for stormwater, for tourism, for general lifestyle living. Oh, sorry. So I just want to answer your question. But they do, and to your point, to remove that and place it that I think that you are talking about a citywide discussion, and in fact, something broader than the mandate here today. I do think we can accelerate intensification, but I think speed is not the only answer.
Yeah, just not here.
No, we actually do support intensification here at this very site.
Okay.
The Central Experimental Farm, I don't believe is sorry, something's happening. The
No,
Central,
you're still here. You're still
sorry.
here.
Thank you. So I think there's a lot of variables. Longitudinal studies could be impacted, but you're talking about a variety of other variables that really make Ottawa great. And the model should not be tunnels of Bay Street. We should be looking at this Central Park European model and really abiding by the policies we developed in consultation across our city to allow for intensification and growth in a rapid way, but in a reasonable is the wrong word, but in a methodical way where we don't come into crisis, where we don't introduce too much risk. And this decision introduces too much risk as it is. And with just a slight modification, we could achieve all win-win-win to support all stakeholders.
And you're aware we have bus rapid transit, and
of course
we've invested lots of taxpayers' dollars to see this as a corridor. So you can, yeah. I look. I'm not looking to debate because we don't do that here. But at the same time, please allow me to complete my sentence. You can understand the quandary we are in as councillors, where the public has been saying yes, let's intensify, just like yourself. But now we're caught in an investment in transit and all these other things around it. And now we're caught in a situation where we have to make these tough decisions. And I'll leave it at that. My questions will be to staff more, but I just want to make sure you understand. No one's taking this lightly. The abutting councillors, it's always tough. I have a multitude of applications in my area. I have 7. I'm approving them all. I'm telling them to all go higher because we're caught in a big trap right now.
Councillor, do you have a question for the delegate?
No, I think that's good, Jeff.
Thanks.
So just to quickly, we have a forecast for our area where we support growth in our city and housing in our city. And this is well beyond what needs to happen in our area to meet those targets and even to exceed those targets. So
a lot of people feel the same. I have that in my neighborhood. I'll leave it to the chair to dismiss that and we can proceed.
I'm gonna cut that off here. Appreciate the exchange of views. Do any other members have any questions for Ms. Costello? I don't see any. Elizabeth, thank you very much for your intervention today.
Thank you.
We'll move on to our next delegate, representatives of Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada, led by, I presume, Marie-Claude Girard and her team. Good morning and welcome. Whenever you're settled in, you'll have 5 minutes to address the committee. We're in your hands. Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. Let's start again. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the committee for allowing us to present comments today. Donc, merci beaucoup. My name is Marie-Claude Guérard, and I am AFC's Assistant Deputy Minister of the Corporate Management Branch. I am here today with my colleagues online, Karen Dunford-McIntosh, Director General of the Real Property and Asset Management Directorate, and Pascal Michel, Director General of the Ontario and Quebec Region Directorate. We did the Science and Technology Branch, and also Joel Wilkin, Director of our Real Estate Services at AFC. AFC is pleased that the city has acknowledged AFC's shadow and impact assessment study and has recommended a pause on phase 2 of the baseline development until such time as further research can be done on how to mitigate the impacts of this proposal to the CEF. To this point, I would just underline that we do not have the same concerns about the first phase of the development, which we believe will only have a minimal impact on the farm. Indeed, our concerns will always be rooted in the impact of any future development, on the integrity of our research activities, which remains at the core of our work at Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada. As our Deputy Minister made clear when she appeared here at the Planning Committee meeting on September 20th, AFC remains open to work with the city and other interested parties to find creative solutions that facilitate important objectives like increasing housing supply and public transit expansion, while protecting the farm's critical role in ensuring we have a viable and dynamic agricultural system in 10, 50, and 100 years. Thank you again for this opportunity, Mr. Chair, and we are ready for any question.
Merci beaucoup, Conseiller Brockington.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for coming today. We appreciate hearing from your department on a very important issue. Just to confirm, the staff recommendation before committee today is approving Tower A, which is the most southern tower in this development. And as you said, I think your words were taking a pause, not approving or rejecting towers B and C, but studying them further to understand the impacts. Does Agriculture Canada support the staff recommendation that's before the committee today?
AFC support the recommendation and find that it's an acceptable compromise.
Excellent. Okay. City Council directed staff to reach out to Agriculture Canada and the National Capital Commission to form a working group to discuss how to mitigate, among other things, shadowing on the farm. Have you been part of those discussions, or are you aware of whether the working group is actually meeting and discussing this matter?
A first conversation between our Deputy Minister and Mr. Devine has happened. I was not there, and there's the intent to continue conversation in the working group with the city.
Okay, yeah, the working group is between city staff, NCC staff, agriculture. Mr. Devine is, Councillor Devine is a councillor, so the actual formal working group, they have not yet met?
That's right.
Okay, fair enough. What is your department doing? You're the federal department. You have the opportunity to pass federal legislation to further protect and strengthen the farm from external factors. Nothing has happened in years that I've been a councillor. Is Agriculture, Agri-Food Canada discussing potential legislation or other options to further protect the integrity of the agricultural and research lands of the experimental farm in central Ottawa? What else can you and your department do to protect these lands?
As I mentioned, AFC, as part of the Government of Canada, we are supporting, we are really aware of the housing challenge across the country. It's part of the priority within this current government, and I'm talking about Government of Canada for sure. We have internal conversation. We have 20 research centers across the country. We have several lands across the country, and that subject, it's in the middle of our conversation. There's no specific, as you mentioned, is there any specific law in development? No, it's not, but the conversation occur. You want to add something?
I appreciate you coming today. I thank you. The reason why I asked that question is we shouldn't have this discussion every time there's a development application near the farm. The ground rules should be established. The working group hopefully will help identify some of that and ensure that whether there are building height maximums or other ways to mitigate the detrimental damage to agricultural lands, that has to be ironed out. So it's not fair to the developers, it's not fair to the community that we have this discussion over and over again. So I think we're on the right path to get there. And I appreciate you coming down today, but my ultimate goal, working with past MPs for Ottawa Centre, is if Agriculture Canada can do anything to help protect this giant nationally important lands, then please exercise that option in addition to working group with the city and NCC and other opportunities. But if there's anything else to add, I'm all ears.
Yeah, I'll happy to say, so part of that complex equation is appraising correctly the nature of the work that is done at the CEF. So I've appeared before here and I've made clear that although it is green, this is not a green space. Although it has tree, this is not a park. Although we see crops, this is not a farming operations with cash crop. This is a research facility, right? So at the core is appraising impact. And I think we can work closely with staffer and any other stakeholders to better define what impact means for a research facility such as that. And with that instruments, everyone would be way better tool than to take appropriate decision. For example, when we hear that there is no impact on the CEF, what really it means right now is that there is an alignment with the parameters that we see in a policy document, which at the core does not recognize proper impact to the central experimental farm. So this is very achievable. I think we're ready to work collaboratively, but very meaningfully there. Of course, we also look at our custodianships over 100 years of research in there. We've presented the point very clear that this is not a trailer that you move to a place to another. There's hundreds of years of know-how about this. We are creating real value. We may have mentioned that if we eat bread today, you eat bread probably with innovation done on the exact land and possibly very much on the baseline side between Fisher and Maryvale, and to exact space there. So there's probably a great way forward to better measure impact and also look at the great challenges that we have food-wise, climate-wise, environmental-wise, and housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brockington, and I assume that you'll be asking the question around working group progress of staff. So we'll look forward to that answer. Councillor Hill?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you to the delegates that came in to represent this issue. I recognize, as a former member of the Department of Defense, the razor's edge you need to walk when you're representing your department while at the same time representing really the federal government as a whole in your delegation and in your public narratives. And I just highlight that because in your letter to staff, you identify that its recognized baseline road is a main street corridor in the city's new official plan, and that the city's transportation master plan includes a proposal for the eventual development of a bus rapid transit line. This will continue to bring further development in proximity to the Canadian experimental farm. As a result, we encourage the City of Ottawa to consider the impacts of high-rise developments on the Canadian experimental farm and its crop research that's vital to our future. And we encourage the city to work with Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada to minimize the impact on our research landscape. And I read from this statement somewhat opposition to density and dense housing and intensification along that transit corridor, which we're receiving encouragement from the federal government to pursue. We're in the process right now of a Housing Accelerator Fund application, which is encouraging us to be innovative. And, Minister Fraser said back in September that, we expect cities to legalize housing more broadly, and we expect cities to be building more housing near transit. And so I really want to understand from your perspective as federal government representatives here today, that we understand the challenge that really you're putting us in as a tenant in the City of Ottawa, that's in some ways asking us to suck and blow at the same time. So I would really like to understand, how you are looking at, your responsibility as the, Central Experimental Farm, Agri-Food Canada, Agriculture Canada, at looking at mitigating options whereby, potentially some of this research could be done in, Portage or in Carp or in other parts of Canada so that we can compromise and move forward collaboratively on our shared responsibilities, which are broader than simply protecting your ability to do your farm experimentation, which it's important, acknowledged, but so is increasing our housing stock. Over.
Thank you. And again, AFC is really supporting the acknowledge there's a housing challenge across the country here in Ottawa, and really wants to be part of the solution. That's why when I mentioned that we want to collaborate with the city, we want to through that working group, find creative solution just to continue to path, maybe find compromise. But it's through those conversations that I think we will get there. But totally with you, housing, it's a priority. It's a priority of Government of Canada, and we're there to support and in line with that.
So I appreciate that. I think I will wrap it up here. I'm still conflicted though in that, do we listen to the Minister of Housing and his commentary on innovative requirements for growth and housing necessity in a time where we're trying very hard to find affordability in this city, versus the ability for the farm to do its experimental mandate on that location versus other areas in its corporate portfolio. So thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. Just to flesh out what my colleague just mentioned about Minister Fraser, to my knowledge, I don't think Minister Fraser has weighed in on this matter at all when it comes to the likely outcomes of our housing accelerator funding as it pertains to development on the farm. I don't think that has happened to my knowledge. So thank you very much for being here. And as Councillor Brockington just said a little while ago, and you confirmed that you are prepared to support the staff recommended approval of Tower A, even though Tower A will have some impact on your farm. So it's not at all a question of AAFC is saying, don't touch anything here. You are, and in that way, you are supportive of intensification, so long as it doesn't compromise your research. So frequently at this committee, I do hear my colleagues speak about the interests of farmers and how generally farmers across this nation, of which my family has a history of farmers too, and that farmers generally are not as concerned with shadow impacts as we seem to be debating here today. But it's fair to say, more than, as you said, Pascal, this is not a green space, this is a laboratory, and more than you employing farmers, you are scientists of farming. That is a more apt description of who you are. You are not farmers, you are scientists of farming. And this is your laboratory. And allowing this much variability to come into your laboratory to a scientist may be akin of allowing the kids to let the messy dog walk through their lab. In your laboratory, this land here at Baseline and Fisher, are these among the best lands plots in your laboratory?
Yes, they are. For many reasons, from an agronomic reason, I don't want to go too technical about this, but this is flat, this is well drained. The data that we have in their plot there go a long way. So this is our powerhouse. This is our biggest kind of attractor in terms of like knowing small parcel crop research on different grains that you eat. So this is the prime part of the Central Experimental Farm. Thank you.
And so I can understand your concern. And it's always been that way. It's not like 10 years ago, you made this land better by pouring some juice into it. Over the past 100 years, this has always been the best part of your laboratory. Is that rightly so?
Well, I'll put the context. The beauty about the Central Experimental Farm, it has different patches of land that represent different representation of Canada. So the whole farm has some value, yet in terms of like what we are doing for the crop research, the small parcel crop research, that strip of land is for sure a jewel within the CEF.
Understood. And as I can just try to understand the role that the Central Experimental Farm and the role that Agriculture Canada plays for Canadians across the country, and I also understand that your research has global implications. There's a line from your letter. Climate change will bring many new stresses on crop production, which can only be mitigated using adaptive research techniques. The time for deferring climate change mitigation research to a future time is over, and the fields of the Central Experimental Farm are our laboratories for the crop varieties of the future that farmers and the nation will depend on. Can you speak to the potential risk that Canadian agriculture could face if your historic research at this prime location were as compromised as what could happen here today?
Yeah, well, the statement stays true. In fact, that the Central Experimental Farm has been in the years and is right now this year as well on the ground having very pragmatic, tangible research with innovative new seeds that are adapted to the future, that are adapted to what we've lived through this Western Canada. They're adapted to floods and droughts and different temperatures and different insects coming into Canada. So this is the real life. This is a threat that is happening right now. And the first line of protections for those threats are new knowledge and tools. And this is where the magic happens in developing those new knowledge and tools. So the CEF is part of a network of those farms across Canada and has been extremely meaningful in moving innovation forward for the hundreds of years back.
Great. Two last comments, Chair. Like we have the letter from the Heritage Impact Assessment. I'm quoting from it. Based on the AAFC shadow analysis, it would appear there is significant impact. The AAFC's analysis is persuasive. Their concerns seem valid. Considering that broader development around the farm is imminent, there is potential that the role of the Central Experimental Farm as a place of research will be irrevocably compromised. I'm trying to extrapolate what the future of agricultural research would be if that was irrevocably compromised. I just want to wrap up and just to create a link between the spirit of collaboration that you brought to the table and the spirit of collaboration that the developer has brought to the table. So I have had many conversations with AFC where I've tried to, I suppose, broker a creative think outside the box solution that might see us being able to benefit from significant intensification at this corridor that would meet the developer's goals and meet the farm's goals of protecting its research. I understand that the ideas that I bring aren't always the perfect solution, but I really do welcome a continuing spirit of collaboration between the working group that I'm very grateful that Councillor Brockington struck. If councillors can be involved in that, I'll bring donuts and AFC and more creative collaborations, donuts created by Canadian Wheat, and more collaborative discussions between AFC and the developer as we try to work towards some kind of workable solution. Thank you, Chair.
Donuts. Councillor Tierney.
You say donuts. This meeting is off the rails. Okay. First of all, thank you, delegation, for coming out today. And one of my council colleagues raised something I think that's important, is when we get excited about certain items, suddenly it's like, let's have a working group, let's go quick. And when it comes to federal government, the speed of molasses in the federal government is even slower than the municipal government. So I guess I'm asking the delegation, no conversations have taken place since what we were talking about with the other Carling property in the past?
We had a few conversations with the city, and a meeting is planned early in December, and we will continue to collaborate. That's where we are, but we're there. We're ready to have the conversation with the city.
Okay, and so following up on that, we're dealing with a whole variety of different issues of emergency, as you could appreciate, climate emergency, housing emergency, environmental emergency. There's just a lot of emergencies. And I don't know how to set the priority, like cows farting apparently creates a lot of GHGs too. So, there's just a lot of emergencies right now, and it's very frustrating. I need to know, because it's your government, and I just spent a week with a good councillor colleague Johnson on the Hill.
the top priority from what I could see was housing. It was housing bar none. It wasn't even a question mark. And that really puts us at odds. So I guess I'm asking, do you have approval from Minister Macaulay to be here today to say that your emergency is a higher rank than a housing emergency?
I can talk for Minister Macaulay. We are there as a representative of AFC, and I can talk for the political aspect. Thank you.
But Minister Macaulay is aware you're here today speaking on behalf of the government?
Minister Office is aware that we are here today. Yeah.
Okay, aware. Okay. And the other challenges I'm hearing from a lot of people are related to the fact that this land, maybe in the past, it was in the middle of a goat trail or, you know, a dirt road or whatever the case may be, but it really doesn't match the real agriculture that exists today, because there's, of course, a lot of leaching, oil on the roads, things that we're trying to eliminate, but it's not a typical farm site. Do you guys have additional sites, or are you prepared to start looking at more real farm-related sites? This seems a little awkward. It's in the middle of a city, right? Like it's not typical.
So again, our first line of reaction is to work collaboratively to find the right compromise with preserving this prime site right now. And of course, we can do, and we are doing research across Canada on different sites that have different also orientations and values as well. This site is particularly well suited for the research that we've just presented on adapting to climate change, for example, and it is representative of good farming across different sections of Canada. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, and we'll agree to disagree that, you know, a parcel of land in the middle of a metropolitan city, you know, where 1 million people is regular, but that's fine. I have no problem with that. It's more about the fact, can you please ask Minister Macaulay to speak up on this specific item, because I'm not hearing it. And if I'm going to have to pick a crisis, I'm going housing, and that's where where I put all my eggs on this one. But I do appreciate you coming out, very brave. But I just don't think it aligns with where we're headed as a city at this point. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Chair. You can likely anticipate my question. I know you said you're happy that phases 2 and 3 will be taking a pause. How long do you envision that pause being?
I think where we land right now, and not, je fais pas un jeu de mots de terrain. We are ready to work in a working group with the city, and again, as soon as possible, we'll continue the conversation. I don't have any timeline in my head. I think understand that there's current challenge, issue, pressure on the timeline. Okay, we are ready to collaborate and continue the conversation with the city.
Okay. And you heard the applicants say that they're working towards having this come back in front of us in January. From your point of view, do you think that that's realistic?
I can't speak for the applicant, but I'm ready to have a conversation in the working group.
Okay, that's great. So there's no sort of further study you need to commission that would have a certain timeline associated to it?
At this time, we just need to start these conversations because we understand the pressures on all sides, and we want whatever the outcome is to be informed. So we aren't commissioning or deciding on future studies right now, but the first launch group on December 14th, I'm certain those things will come up, and we're going to expedite those discussions for sure.
Okay, so let's say on December 14th, you decide that there's XYZ studies that need to inform. Would that then push the timeline for phases 2 and 3 out to allow for those studies to conclude?
Depending on the nature of the studies and what's required to commission them, perhaps, but I just don't have that information here. Yeah.
So you don't have all of the information you need today?
No.
Okay.
Not to define a timeline.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I am another councillor that represents an outer urban ward, and so I can appreciate certainly the sensitivity that my colleague is looking to give to the farm while respecting the transitions that came through the previous delegations. But I am concerned that we continue to discuss the value of the farm, the significance of the farm, the abilities of the farm. I think we sort of tied it up in the conversation on 1081 that we really do value the farm and want it to succeed. But as my council colleagues have described, you know, it's for many of us, I think it's not a matter of when the discussions begin, but when the discussions will conclude. Because the city of Ottawa has such a limited ability to raise revenue that these units are required to not only support other activities that are within the purview of a city, but also to fund directly the community benefits that those neighborhoods need in order to welcome this density. So it is a snake eating its own tail, and our outer urban wards are fully prepared to absorb a lot of density. So my question is really, can we, from your experience in a working group, can we get an understanding of this working group from your perspective covering off all sides of the farm for all kinds of development? Or would this be a working group that would look at sort of specifically just this side of baseline, like, and what would be the terms of reference implications for the working group from your perspective that could get us as close to the end as fast as we can for the most certainty for the city of Ottawa?
We haven't developed terms of reference. I'm anticipating that'll take place promptly on December 14th. We'll discuss specifics, but also what we're really hoping to see is lines of communication defined so that these types of things don't continue to happen. I sense the frustration. And also how this information is shared, to whom and when. Clear lines of communication is the first piece. So that's very broad. But yes, I'm sure the first meeting will be specifically touching on baseline.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And we'll have more questions for staff. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here today and taking the time to come out. I just, I'm the ward councillor for Alta Vista, so not too far from the experimental farm. So I understand how important it is. And I believe it's bigger than Central Park, about 400 hectares. And my question is, since it's my understanding, it's been around since about 1886 or so. And obviously there's been a lot of development around the farm in that time. So in terms of, you know, obviously other developments have been a threat, continue to be a threat. We've been talking about intensification for years. I'm just wondering what steps the Department of Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada has taken internally prior to these developments being proposed around the edge. Like, is this something that the development around the edge was identified, like in your enterprise risk enterprise risk or corporate risk profile, enterprise risk profile? Is this a risk that has been identified for how many years? And what mitigations has agriculture and agri-food taken over the years in order to mitigate the risk of development that we've known as coming for many years? Or is this really just been a risk that's been identified over the course of the last couple of months when these applications have come up? Like, it would be important for me to understand a little bit about that sort of work that agriculture and agri-food has taken over the last number of years.
Thank you for the question. I would say, as soon that AFC has been informed that there were some development along baseline or around CEF, we started to reach the city and try to start the conversation, because we saw at that moment a risk on the integrity of our research. That's how we play it, and again, that's the same way that we play it today. Collaborate, try to communicate, try to get the right information, and again, find solution. That's how we manage it. No.
Okay, that's helpful. Yeah, no, I just wondered if it was something that was identified as part of a risk activity over a number of years, and if there'd been mitigations like that the federal government had put forward in terms of like trying to purchase properties around the edge to mitigate. But it sounds more as if this has just been really since these applications have arisen. Thank you again for taking the time.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Carr. Councillor Curry, Ms. Durnford, I'm going to guess McInnes, we'll have you up as a delegation in a little while. It's not an opportunity. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, sorry.
I just wanted to add to the answer to Ms. Carr, if that would be okay.
Chair, I'm uncertain what's happening here.
Briefly.
I can't hear.
Oh, okay. It sounds like the audio is cut out again for.
We can hear you now, Jeff.
Are you able to hear me now? Okay. And I am sorry, Ms. Durnford McIntosh. Please go ahead and provide a brief reply to Councillor Carr, if you wish.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that, yes, there are developments that are happening. There was a designation of heritage that was added to the farm several years ago, and that was in part to, help protect the farm. We work closely with the National Capital Commission as well and Parks Canada when there are developments. So even though there may not have been a specific risk identified to these specific developments, we are looking at ways to make sure that we protect the farm in its entirety. So there are things that we're doing internally to assist. Just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Curry.
Yeah, thank you for that. Just a couple of quick questions. Following on what Councillor Carr was asking in terms of risk. I mean, my understanding is for many years, the farm has had to manage the fact that the salt from the roads, all the roads that surround it, ruin a lot of their research on the fields that are right at the road. And so when I think about this working group, I'm wondering, what have you done so far to sort of adapt to the changes? That you've had the salt issue. Have you then moved fields? Have you changed that type of crop that you could plant a crop that doesn't mind salt or doesn't mind shade, more shade loving plants? Have you done some of those things already? I'm just concerned that this working group might be more of a, how can we prove to you that these fields are so special that nothing can change?
Again, the key word there is adapting, mitigating, and having compromise that let us carry the mandate that we have as a research entity there. And so far, we've been able to do that. But to your suggestions that I'm hearing, that we call into the working group to address broader type of other mitigation measures, we're welcome to consider that as well. But so far, and it's been through many different other projects, yes, we have been, and I've expressed that in front of this committee, in a meaningful interaction. I'm reasonably optimistic that we can reach those mitigation points and compromise that allows us to carry on with our research and do proceed with the priorities that you have. Thank you.
Thank you. Just one other question. So even you would think about the working group would maybe even look at just instead putting the cattle out there that would love some shade?
Well, there's many things you can do on agricultural lands, and there's different options in front of us. Indeed, that's all I can say. Thank you.
Great. Okay, good. So, Mr. Chair, I have questions for staff, I guess, after about the zoning. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I don't see any further questions for the delegation. Thank you very much for spending this time with us. Thank you for the intervention. We're going to move on to Corey Peabody, who is with the Fisher Heights and Area Community Association, who's going to be followed by Susan Paul. So Corey Peabody is online, has a presentation. Mr. Peabody, when you are ready, you'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation. And we're just working to bring Corey in.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Corey. Thank you very much. We can hear you and we have your slides ready to go. So please, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee when you're ready.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, I can't seem to start my video, so you'll just have to listen to me, I guess. So my name's Corey Peabody, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Fisher Heights and Area Community Association. And I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to address you today. Because I'm kind of further down in the list of delegates, I don't have to spend a lot of time on background. You know where we're located. You know that the development site is part of the Carlton Heights Secondary Plan. I'm not sure that you heard that it is designated on that plan as neighborhood mid-rise and minor shopping. So can you just go back to the, yeah, that's perfect. Thank you. So that's just a drawing of the development. I'd like you to know that it's important for us that for you to know that we support intensification and we understand that this is the way the city will grow. But we feel it has to be done in a manner without undue impact to the surrounding lands in the neighborhood. We certainly appreciate the work that our councillors, both in Ward 9 and 16, have done. City staff has done amazing work. The developer, his team, the community associations, our residents group, and the input that we've received from our neighbors. But what we're hearing from the neighbors is that they don't support the proposed density and building heights of the entire development. So that is going to be right now the position of the Fisher Heights and Area Board. We just feel the buildings are excessive for the site and the surrounding neighborhood. And we have sent a letter to this committee to outline further details. So I'm not going to repeat them here. The second point is that the board strongly supports the city staff position that additional research and time is required to determine the full nature of shadowing on the farm. This is a very important recommendation, and we really appreciate the city's recognition of this important aspect of the development. We would also like to, though, ask that the shadowing impacts from Tower A in the Phase 1 development also be part of this additional research. And I realize agriculture and Agri-Food Canada said that they're not as concerned about the shadowing from Phase 1, but the applicant's heritage consultant in the revised cultural heritage impact statement did state that even Tower A Phase 1 will have a negative effect on the Central Experimental Farms research land. And if you're interested, that's on page 4 of that revised statement. Could you go to the next slide, please? So this is, we've seen this many times, this is the Schedule A of the Carlton Heights Secondary Plan. And we don't believe that the buildings in the proposed development meet the criteria in the secondary plan. I know there's lots of debate over it, but again, more detail in our letter. But I did want to bring to your attention section 1.4 of the City of Ottawa's official plan. And that section is entitled How to Use the Official Plan. And that policy or that text indicates that policy detail in a secondary plan supersedes the official plan policy. And I'm going to read that to you. It says, where there are inconsistencies in policies between this plan and secondary plans or area-specific policies, those policies contained in secondary plans and area-specific policies take precedent. This is a procedural issue, and I'm just going to leave it at that. I don't have the timer, so I'm not sure how much time I have left, but could you go to the next slide, please? Hello? Oh, thank you. So what we'd like to see, compliance with the secondary plan for Carlton Heights, reduction in building heights and overall density. Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada suggested a building height of 14 stories in their letter to the city in February of 2023. So, let's have a look at that. We'd like to see compliance with the 45-degree angular plane requirements and demonstration of appropriate transition to the established neighborhood. Could you go to the next slide, please? And what needs to be done before the rezoning approval? We think a phase 2 environmental site assessment should be completed as recommended by the applicant's consultant. In their conclusion of phase 1, they identified 3 sites of environmental concern on the phase 1 site. We think that needs to be further investigated. Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada also asked for a groundwater impact assessment study be completed to determine the water table impacts on the farm from the proposed underground parking garages. Again, we support that research and validation of shadowing, and we would really like to see an agreement with Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada on how to proceed with development and intensification around the lands that surround the farm. And I think everyone's on board with that. The final slide, please. So in closing, before approving this zoning application amendment, we'd like to see the outstanding studies be completed. We'd like to see an agreement with Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada, and we'd like to see that the development meets the city's official plan policies, Carlton Heights secondary plan, and other related city policies. Again, thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you very much, Corey. I appreciate the intervention. There are a couple of questions for you. I'll go to Councillor Devine and just remind members of the committee that the opportunity to pose questions to delegates is to elicit the information that you need to understand from delegates on how to vote, as opposed to an opportunity to make a lot of statements. So if we could just keep it on questions, please.
Well then, Corey, I'm just going to thank you for your delegation. I know that you and your colleagues and everyone at the FHA-CA has worked very hard on this. I'm confident that you see that the recommendation, the staff recommendation before you today, leaves the community a lot more pleased than the recommendation even a few weeks ago. So just to let you know, I am going to be bringing questions to staff about the interpretation of the Carlton Heights secondary plan. But of course, with respect, if Agriculture Canada is less concerned about the shadow impact on Tower A, I'm going to take their position on that as primary. I'm sure you can understand. If the scientists are fine with it, then I'm fine with it. Thank you, Corey.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Curry. Oh, let me just make using the right list. Councillor Curry.
Thank you. Just very quickly, just on your last slide, what you were asking to have done, do you have any kind of understanding of how long that would take to get all of that done? I mean, we're looking at bringing this back in January. I mean, it's almost December. So do you imagine all of that will be able to be done by January?
I don't know how long it would take to do those studies. That would be something you would have to ask the applicant in terms of the Site 2 environmental site assessment. And I guess Agriculture Canada would have a much better idea of how long it would take to do a groundwater impact study. I don't know.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask.
Thank you very much, Councillor Curry. Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you for your delegation, Corey. I missed a little bit of something in your presentation. You said somebody recommended 24 floors. Can you just clarify who?
I'm sorry?
In your presentation there, you said somebody recommended just a height of 24 floors.
Oh, sorry. No. I'm sorry if I said 24. That was incorrect. Agriculture Canada, in a letter to the city in February of 2023, recommended a building height of 14 stories.
Oh, okay. Great. Thanks for the clarification. I just missed that part. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Corey, I don't see any other questions for you. Thank you very much for your intervention today.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to Susan Paul. Who's just joining us, and I understand Susan has slides. Colleagues, it's early, but I'm thinking of breaking today into like the two halves where we'll finish up the applications after voting on this item and then maybe take 20 minutes for a lunch before moving into the budget discussion this afternoon. Okay. I know we like to like drive through until 2 o'clock before we even think about food, but seems to make sense. Is Ms. Paul? Okay, so let's Ms. Paul or Susan is having some difficulties just connecting. So what I'm going to do is ask Mr. Fleming to make his presentation, and then we'll move back to Susan Paul. Good morning, David. Welcome. As usual, whenever you're ready, you'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
You have our written statement, so I won't take 5 minutes. Heritage Ottawa recommends that Planning and Housing Committee withhold any rezoning approvals for 780 Baseline Road until the proposed third-party review of the impacts to the research function of the Central Experimental Farm has been completed, and then to extend approvals only if that third-party review concludes that no adverse effects are anticipated. The third-party review should be done to the AAFC's more exacting standards, measuring impact specifically to agricultural lands rather than impact to generic green spaces. The Heritage Impact Assessment and the city's own staff report note that adverse impacts are expected from this development. We look forward to a good outcome in this case, where the Central Experimental Farm, a National Historic Site of Canada and Canada's leading agricultural research station, remains protected for the benefits of this and future generations of Canadians, and where neighbors, citizens of Ottawa, this developer, and those to come may have clarity with respect to permissible construction in proximity to the farm. We agree with the developer's remarks a few minutes ago that it is desirable to have one approval for the entire site. However, by not approving a recommendation at this time, the city would keep open any options for mitigation arising out of the third-party review of the proposed negative impact on the Central Experimental Farm. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. I'm looking to see if there are any questions, and I don't see any. So thank you very much for your intervention this morning. How are we doing with? Yeah, so unfortunately, Ms. Paul is not able to join us, at least at this point. So what I'm going to propose we do is move into questions of staff. Who's up first? No questions of staff. The report was clear, the recommendations compelling. Even the technical amendment, as we've already discussed, was excellent. Good read. All right, we've got some hands up. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Chair. I just have a simple question. I think some folks tried to address this with the delegates. I'm just wondering why staff has recommended holding back on the second phase of this development because of potential shadow impacts on the farm when you did not make that recommendation with the last development that was on Carling Avenue and where there were potential shadow impacts on the farm. Is this more shadow?
Thank you, Councillor. To you, Mr. Chair. Of course, I wasn't the planner on 1081 Carling, so I'm not an expert on that file, but I can, of course, respond to your question. So the farm is a National Historic Site, and its cultural heritage value is defined by 3 features. Many of you may know this from 1081 Carling, but those are the 1 is the core administrative, scientific, and farm buildings. 2, they're the experimental fields, plots, and shelter belts. And thirdly, it's the Arboretum, ornamental gardens, and their experimental hedges. So at 1081 Carling, the applicant's heritage impact assessment stated that the development would have no significant impact on the heritage value of any of those three features. Beyond that, a majority of the new shadows generated by that development would be on parts of the land that had non-agricultural uses. So of course, they have more administrative buildings kind of in the north near the hospital. By contrast, at this development at 780 Baseline, new shadows generated are cast directly into lands used for agricultural research. And the applicant's heritage impact assessment acknowledges this and states that shadowing might have a negative impact on one of those features, which are the experimental field plots and shelter belts. So of course, the ability of AAFC to do research on those lands is part of its cultural value. And again, the heritage impact assessment did not contest that. It's worth noting the same author prepared both studies. And of course, because the shadows for phase 2 might have some impact on the cultural heritage value of the farm, of course, staff aren't making a recommendation on that phase at this time. And if you have follow-up questions about heritage matters, I'm not the expert. My colleagues are here as well.
Okay, so just to keep it simple, in summary, more shadows for longer, developer not contesting potential for shadows.
And on one of those values of the heritage aspect of the farm. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Chaucer. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Chair. Two relatively brief questions. What is the height, like how much more shorter would the towers have to be if we were to comply with any of the angular planes some of the delegations had mentioned?
Thanks, Councillor, to you, Mr. Chair. Angular planes were well reviewed for the file, and certainly they were part of the consideration of the file being an official plan policy. So Tower A, I'll just speak on Tower A, which is being recommended today. It is generally compliant with the angular plane of 45 degrees drawn from the low-rise residential context at the rear of the site. Of course, much of the kind of revisions and changes that the applicant spoke about them having made and reduction in the height, it was once was 29 stories, I believe. The 24 stories does generally comply with that requirement.
Okay, second question, sort of related, is has there been any discussion or conversation, because Tower A, has a fairly minimal impact on the farm, has there been any discussion in transferring some of the height, which may be of concern in Towers B and or C, to Tower A?
Thank you, Councillor. To you, Mr. Chair. Short answer is no. Of course, we reviewed the application that was before us, and Tower A at the 24 stories was something we could support today.
Okay, no, that's fair. Thank you.
Colleagues, Ms. Paul has been able to join the call. She's taken the time to join us this morning and gone through the technical hurdles to join us. So with your indulgence, I'd like to go a little bit out of order and allow Ms. Paul to make that delegation to us. That indulgence has been extended. Susan, welcome to Planning and Housing Committee meeting. You have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you. We can see you.
I can't hear anybody. I can't see anybody.
We can see and hear you. So
okay, I'm just going to speak. I'm hoping that anybody can see. Okay, so okay, slide 1 shows the proximity of the mall to the parking lot that's only beside Fisher Avenue to the houses. Next slide. While this is for phase 1, there are actually 7 towers in total proposed for the application, with various heights up to 32 stories, where tower heights were increased on the tallest ones. Community more accepting of low-rise to mid-range intensification of 11 to 14 stories in height, and still well above current 6-story limit. Tower located directly beside Fisher Avenue, which is a minor corridor and not connected to the baseline road. There is no commercial district in our neighborhood, with the closest one 2.3 kilometers away. The city admitted that they do not have a true expert in-house to evaluate harms to the farm by such proposals. There is no street parking on Baseline or Fisher, and narrow side streets that can't accommodate overflow from the site. Traffic study was flawed, does not address Malibu Terrace or Marsden Street, both service only by stop sign and located under 100 meters from this site. Fisher Baseline intersection already over capacity with more development at Baseline Clyde area, traffic not included in the traffic study. Developer shows he will move Baseline egress to just before the entrance to the right-hand slip lane, and reposition the Fisher Avenue more eastern. Developer has shown extreme little to no concern in working with surrounding community. Proposed number of units for site has only increased from original proposal in strong opposition from community concerns of massing for tiny site. There is no transition from homes to the proposed towers for site as shown on the first slide. Because of the location, only units proposed will be high-end premium ones that will not be affordable to social housing or homeless population who are part of the housing crisis. Other Thornburg development, as an example, had approvals and was accepted by council. Mr. Thornburg came back and increased the size from 11 to 15 stories and came back a second time and got it even further expanded up after it was under construction, and unsure if it came back to council for those approvals. And note, there was a greater interest from the community members past the 100 members that are referenced in the city report. Next slide, please. This shows the community, the deficiencies that have been raised by fellow colleagues on this panel. The next slide, please, is the Cortland Park community with the only exit for residents shown. Next slide. This is the surrounding view of the western, eastern, south, and areas around this site. It's slowly all low houses. It is not a bustling commercial district where you're going to get hordes of people getting on and off the BRT. It's going to be only serviced by a bus stop. Next slide, please. And the final slide shows the narrow streets just behind the mall. So hopefully I can't hear anybody. I'm going to try.
Thank you, Susan. Are you able to hear me? Are you able to hear me? Are you able to hear me? No. Ms. Paul will get back and just confirm, the city staff will confirm that that we've heard your presentation and that we thank you for making it today. So obviously we won't be able to ask Ms. Paul any questions at this point. We'll resume our discussion with staff. So I'm going to move on to Councillor Brockington. Are you next?
I will proceed. I thought maybe Councillor Devine was next, but thank you, Chair. To staff, there was a comment that perhaps some of the mandatory studies or assessments related to this application had not yet been completed or submitted. Can staff just confirm all required studies and assessments related to this application have in fact been submitted and are available to the public?
To you, Mr. Chair, yes, I can confirm that's true.
And is there anything outstanding from within those studies, reports, or assessments that has not been delivered?
No.
Okay, fair enough. The intersection of Malibu, Fisher, Malibu, that Ms. Paul actually lives in the development within this vicinity, is a challenge for traffic, particularly if they want to go southbound, turning out of the east side development. Can staff talk about this intersection in particular And what issues have been raised as a result of this application?
Thank you, Councillor. To Mr. Chair, of course, I'm not a transportation engineer, so I can only speak in, I think, general terms. But yes, of course, we've heard a lot of community sentiment that traffic along both Baseline and Fisher is currently the existing scenario is that it's not so good. It's not operating at call it a high efficiency. When an applicant submits a transportation impact assessment, it's incumbent on them to demonstrate that the development will not significantly exacerbate those existing issues, and they've done that. When talking about internal site circulation and how the applicant is proposing accesses to the two roads, one important consideration was actually not providing an access directly onto either the Sunnycrest or Hilliard in behind. And that would, of course, reduce the impact on those residents there and then direct more of the traffic to both Baseline and Fisher. So that's the current scenario. And so there are 3 accesses, I believe, 1 on Baseline and 2 on Fisher. And the applicant, in short, has satisfied our transportation staff. And
yeah,
acceptable.
One of the issues we've heard from people who live on both sides of Fisher in both wards, whether you're trying to leave Councillor Devine's subdivision and turn left or northbound on Fisher, or you're trying to leave the Malibu subdivision on the east side and go southbound, is right now the intersection is challenging. You have Fisher lanes going from 2 to 1 southbound, and now we're going to build a 24-story building very close to here. So this is probably something I'm going to discuss further when this comes to council, and perhaps follow up with staff, because if there's any mitigation we can do at this particular intersection short of a traffic light, the residents have been raising this for years, Chair, and I think that the addition of 24-story tower will obviously compound that problem. I just want to ask follow up, because community is concerned about what they believe is a deviation from the current secondary plan. And they believe that where there are inconsistencies in policy between the official plan and the secondary plan, or an area specific policy in particular, those policies contained in the secondary plan and area specific policies take precedence. So how do we address the concerns that have been raised in this regard? I know that all planning applications are assessed on their own merits. We look at the application before us, but how do you respond to the concerns that the community associations have raised in this particular regard?
Thank you, Councillor. To you, Mr. Chair. It would be my response that the Carlton Heights secondary plan, it sets out general height and density ranges. It doesn't go so far as to say this is the maximum height, no questions asked. It states that there are general heights that are permitted and expectations for certain areas, but also that maximum heights for mid and high-rise buildings will use official plan design criteria and refer to the official plan. It states that in policy in the secondary plan to determine what's an acceptable height. Of course, we've all talked about the 45-degree angular plane, but of course, that's one such measure that is used to determine what's an acceptable height for the lands. So, of course, on review, the 24-story high-rise is compliant with the 45-degree angular plane, and really that sets the framework for, okay, now this is an acceptable height that is consistent with the secondary plan, and of course, is consistent with the official plan as well.
Okay, fair enough. My last question, I don't know if Mr. Curry or Mr. Mooney want to take it, but it's regarding the working plan with the NCC and Ag Canada. I think we all can reasonably conclude that a mitigation plan for all the lands abutting the farm is not going to be hammered out in January 2024. And really what I think all parties are expecting is that there be some sort of statement on this application and that those three main parties hammer out through subsequent working group meetings, additional mitigation arrangements going forward. Is that a fair statement for me to make, that we're looking for the working group to first comment on the application, and so that it can be heard in a reasonable amount of time this pending winter, and that the working group will continue to discuss globally how to address future development around the farm?
Mr. Chair, while I am conscious that I do not want to, spit in the proverbial well with respect to the working group, and I support the collaborative approach taken by Ag Canada and the city. This application is looking at approving only phase 1 today, because there still remains questions and some concerns with respect to phase 2 and 3. The applicant, as he's indicated earlier in his presentation, has indicated that he is intending to continue to work with staff to resolve those questions and concerns. And should he be successful in doing so, then city staff would be in a position to come back, separate from the work of the working group. And as we had the discussion on 1081 Carling, I think it was referenced several times that there are other applications that have been submitted that are in queue that have the ability to be heard under the legislative framework in place, today. And that remains a challenge for 780 baseline, and that there is a legislative framework that we're working through today. And that may be amended in the future through the work of the working group or other council directives or other measures that may come at some point in time. But the application before you has a legislative framework that we're working through today. We're only recommending phase 1 today because there remains some questions and concerns on phase 2 and 3. And should those change, we will, should those questions or concerns be addressed, we could very well be back here before the work of the working group is concluded, or like the timeline for that working group was to develop in terms of reference, in 2020, early 2024. We're not going to have that project wrapped up, certainly by January.
So just so I'm crystal clear, for towers B and C to come back to this committee, what does staff need to accomplish before it comes back? Is it possible the working group would not even have met, although we heard today they're meeting in December, but is it possible that a conclusion, a recommendation from the working group with respect to 780 wouldn't be ready yet? Like, what is staff is deliberately not recommending approval of towers B and C today because you want to accomplish what? And does that require the working group to provide input on towers B and C, or are there other factors independent of the working group that have to be met for you to come back to committee?
Mr. Chair, I would say the other factors are independent of the working group, but we would, expect additional documentation or materials from the applicant, and those materials, we would provide an opportunity to Ag Canada to comment on separately and outside of the working group.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think that's helpful. I certainly encourage staff to, we heard the feds say quite openly that they wish to collaborate, which is appreciated. I get the sense the city, it's the same thing. And my earlier comments is, I'm looking for sort of a global strategy to be established so that that can be applied to all future developments, because I think we all agree this is a very important discussion, but it's certainly a lot of time given that the number of applications that are pending over the years around the farm will be significant. So I appreciate that, Chair. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Actually, Councillor Brockington spoke to some of my questions about timing. I'm wondering from a provincial statutory requirement perspective in terms of the planning aspect of this, is there any legal implications for staff to not recommend proceeding with phase 2 at this point from a provincial standpoint? For instance, can they take us to court, to the tribunal? And I mean the developer. Tim Mark, maybe?
Mr. Chair, the Agriculture Canada has the right, or it might be through the National Capital Commission, has the right, as any person who's made submissions on a development application, to appeal it to the Ontario Land Tribunal, should they so wish. They did not appeal 1081 Carling.
So I guess maybe just I'll clarify. Because it's our staff who are recommending holding off on a decision on phase 2 for the time being. Is it possible, or something we should at least consider when making this decision, that the applicant could take this to the tribunal at the provincial level because we're not meeting some kind of provincial statutory requirement?
So prior to enacting a bylaw on this matter, 90 days have passed since the application was made. So prior to enacting a bylaw, the applicant can appeal it under the 90-day rule, or to put it in statutory terms, subsection 3411 of the Planning Act.
Thank you. And then I was curious as well too, just in regards to the motion about the demolition of residential houses. I may have misunderstood the applicant when they were here. This isn't really a question for them. It is a question for staff. What is the purpose behind that motion? What are we trying to achieve with that?
To you, Mr. Chair. The request from the applicant was to continue the existing use of 7 and 9 Hilliard as homes, basically, even after the rezoning has been passed. So by rezoning those lands to parkland, it would create a situation where those would not be permitted uses and people could not occupy those homes. So if they wish to provide one of the homes as rental, say in the interim, as they're developing phase 1 before the full amount of parkland has to be dedicated to the city, they would be permitted to do so. And it lends them additional flexibility on that land, given the fact that the site is proceeding in 2 phases.
Okay, so it grants them that ability. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dudas. Councillor Tierney?
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the latitude today. I know it's always spicy. I like to bring some fun. That being said, we were pretty clear on the Carling application in the past with shadowing. I'm just looking at our legal team, where forgive me if I'm wrong, they were pretty clear in the past. Shadowing has zero impact. Like there's no precedent on this. And I just want to make sure that I'm clear on that. And part 2 is, I know some of my colleagues are also concerned about timelines, kind of like Wellington, you know, how quickly the federal government wants to move on things, and they haven't picked up the phone since, and it's been a year. I think we need parameters around this working group to determine things. So part 1, why suddenly are we not upholding what we've done on the shadowing? And 2, if another council colleague, I hope we have support to put some parameters around timing. I don't want this to wait like a year or 2. Maybe the housing crisis will be done by then. That'd be great news, but I don't foresee that.
Mr. Chair, I'll start off. The answer I gave on 1081 Carling, and I will give again today.
Yes, sir.
That in Ontario since 1880, there has been no prescriptive right to sunlight. And I checked my notes, and that was 6 years before the Central Experimental Farm was established. So it does not have a prescriptive right to sunlight. There's no statutory right to sunlight in Ontario since 1880. Shadowing is a valid planning concern to take into account, and planners regularly seek to mitigate the impact of shadowing, and there are policies in the official plan with respect to that. As to the balance of your question, I would turn that over to planning.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mark.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tierney. Councillor...
Oh, no, I think they were going over to the remainder part of the question, Chair.
I'm sorry?
About forgive me, about having some timelines established to ensure we deal with this in a timely fashion. Just to make sure, Jeff, that we actually are the feds are slow as molasses, and I want to make sure that we actually get people sitting at a table, unlike Wellington, where we're still haven't sat down.
Maybe Mr. Moody can address the timelines associated with the working group plan.
I'll refer to Mr. Herwire, Mr. Chair, on the working group activities.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, our first meeting is scheduled for December 14th, and the main topic will be developing in terms of reference for that particular working group.
Great, and I appreciate that. And I believe there was a request for a minor amendment to the motion about the future construction. And again, I just want to make sure that we're moving this along expeditiously. That's my main concern. And I look forward to the rest of the discussion with my colleagues. I'll leave it at that, Mr. Chair. I think there could be something that could help out on this front. I see frantic arm waving. So I wish I was there in person, by the way. I really enjoy being there instead, but I do enjoy the eye rolls. That's what I'm there for, is chuckle burn. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tierney. Yeah, my understanding is we are waiting for a motion, but in the meantime, Councillor Devine has some questions.
Thank you, Chair. First question about the motion for 7 and 9 Hilliard, because I guess I'm not sure if I fully understand. So if the entire two-phase development, 3-tower development had gone through, then 7 and 9 Hilliard become dedicated as parkland. As I understand it, the motion is to postpone the transition of those homes into parkland. Correct? Yes.
If the zoning went through and the 7 and 9 Hilliard were rezoned from R1 to open space to allow for the park, the existing homes could continue. There was some concern, though, about impacts to the developer's financing if there were uses that were not permitted in the zone. So in an abundance of caution, we are recommending that those houses be allowed to continue to be used as they are today. That's what the developer intends to do until demolition. And then upon demolition, there would be no more rights for houses there.
Until demolition.
Demolition of the houses.
Allow the houses to be occupied. And okay, so I guess my question is, if all we approve right now is Tower A and Tower A gets built, will 7 and 9 Hilliard be park space by the time Tower A is built? Or are we postponing the transition from housing to parkland until who knows what might happen with Towers B and C?
Through the site plan application is usually when the lands are transferred to the city for parkland dedication. So that would occur with the site plan approval, assuming the zoning happens, with the site plan approval of the first phase, building A. However, if the developer wants to continue to use those houses and wants to, or remove those houses and do staging on the property, we may build in a condition into the site plan approval where the transfer of the lands is deferred. We can talk further about that through the site plan application, the exact timing. What we want is for the lands to be ready for the city's use as a park when they come into our ownership. And then I cannot comment on when the park would actually be developed. That's a different question.
Of course. Just to follow up on a line of questioning from Councillor Brockington on the issues of traffic mitigation, whether it be, and so yes, we border Fisher. So whether it be traffic mitigation at Baseline in Fisher, or I guess more specifically at Malibu and Fisher. I guess I'll just, on the record, I certainly understand my residents' concerns about that. Already a crowded issue. I had originally had concern with the rather high parking ratio of Tower A of 0.92, but of course, allowing those parking spaces in Tower A will hopefully diminish any kind of traffic congestion on those side streets. My last question, Kelly, to you, I'm just reiterating on the issue of discrepancies of interpretation of the Carlton Heights secondary plan, because I'm hearing from both planners and from my residents, everyone rationalizing and justifying their position, either to support or not support, based on the Carlton Heights secondary plan. Everyone's saying, look at the Carlton Heights secondary plan. And so in it, where it says that neighborhood high-rise designation, which includes apartment dwellings, generally permits buildings of up to 20 stories. Just so I'm clear, and so my residents are clear, does the term generally permit suggest that 20 stories should be seen as a hard maximum or more as a guideline?
To you, Mr. Chair, the latter, more as a guideline. And of course, that would be read in context of the rest of the secondary plan. And as mentioned to Councillor Brockington, that would include policies such as referring to urban design criteria, referring to the official plan for maximum heights as evaluative criteria for what is a permissible maximum height.
And if I may jump in, part of the reason why there was more than a year that we were working on this development application is because there were a lot of discussions and different iterations to address an appropriate transition. And that was a lengthy discussion that we had with the applicant about the appropriate transition to the south and to the neighborhood. There's also the other issue of the shadows to the north and the farm. But staff are satisfied that we are meeting all of our terms of reference and the official plan in the massing and built form that we've arrived at, and we're recommending approval on for the first phase.
And I'd be inclined to agree. And again, once more to appreciate the changes that the developer has made. At one point, those towers, this Tower A was 29 stories, and it's a lot harder to argue that 29 stories is generally within the range of 20 stories. And that transition, because in the current iteration for phase A, you've got those 4-story townhouses in the back, which is a much more gentle transition to the low-rise development. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Devine. I'm going to ask Councillor Curry, if it's okay with you, Councillor Kitts has a motion that I'd like to just get on the table before we proceed further with discussion and debate.
Sure.
Thanks.
Great, thank you, Chair. If you could put it up on the screen. A lot of us have been asking questions about the timeline, and I'm getting from all parties that there is a willingness to move on a recommendation for phases 2 and 3 expeditiously. So the motion is, whereas undue delay of phases 2 and 3 of 780 Baseline Road could impact the viability of the entire project, and whereas there appears to be willingness from all parties to move forward with a recommendation for phases 2 and 3 expeditiously, therefore be it resolved that staff present the recommendations for phase 2 and 3 no longer than the January 31st, 2024 meeting of the Planning and Housing Committee for consideration. And staff may want to comment on that, but I'll put that out there. Thank you.
What I'll do is I'm just going to leave that there for the moment. Go back to Councillor Curry, and then you'll have your spot in after Councillor Curry. Councillor Curry, please go ahead.
Sure. I just have really a couple of clarification questions, and I'll be quick. I just want to ask staff, this motion that we have in front of us, was this the original motion, or has this motion ever said, let's go ahead with the entire all phases, and it was changed? Or is this the original recommendation?
Councillor Chair, could you ask Councillor Curry to repeat the question? There's only been one report.
When I heard a delegation, the reason I asked that, I heard a delegation say something like, or one of the comments was made is that comments were changed, or that there was some change in feeling about the recommendation. And so that's just from delegations and questions from councillors that made it confusing for me. So there was never a different motion that the community saw, and now the motion has been changed, or recommendation, sorry, that the community saw, and now it's been changed.
To you, Mr. Chair, I understand the confusion, considering the application has been considered as a whole until the staff report came forward. But of course, we've only made the one recommendation, which is presented before you today for the one tower and rezoning of the park. And of course, that, as we've explained, is because of the remaining concerns about shadowing on the farm for the second phase.
Okay. So I'm a little bit surprised that shadowing on the farm is even considered, because it is something that is not even a planning rationale. However, I thought I also heard staff say that there are other issues with this file. So did I hear that correctly? There are other issues, not just the shadowing. That is the reason, have nothing to do with the farm, just other issues with this file that they think they can work out with the developer, but it's not about just the shadowing.
There are no other issues with this file for the rezoning. There are probably other details that will come forward through the site plan review.
So the only reason this is being held up is because of the possible shadowing on the farm.
Yes.
But nobody has the right to sunlight. It's not a planning rationale that would hold up at the OLT.
Mr. Chair, I'll start off on that. There's no prescriptive right to sunlight. Shadowing is a matter that can be considered as part of a planning application. There are policies in our official plan that speak to shadowing.
Thank you, Mr. Mark. I love everything you say. That is totally right. Except that the only reason this is being held up is for that reason. I can appreciate that people want to mitigate, but that I really thought there were some other things that we were also going to be working out. I just have one last question, and that is, so we understand from staff, and based on what Councillor Kitts is putting forward, there is still no chance that this will come back in January. We have talked January, but recently I heard there's no chance it's going to come back to us in January.
Mr. Chair, if I may clarify, there is no chance that the results of the working group will come back in January. However, the review and the addressing of concerns related to this specific file are independent to that work. And, I appreciate the motion that Councillor Kitts has put on the table. Should that be passed by committee, staff will be before you in January.
Okay. All right. Thank you for all those clarifications.
To clarify, staff would be before us in January with either a recommendation to approve the other two towers or to refuse them, correct?
That is absolutely correct, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Lowe?
Can I hold off until more details about the motion? Were you going to speak on the motion? Because it's sort of related to that. Can we let her go first?
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing.
Oh, okay, he can go. Okay, I'll ask things unrelated to that specific motion from Councillor Kitts, but I stepped up for a few minutes there, so I may have missed an answer to this. One of the comments that the developer mentioned earlier on is they would like to be able to use one of the houses as a construction office of some sort, I believe. And their worry is that the rezoning to 001 would prohibit that, despite your assurance that you'd continue the houses to be continued to use. Wow. You'd continue to allow the houses to be continued to be used as houses. Whatever. You get what I mean. Is construction, so with that rezoning, would one of the two houses be allowed to be used as a construction office? I don't know why I can't talk today.
To Mr. Chair, yes, it would be permitted.
Okay, good. I think my second question would be related to that motion. So I'll yield the floor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lowe. Next, Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair. And I promise I'm not dragging out this meeting any longer than it needs to be. Staff, per their motion, don't have towers B and C included. They've confirmed through Councillor Curry's question. The reason is because of the shadowing. We heard the working group between the city, NCC, and the farm will meet on December 14th. And that meeting is intended to develop, or at least start off, the terms of reference. That meeting would not include a discussion about 780 baseline. Is that correct? Is my understanding correct?
Mr. Chair, I can't say conclusively that the topic won't be raised, but in terms of the intent of the meeting, it is to establish how this working group is going to interact in the future, develop terms of reference.
Okay, so everyone knows that we have a development file on hold, at least towers B and C, that they have a legislative right to have that file or application heard sooner rather than later. We now have a motion on the floor that says we're going to come back and deal with the remaining parts of this application no later than the end of January of 2024. There's some pressure on staff to ensure that your meetings with the working group at least include the 780 baseline file. If we come back at the end of January and staff have not yet had those specific discussions about 780, then why are we delaying this? There will be no added information, new information to provide this committee. So I'm saying I want that conversation to happen. Staff agree it needs to happen because they've deliberately not included it in the recommendation today. They've not included B and C because they want a little bit more time to hammer this out. So I think in the interest of fairness to all parties, that should be the first thing you discuss. And the terms of reference are more macro level. As I've said earlier, we need a macro strategy for the lands that are on the perimeter of the farm. That doesn't have to be ironed out and developed by January. What this committee needs no later than January is more clear recommendation from staff on how to potentially mitigate impacts on the farm. So if committee is prepared to pass Councillor Kitt's motion, I would assume that our expectation is when we meet again on this particular file, we're going to have more information. And we're going to have more information because staff will have met with the farm and the NCC, particularly about this file. So I just wanted to underscore that, Chair, that it's very important that with the limited time that we have, that this particular application be front row center as far as their discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Tierney.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I assume we're allowed to add commentary at this component versus the delegations which you've ruled on. So I will add my commentary. I agree with the councillor that spoke before me. I'm concerned that we are just extending timelines. Look, we talked about striking a committee. It took us, what, 178 days to get a GM or a city manager in place. We still don't have a GM of planning. We're guilty ourselves. In this situation, if they come back, I'm looking at the mover of the motion, Councillor Kitts. When they come back, is this going to be something that will be present on the agenda at your planning committee, Mr. Chair, that we can vote on? Because, you know, if we can find a quick, expeditious way to be able to deal with this, great. I just don't want this to drag out for a year like we've seen on other things. You can't preach and not, either you support building housing or you don't. So I don't know, Councillor Kitts, if you wanted to, if there's an amendment or something that should be added that basically says that says this will come back and we'll re-litigate this matter in January to add 2 and 3, or is this just about us striking a committee? Because I'm not really comfortable with that.
If I may, if Councillor Kitts's motion passes, staff will be compelled to come back to us in January with a recommendation to either approve or refuse the remaining 2 towers. If that recommendation comes back as a recommendation to refuse, this committee has the ability to go counter to that and recommend to council approval, and vice versa. If staff recommend approval, this committee will have the ability to recommend otherwise to City Council. So in January, if Councillor Kitts's motion passes, we will be voting on a recommendation with respect to phases 2 and 3.
Excellent news, Mr. Chair. So less than 45 days from now, we'll be able to make that decision. I think that is a fair amount of time, as much as I prefer just to plow ahead. The previous counselor that spoke also indicated his concern that this could extend. But we have to be prudent in how we do this. So I will support Councillor Kitt's motion, knowing that we have the opportunity to approve 2 and 3 before the end of January. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. I am looking to see if there are any other questions or hands up, and I don't see any. Nope. Okay, we're going to move on to some voting. That's my favorite part of the meeting, is voting on things. I love it. It's great. So I know we have the 2 Gower motions. Both are technical. Is there any amendment to either of those motions as a result of further discussions? Yeah, are the 2 Gower motions passed? Carried. Thank you. So then I'm trying to think of the best order to put this in. Let's first deal with the Kitts motion, so that if the amended report is carried, then they'll have to deal with the further approvals in January. Is the Kitts motion carried? Unanimous?
Carried.
Thank you.
Carried.
Excellent. And is the report as amended carried? All right.
Carried.
Colleagues, thank you very much. Excellent discussion again. And I do want to express my thanks as well, once again, to AAFC for taking the time out of their day with a senior level leadership to chat with us. That is appreciated. Folks, let's take 20 minutes, 25 minutes. What time is it? It's 12:15. Yeah, let's come back at 12:45.
Quick question, Mr. Chair. Where
yeah.
does it fall? So we're going to budgets, and I believe the Menard motion being moved by, forgive me, I forget who's doing it. That will be dealt with after the budget?
Yep. We're going to deal with
I have some strong
I
questions
believe we're
on
receiving
that.
a presentation on the long-range financial plan, and then we'll move on to the trust or motion on behalf of Councillor Menard. Then Councillor Gower has a notice of motion, and then we'll adjourn. And this is I know Bill 109 means that we have to have the ability to meet every 2 weeks without fail, but thanks to the great work of our committee coordinator, Kelly, this will be our last meeting of 2023. I'll see everyone at 12:45. Thank you. Members, we're going to get back underway as soon as Kelly lets me know that we have quorum. I'm halfway eaten. I ate half a sandwich. If you're in your office listening to when we start, hustle on down, take your seat. Okay, we have quorum. Moving into the second half for everyone who enjoys, as I do, voting on things. We've got more of it coming. Roadmap motions. There's procedure. You can't just carry it. Call the question, eh? I dare you. Call the question. Item 5.1 is the 2024 draft operating and capital budgets for the Planning and Housing Committee. Who's going to start us off? So, Mr. Herwire, we are in your hands.
We could get the presentation up.
Sorry, I've been rushing Kelly on this one. It'll be up in a moment.
All good. Right. My slide says good morning, but it's clearly good afternoon.
Correction.
Correction. My name is Don Herwire. I'm currently the General Manager of Planning, Real Estate, and Economic Development. Today, I'll be presenting the draft 2024 Planning and Housing Committee budget. Also presenting with me today is Cyril Rogers from our finance team and Clara Friere from Community and Social Services. As well, I just want to let you know that we have others on hand if there are questions, and they include, on my right, Paul Levine, Director of Housing, Lauren Reeves, Manager of Affordable Housing is online, David Wise from our Economic Development Long Range Planning Team, Court Curry, John Buck, Derek Moody, Charmaine Forgy, and Gary Baker on development charges. Next slide. So just in terms of the agenda this afternoon, we'll be going through the operating and capital budget summaries. focusing on various service areas. And just a reminder in terms of our term of council priorities and some of those key investments you'll hear more about. And I won't repeat them. I think everyone knows them well, but they're on the slide in front of you. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Clara, who's going to have a few words on the affordable housing piece, who will then turn it over to Cyril to go over the financials.
Thank you, Don, and good afternoon, committee. And Chair, if you'll indulge, I'll just open with a couple of words in terms of affordable housing, and then Paul Levine will accompany Don for the presentation. So as the affordable housing team, we're very pleased to be here today in support of the affordable housing budget as part of the budget before you, as well as you receive a brief update on our long-range financial plan. And I want to thank in particular Cyril and Don and their teams for their collaboration and commitment as we move forward to increase the affordable housing in Ottawa. I would like to acknowledge our housing services team, in particular, the affordable housing branch, and thank them for their commitment and very heavy lifting. As you know, and I've mentioned before, we know we're in a housing and homelessness crisis. And this is exacerbated by inflationary increases and increases in the price of land and building and borrowing costs. Yet we continue to fund and facilitate affordable housing, nonprofit housing. As an example, we have pre-development work currently underway for 414 affordable housing units with total projects under construction totaling 752 units and funding commitments for another 388 units. All this done in collaboration with Ottawa Community Housing and over 50 nonprofit housing partners. I am proud that the city is doing its part. You'll hear today how, compared to other municipalities, we are one of the leaders in demonstrating our commitment to building affordable housing. In the budget, if approved, we will have the runway we need to continue advocating with the federal and provincial governments for their shares. On the operational side, we're also very committed as a municipality. We were here yesterday presenting our CSSD budget that has millions of municipal funds dedicated to improving access to housing options and providing support for people so they can find the housing they need. Addressing chronic homelessness is a full court press, as this affordable housing budget and LRFP are two tools that we need to keep going.
Our team is committed to provide affordable housing. I think this is very important. We have a global vision. We also want to put an end to chronic homelessness. We will be working on it over the next few years.
To create more supportive housing units, to accommodate the increasing number of people in shelters and other living outside who require supportive housing or housing with supports. We are investing in over 80 units as I speak and are in the pre-development stage, 148 units under construction and another 184 units where funding has been committed. We are also actively acquiring with the acquisition of Kilbourne, as you're very familiar, as an example, to create a future supportive housing hub, and more recently negotiating for a home so that we can increase options for homeless migrants and newcomers. Pour surveiller ces progrès, nous allons créer un groupe de travail.
To ensure our progress, we will have a working group within the different services that will be working.
Our department, CSSC, are forming an internal affordable housing task force. This task force will increase our collaboration, strengthen our partnership and ability to respond to sector needs. We continue to look forward to this work, to work diligently with our colleagues, community partners, and council to advance affordable housing and promote the equity of access for all residents. Thank you for the opportunity to open today.
Thank you, Clara, and thank you, Chair, and welcome, committee. So just as a reminder, once we get through this presentation, we're going to go right into the long-range financial plan refresh presentation because they're both nicely aligned for an update. So we'll take the questions or delegations after that, I guess. So next slide, please. So again, consistent, I've lost track in what number of committee we're at, but this is a consistent format that you've seen from me over the past 2-3 weeks. So this committee, what you see in front of you today is the Planning and Housing Committee budget. It's a total of $108 million, touching on affordable housing that Clara mentioned, and then the other components of right-of-way and planning in Don's shop. So overall, the budget does add 6.82 FTEs in 2024. There's an additional FTE in housing. There's 2 additional FTEs in economic development. And then the residual 3.82 is additional resources, mainly in the rural hub area of the budget. We do have three capital projects. The main one being the affordable housing contribution of 23.8, just from the capital component here. I'll speak a little later in terms of some of the other investments that goes along with this. And then we have 2 small projects. There's funding in place for our DC background study that's to be updated in 2024. And then we have some residual funding for the LMS project that's ongoing. Next slide, please. So on this slide, this is the different service areas that roll up into this committee's budget. So if you look across the bottom, there's kind of some, I'll call it wonky ups and downs. But in context, the roll up is increasing by 335%. It's all in context. The main driver there is you will see an $800K investment into the byward market strategy. That's what's driving that. So when you look at a smaller type budget, that kind of skews the percentages a little bit. On the planning side of the equation, so the majority of planning is recovered from user fees. There is components of the cost budget that don't roll into this component of the planning budget that we recover from fees. So it looks like it's going down, but it's just that the planning fees are going up slightly higher than the planning operation expenditure side. But there's expenses outside of the planning budget that we need to account for in the planning fees. So it's not like it's necessarily going down on a true basis. From a building code perspective, this is one of the restricted reserves where building code funds building codes, much like parking that you would have seen in the transportation committee. All the expenditures are funded through the building code reserves. That's why you see a 0% change. On the economic development, long-range financial planning, as I mentioned yesterday, I would like to highlight a key point in this budget as well. We do have $235,000 worth of savings in our professional services budget. We reallocated that to professional staff, internal staff. So again, this is another example where we're able to leverage our existing budgets. We're reducing the reliance on external consultants. We reduced that budget. We added that back to bring 2 FTEs in 2024. It gives us a better service delivery, self-funding, if you will. On the housing side, again, that increase is driven by 3 components. We are continuing to make our base budget contribution increase by $1 million per year. So this year is another year of a $1 million contribution increase to the base going into the housing reserve that then funds the capital. We also have the additional FTE that I spoke to on a previous slide, and then there's additional $400K towards housing and homeless programs. So that's where that increase is driven from there. Next slide, please. Quickly on this slide, I kind of spoke to it again. There's three projects, and one is in the top part of the equation, which is the funding for our DC background update. The second one is our affordable housing, and then the last one works out where it's the additional investments for LMS. So real simple from that perspective. The next slide is the important slide. So I kind of went a little quickly in the previous slides. So if you go to the next slide, I kind of alluded to this a little bit yesterday, where the housing investments are kind of scattered because of our committee structure and of course because of the back end structure and how we fund things. So this is an important slide to kind of highlight the investments that we're seeing from our budget. And I didn't present this yesterday because yesterday I wanted to make sure we focus on the community social services component, which is the top part. Now that's through, now we can layer in the next part of the cake, if you will. So the top part you would have seen yesterday is the $204 million budget that we have in the community social services budget. Again, some highlights that we talked about yesterday was the $5 million for transitional housing, brand new base investment in 2024. Now today, what you're seeing is the affordable housing component of the budget. So if you look at the budget book in this budget committee, if you go to one of the details, you'll see a $10.2 million investment. How that breaks down is the $1.4 million, that's operating funding for the housing and homeless program. So we do have staff and funding that supports that. Then $9 million of that 10 comes out and goes into our housing reserve. And from there, that's how we start funding our capital projects. That's the $23.8 million capital project that you'll see, and I spoke to earlier. In addition to that, we also have $3 million worth of development charge exemptions that we allocate towards those that are applicable to exemptions for affordable housing. And in addition to that, we also have $2.4 million worth of land that we're going to be donating to affordable housing development. So when you roll that together, really, that core investment is just over $30 million in terms of the different pieces of the pie. The $3 million development fees and DC exemption, that budget resides over in FinCorp and non-departmental. So that's why I'm kind of bringing it together today to kind of show the little pieces in one view. In addition to that, we do have our housing reserve. That current balance at the end of 2024 is projected to be 9 million. And Isabel and Paul speak to that in a little bit more detail when they go through the long-range financial plan. But our practice is not to drain our reserves right down, because we need reserves for two main reasons. And I don't want to speak for what Isabel might speak to, but it's a backstop for contingency. As shovels go in the ground, if Claire and team find out there's issues as development is going along, we can always come back to that just in case there's escalation or contingency. But we also use it to kind of smooth out our investment. So as opposed to have a lumpy 30 million one year, 20 the next year, 15 up and down, we try and get to a more predictable, stable funding. So what you're going to see in Isabel's presentation is we're trying to get to that stable 25 million. And we use reserves to kind of help us smooth that out as a risk mitigation to kind of have more predictable funding, which is easier for us to kind of plan from a capital perspective. So that kind of wraps up my side. I'm going to pass over to Paul to speak to the housing budget itself, which might be repetitive.
Thanks, Cyril. Next slide, please. Thank you, Chair. So we are at a unique point in time where there are several key initiatives and potential funding opportunities that are underway and need to be included in the refresh of the Housing Services Long-Range Financial Plan. Within 3 to 4 months, we will be able to present a more relevant and informed financial picture of housing services, operating and capital requirements. Housing services staff, in collaboration with other city staff, the Emergency Shelter Crisis Task Force Council, are also actively exploring various opportunities. We are actively working on costing associated with transitional housing, which have both operating and capital implications on the LRFP. This includes the council-approved acquisition of 1245 Kilbourne, a future supportive housing hub under the Integrated Transition to Housing Strategy. We're also looking at costing of transitional housing options for both families and singles in leased and potentially owned facilities. Our previous LRFP had a goal of 5,000 units within 10 years. With the council-approved housing pledge aligning with the provincial government's target, we need to review this service delivery goal in the LRFP. Additionally, we also need to incorporate the impact of the Housing Accelerator Fund should we receive it. Innovative financing options. The city's finance department is actively looking at innovative financing options with key partners like Ottawa Community Housing to address new affordable housing equity gaps in the LRFP. Funding from our provincial and federal partners is crucial to the success of the LRFP, including operating funding that's the responsibility of those levels. Significant advocacy continues, including the following: the Provincial Homelessness Prevention Plan funding, the Federal Homelessness Funding, and the Interim Housing Assistance Program federal funding for refugees and claimants. Other opportunities as they arise, we take advantage of every other opportunities as they arise to raise our concerns and our need for additional funding here in Ottawa. As you know, the tax incentive equivalent grant that was recently brought forward as part of the Community Improvement Plan for Affordable Housing. There's cost implications associated with that program that may need to be factored into the new LRFP. I'll now turn it back to Cyril for the next slide.
Thanks. Thanks, Paul. I'll take this one. So just some highlights in terms of the 2024 budget in terms of PRED. We have a $150,000 allocation to complete our development charge background study. As you likely know, the current development charge bylaw is scheduled to expire in May of May of 2024. We also have identified funds to continue the rollout of our land management system, which is a key pillar to the department's, modernization in terms of that development tracking, interaction with the public, and just replacing our map system. As Cyril noted, there's also a $800,000 request in terms of supporting the Byward Market initiatives. And Cyril also mentioned there was a $4.3 million piece that's arising from Bill 109 and Bill 23. That's, again, largely funded through application fees. So those are the highlights. I think I'll turn it over now to, back to Isabel and Paul. We're going to walk through the long-range financial plan.
Yeah, so Chair, maybe as the next presentation is being loaded up, just a few opening remarks. So as you recall, I did commit in 2023 budget process that we would be coming back with an update to the long range financial plan. And that's what we're doing. We're here today with a refresh. We're committed to the full update by Q2 2024. Paul kind of spoke to a few things, and Isabel will probably speak to a few things as well. It's been a very challenging year, obviously, from an affordable housing perspective, equally as challenging or more challenging for us to nail down true core financial assumptions, because every day, whether there's a new bill or new announcement or waiting for announcement, it just made it too tenuous to try and nail down a real plan. That's why the focus, we shifted our focus more on, okay, the immediate things we can do today for the immediate short term, which is the 2024 budget. And then we're going to refine that and come back in Q2 2024. So today is basically an update on where we're at and kind of idea of how we got to where we are, and then where we're going to go and how we're going to get there for Q2 2024. So with that, I'll pass over to Isabel and Paul.
Thank you, Cyril. So I'm Isabel Jasmine, Deputy City Treasurer, Corporate Finance, and I'm here today with Paul Levine, Director Housing, to present an update on to the Housing Long Range Financial Plan. Today's presentation is an interim update and not intended to be the revised and final plan. La présentation d'aujourd'hui est une mise à jour intermédiaire et n'est pas destinée à constituer le plan.
This is not the final plan.
Initiatives underway that will help to clarify the overall funding need, which will inform the final plan. In this presentation, we will be clarifying the scope of this update. Oh, next slide, sorry. The scope of this update, a revised funding plan for 2024 to 2027 as input to the draft 2024 Affordable Housing Capital Plan, budget, a comparison of Ottawa's investment in affordable housing with other municipalities across the country, an overview of the initiatives that are still in progress that will need to be concluded in order to finalize the Housing Long-Range Financial Plan, a summary of the key financial factors that have changed since the last LRFP, increasing the need for more funding, an overview of provincial and federal funding programs to date and going forward, and finally a timeline and next steps to finalize the Housing Long-Range Financial Plan for the City of Ottawa. Next slide. We've included in today's update what is known so far. We have good information on the municipal funding available for capital funding for affordable housing and the capital cost requirement increases since 2021. What is still to come is more information on the capital requirements for new transitional housing facilities. We are still assessing the operating budget requirements for new housing subsidies and funding requirements for supportive housing and the new transitional housing facilities. We are also waiting for more details on funding from the Housing Accelerator Fund and other funding programs. So today's update addresses just the municipal portion of the funding plan for new affordable housing units in 2024, and everything else on the right-hand side of the slide will be addressed in the full refresh of the housing LRFP that we expect to finalize and present to Committee and Council by Q2 2024. La mise à jour d'aujourd'hui n'apporte donc que sur la partie.
Today's update is dealing only with the municipal part of the long-term financial plan, and the rest on the right will be raised again in Q2 2024.
So this slide provides an overview of the revised funding plan for affordable housing capital. The 2024 draft budget includes 21.8 million in capital funding for new affordable housing units funded from various sources. Due to the recent approval by council for the allocation of air rights revenue from Lansdowne to affordable housing, we are able to increase the budgeted allocation in 2024 to 23.8 million and gradually increasing it to 25 million by 2027. The 2024 allocation is a significant increase from 2023 of 49%. It is important to note that in just a few short years since 2019, it is a 2,280% increase. Prior to 2021, we did not have a financing plan in place for affordable housing capital, and we're contributing on average $1 million in capital funding annually from the Housing Reserve. Starting in 2019 and in 2020, Council had approved $15 million annually, primarily from one-time sources such as operating reserves, and had fully drawn down both the Housing Reserve and the Affordable Housing Development Charges reserves. In 2020, $1 million was added to the capital base annual budget for affordable housing as an ongoing funding source from taxation. And in the 2021 budget, that amount was increased fivefold to $6 million. That base funding is identified by the blue section of each bar in the graph and was established to ensure more stable and predictable funding for this program. The 2021 LRFP recommended increasing this base by $1 million annually and will increase to $9 million in 2024 and $12 million by 2027. The most significant changes in the funding strategy since 2021 that has allowed us to increase the budget to 23.8 million is the introduction of the vacant unit tax and allocating 100% of those estimated revenues to affordable housing. Projections for this new source of revenue range between 7 to 9 million annually, as compared to the 1 million that was estimated in the 2021 LRFP. The other change that was the elimination of the housing development charge due to Bill 23. In 2021, we had expected to increase this revenue to 2 million annually, and unless the province makes us whole from the elimination of this development charge, we cannot count on this source of funds going forward. We have included an estimate for the new community benefit charge allocation to affordable housing of about 400,000 per year. We are expecting approximately 2.4 million in 2025 from the Lansdowne air rights revenue and 7.4 million in 2027. These would be contributed to the reserves, including the vacant unit tax and other sources of additional funding, and the reserves would be used to maintain the expected funding levels over time while continuing to increase the base budget. In this revised funding plan, we are using cash reserves to smooth out the annual contribution to provide more predictable funding and eliminate the dependence on debt funding to achieve that smoothing. Debt funding has been eliminated as a source of funding from this plan since the vacant unit tax has now helped to provide the additional funding and funding predictability sought. Next slide. Over and above the annual contribution to capital of 23.8 million, which represents a 49% increase in funding from the previous year, there are other investments that the city is making towards additional affordable housing units. En plus de la contribution annuelle au capital de 23,8 millions de dollars, qui représente une augmentation de 49% du financement par rapport à l'année précédente, la ville effectue d'autres investissements.
The city will also have other investments in affordable housing.
Housing and homeless programs. The city provides an exemption to housing providers of non-transit development charges and development fees estimated at 3 million annually. And based on recent and planned contributions of donated land, we contribute on average an additional 2.4 million in land value for an overall total contribution of 30.6 million estimated for 2024. It is important to note that Ottawa Community Housing, which is 100% owned by the city, is also estimated to capitalize 98 million and 64 million in new affordable housing construction in 2023 and 2024 respectively. Next slide. The City of Ottawa is very much on par, if not ahead, of other municipalities in terms of providing capital funding for affordable housing. Investments in other municipalities tend to be lumpy and in some cases front-ended with diminishing investments in later years for their 10-year plan. The City of Ottawa, on the other hand, has a funding plan to establish consistent, predictable funding over our 10-year plan. For comparison purposes, therefore, we captured the average annual capital investment plan for each of these municipalities over the next 4 years compared to the City of Ottawa average over the same time period. As you can see from this graph, the City of Ottawa is at the top end of investments for affordable housing across the country. Comme vous pouvez constater sur le graphique, la Ville d'Ottawa se classe en tête des investissements dans le logement abordable à travers le pays. I will now pass the you already went through this section, so we'll skip the next slide because Paul covered that in the last presentation. And we can go to the slide after. So this slide summarizes some of the key assumptions we have been able to finalize up to now. Some of the key financial assumptions that have changed since 2021 include the cost of construction, which has increased by 25 to 35% since 2021. The cost of borrowing has also increased from 1.5% to 5%, which has led to a decrease in borrowing power of 22%, and essentially increasing the amount of cash contribution required. With these two financial implications combined, the equity requirement from all levels of the government has increased almost threefold. On the revenue side, the most significant assumptions changes have been the elimination of the housing development charge, which has been more than offset by the introduction of the vacant unit tax allocated to affordable housing. Next slide. So this slide provides an example of the impact that the increase in construction costs and increase in borrowing rates have had on the equity funding required. This is an example only for an average affordable unit. Development costs per unit in 2021 would have been estimated at $338,000 and is now estimated at $450,000. Financing available is now reduced by an average of $60,000 per unit, which is increasing the equity required per unit by $172,000 in this example. Therefore, the overall requirement has increased by approximately 126%. The funding strategy associated with this increased requirement will be developed as part of the next step initiatives described by Paul. And once we have a better idea of the funding that will be available from senior levels of government, which Paul will explain in the next few slides.
Thank you. Thank you, Isabelle. Nous avons reçu 49,5
We received $49.5 million in provincial investment funds over the three first years of the plan, 21 to 23. The funding for social services was a one-time funding, just like the priority events, for an amount of $22.4 million. We receive continuous funding for the priority regions of Ontario, totaling $5.7 million in 2024, but we need more commitments from the province. We will continue to plead for a financial commitment, capital commitment from our provincial partners based on our financial plan objectives.
Next slide, please. We received $57 million in federal capital funding for new affordable and supportive housing in the last 3 years of the LRFP from 2021 to 2023. The funding under rapid housing initiatives was one funding in 2021 and 2023, totaling $40.9 million, and there are no confirmed future allocations. Our community partners continue to access the National Housing Co-Investment Program for givable loan or funded projects. This program will be available until 2028. We are looking forward to receiving notification of the results of our Housing Accelerator Fund application, which will be instrumental in expediting both market housing and affordable housing development in Ottawa. We continue to advocate for long-term capital funding commitment from federal partners that aligns with our LRFP objectives of building new affordable and supportive housing units. Thank you. That is the end of our presentation. I was keeping you in suspense.
Yeah. Just a sudden end there. Excellent. Thank you very much for both presentations. And I also just want to say Thank you very much, Clara, for kicking the overall budget discussion off with that emphasis on affordable housing. Staff, the mayor, this committee, council are focused on affordable housing and particularly deeply affordable housing. So I think the presentation, the note that you struck there was exactly the right one. Thank you. We have a number of delegations, I believe 9 of them, to speak to us about the budget. We'll have an opportunity to ask about the LRFP and the budget of staff once the public delegations are done. And we're going to kick things off great with Katie Burkholder-Harris with the Alliance to End Homelessness Ottawa. One of the city's most effective advocates on behalf of affordable housing. Whenever you're ready, no rush for a presentation around 5 minutes.
Sorry?
We're ready when you are.
Okay.
5 minutes.
All right. Well, good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. As you know, the Alliance to End Homelessness represents over 75 members in the housing and homelessness sector in Ottawa. On behalf of our members, thank you for the biggest increase that we have seen in this budget in years. We are very excited about it. And I have to say, now I get to ask for more, but it is an encouraging piece, and the sector, I would say, feels relief at seeing this budget item go up. So thank you so much. We're also encouraged by the introduction of the vacant unit tax this past year as a new source of revenue for affordable housing. This funding is obviously vital to our ongoing efforts to provide long-term affordable housing options, and I encourage you to ensure that all of it is used for affordable nonprofit housing. We know that the only way to truly end homelessness and tackle the housing crisis is through nonprofit housing. It will be the most cost-effective use of our resources to create truly affordable units in perpetuity. The market can't deliver the level of affordability that we know our community needs. A 1-bedroom in Ottawa is $2,000 a month. I know you hear me say that all of the time, but CMHC data from 2021 shows that for an Ottawa household making up to $82K, the absolute max that they can pay for rent is $2,100, let alone if a household needs more than 1 bedroom. The housing and homelessness crisis is no longer impacting those who have low and very low incomes only. It's impacting middle-class households unable to get into homeownership. It is impacting students unable to find affordable rental and increasingly showing up in our shelters. It is impacting seniors unable to downsize. It impacts families struggling every month as they choose between rent and food. And it continues to impact people experiencing homelessness, where the housing crisis is increasingly a life or death issue. Serious investment in nonprofit housing is critical to reversing this trend. Earlier this week, the Canadian Housing Renewal Association released a report showing that if Canada reached the OECD average of nonprofit stock of 7%, we would add between $63 to $167 billion to the economy. Nonprofit housing is the smartest return on investment we can make. In previous deputations, I've cited the common 1-to-7 ratio. For every 1 new unit of affordable housing, we lose 7 low-cost private market rentals. Sadly, the new numbers are in, and they are much, much worse. In Ottawa, we lose 31 affordable units for every 1 built. I see shock on some councillors' faces, and it should be shocking. An acquisition, we're losing units far faster than we can possibly build. We're not even treading water, we are drowning. The only way to combat this seriously is through increased funding for nonprofits, and specifically for nonprofit acquisitions. An acquisition means that your door price goes from $500,000 or $550,000 to $350,000. It is cost effective. It grows nonprofit stock without the lengthy timeline of a new build. It provides opportunities to leverage additional equity for more nonprofit housing. And in many cases, these buildings are filled with people who have lived there for years and are paying very low rent because the unit's not turned over. These are the households with very few, if any, private market rental options left. They are at serious risk of homelessness should they lose their housing due to a dumb eviction. As much as housing people experiencing homelessness is critical, ensuring that people stay housed is equally important to reduce further flow into the shelter system. Over the next number of years, Ottawa will lose many existing shelter beds in our system because of buildings reaching the end of their life cycle. This, along with projected increases of inflow into the system, means that we will be hundreds of beds short. I know in moments like these, when the city has declared an emergency shelter task force and we are seeing higher demand than ever before, that we want to plan for the worst case scenario. Respectfully, if we do this, we are planning for failure. We are planning to not hit our targets, and we are planning on homelessness only growing. Part of ending homelessness actually means believing that it can end and building our policies around that belief. In that vein, I urge you to further increase the capital budget to $30 million. The time for ambition in affordable housing is now. The alignment and commitment from other levels of government are the highest they have been in 40 years. More money at every level means that we can build at scale. This is doable. It requires smart planning and strategic investment. Nonprofit housing, both new builds and acquisitions, are the smartest forms of investment we can make in our city's response to homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Katie. Ariel?
I thought I heard you say 31 lost for every unit we built yesterday at Planning and Housing, and I thought I heard wrong. So just to clarify, where is that number coming from?
Steve Pomeroy's newest numbers.
Okay.
And just to give you context, it's 2011 to 2021, and it's $1,000 or less. There's no 750 rentals left anymore.
Yeah, okay. So yes, I agree. I'm very excited to see we have almost a 50% increase in our capital spend. But my question is, do you think that's ambitious enough?
Well, I
tackle the challenge we have.
I say let's always be more ambitious. I think it's really exciting to see capital budgets with Ottawa as the #2 city, given our per capita. That's pretty exciting, but let's be more ambitious. And the reason for that really is we don't know if there's a change in federal government, what this is going to look like in terms of more further funding. We have sort of a 1.5 to 2 year window where we can really take advantage. And I mean, as you know, an additional 5 million, 10 million is good. But if you're stacking that with many other millions of dollars, you can start to build at scale. And that's the piece that I think we need to take advantage of right now.
So in terms of the circular argument that we get into very often in this committee and at council is we want to show our ambition so we attract investment, but we don't want to invest too much so that we're usurping the role of what the feds and the provinces should really be doing. And I would argue that this has had us in a deadlock for 30 years since the feds significantly pulled out of building affordable housing. So I'm just wondering if you have examples from other cities of where you think the ambition on the city level matched the need and therefore attracted more investment.
I hate to say it, but shame is a very effective tactic in politics. And it's certainly what I've seen. I mean, Alberta definitely comes out of the gate, but there's some Ontario examples too. Huntsville, you see small communities that basically have gone to the wall and they've said, we're going to do everything that we can possibly do. And dear other levels of government, your turn to step up. And it does look embarrassing when a city has done everything it can possibly do. But definitely that is the story with Alberta. And the 7 cities in Alberta were really strategic in that individually they were starting to get really aligned on their homelessness strategy. Then they proceeded to congregate their data. And so they started to have results that said, we've reduced policing costs by 71% because we've invested in housing first. So they made the case to government with that collaboration as well. But again, I think the thing about housing and homelessness is it's a complex issue that when you look at it, even at a provincial and a federal level, it's too big sometimes to get your head around. And that's not to say that leadership has to come from the feds, but when local communities do it, they can kind of get their arms around it in a way that's very difficult for other levels of government to do. So I do find there is a pattern in Canada of seeing a local community do that driving towards solutions and then getting the other levels of government to the table as a result.
Yeah, for the record, I looked it up. Calgary made a $30 million investment out of taxpayer money in 2023. They attracted $200,000 from the Housing Accelerator Fund, and then their 2024 budget is a $49 million a year spend on capital alone. So that's just for comparison. Okay, final question. I'm very passionate about the issue of housing acquisition. I see we have Mike from the Land Trust here, so I know we'll talk more about it. But I'm just wondering if you could give an example of of a city in Canada that is doing housing acquisition well, so we can have a sense of where we might start?
It's a great question. I feel like Mike is probably a much better position to answer that. I mean, I think the Vancouver Land Trust has done that kind of thing, but it's more with nonprofits that were already operating. I don't really know the best example. Parkdale Community Land Trust has also done a recent acquisition of some good buildings. But I mean, the thing about Toronto too is they have the policy framework and the mechanism to actually enable an acquisition. And I think that's the piece that we need to figure out and make sure we're doing and preparing for in Ottawa, certainly in conversations with other levels of government, local advocates here, including with, PMO and CMHC, are having discussions that this is something that is going to be anticipated probably in the next budget or so. And so how are we setting ourselves up as a city to make sure that we can actually flow that money effectively?
Thank you. And thank you for everything you do for our city. I feel like we keep meeting this way at committee.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Troster. Conseiller Plante.
Oui, merci. Bonjour, Katie.
Hello, Katie. Thank you.
Probably not as much as Councillor Troster with acquisitions, only because in my wonderful, beautiful ward, we do have a lot of these low-rise, 3-level, kind of sometimes 4-level apartments, and they're kind of getting scooped up and oddly are being torn down to build like either duplexes or homes, which I find kind of interesting because you figured they'd want to keep it as affordable apartments, but that's another discussion, I'm sure. But I was just wondering, could you back up just for 1 minute? Because I always like to kind of take things to basics, but can you explain what a demoviction versus a renoviction is?
Yeah, I mean, so a demoviction would be the case of a developer buying a building and then basically, demolishing it in order to most likely build more expensive units in there. Versus a renoviction, which is, again, you could have renovations that are, serious enough that you'd have to have a tenant move out, but there is potential that they could move back in.
And then in the province of Ontario, is there a requirement, and I know we're not real estate lawyers here, but to your knowledge, is there a requirement to find on behalf of the landlord or the city an equivalent apartment at an equivalent price when there's a renoviction or demoviction?
So I think what's interesting is the equivalent price is the challenge here, in that that's not actually required. Toronto has actually taken a step further and made that part of how they deal with renovictions and demovictions, but it's not, to my knowledge, under the Residential Tenancies Act. But there is a requirement to either buy somebody out or give them a certain number of months of rent, or the freedom to move back in. But it's still often, I think there's unofficial tactics sometimes of we're just going to have a really long process that it would be very difficult for a tenant to say, okay, I'll leave for 6 months and come back.
And that is assuming they even find something in their neighborhood or in their price point, et cetera. Okay, so just going to pivot a bit. So I had sort of told you about a book I'm reading, which I'm really loving right now, called Homelessness is a Housing Issue, which seems really straightforward, but he sort of goes into one of the examples I really love from this book is West Virginia. It's an American book. And the guy talks about how West Virginia, even though they have super high rates of addiction and poverty, everybody is housed because the housing stock is so robust there that you can get like a 1-bedroom for $300 a month. And so while there is like some social problems there, they're not as pronounced, or they're not on the street, or people aren't suffering in as much as coastal places like Portland or San Diego, because everybody has a roof over their head. And I was just wondering if you could talk about how having a roof over your head helps stabilize people, the housing first that you talked about in your comments.
So I would put that back to councillors. How well could any of us do if we didn't have a roof over our head? Would I be able to get up in the morning and somehow get my kid to daycare and somehow get to my job or finish this last minute deputation if I didn't actually have a home? And, just in a common sense way, we do housing first. It's evidence-based. Sometimes it feels self-explanatory. Of course, ending homelessness starts with having a home or having housing first. And, being successful in life and thriving requires housing. It requires a home, sense of belonging that comes with that.
Great. Thank you so much. Just wanted to thank you again for being here. I always love having these deep dives and sometimes these superficial explanatory sort of chats as well. I really appreciate everything you do in this sector. It's really important. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, conseiller. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Katie, you are tremendous. What you do, you really know the file. And last week, myself and Councillor, Councillor Johnson, we were on the Hill, and the entire focus, almost entirely, was on housing and getting more money for rapid housing, getting things in place. We've had a lot of frustration because there's certain municipalities that have been granted money. We feel and I'll save some questions from staff. We have a lot of applications that we've been trying to put in. We haven't been given a fair shake. Just if you can expand, that seems to be the word of the day, on, do you feel that Ottawa is not getting its fair shake from a federal provincial perspective when it comes to money from the federal and provincial governments?
Yeah, that's a really complicated question. I mean, I think we know politically at this stage, at least with the Housing Accelerator Fund, there is a very deliberate process in naming communities individually and expecting very specific certain things. And I know we're obviously in the midst of an important comprehensive zoning bylaw review. And I think the policy arguments make a ton of sense coming from Ottawa, but politically, I do wonder that we are endangering ourselves as a city by not necessarily going further and pushing farther by being as aggressive as we can. And I know there's always concern around NIMBYism. I understand that. The election's 2.5 years away. It's fine. People forget these things, and often when neighbors move in, they realize that they're neighbors, and that's a less scary thing. But yeah, I don't know if I'm responded effectively. There's also the political concerns around, Ottawa's representation provincially, which is obviously a dynamic that we struggle with. We saw this with the HPP funding. So no, we're not getting a fair shake, but I also think that we need to do everything we can to push ourselves. And I think there's space. I think there's room for us to do more. So let's do that.
And on that, just as a follow-up, I'm not trying to box you in, but I think this is like your words, not mine. Making noise about it actually delivers dollars. It really does. And our MP in the area, former minister, but now MP Mona Fortier, has been advocating. We've put in 2 applications, and I think we're on our 3rd. I'll ask staff about this, about senior, Indigenous, low-income funding and a food cupboard that is shovel-ready, that we've been rejected time and again. Do you feel that this is like, what checkbox am I missing on this one? Is this not something that should be approved like yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak to that specific application. That's exceedingly frustrating. I just know my sense from the HAF discussions and sort of what's happening across the country is they want more. So what do they want that we're not doing? Are they being explicit enough in what they want? And if they're not, we need to push them to be more explicit, because there's political or policy or otherwise, there's reason for why that hasn't yet happened. And I think we need to push them on why it's not happening yet.
I love working with you. This is terrific. And this is a final question, and I don't want to create any kind of problems here. I'm just trying to find, so obviously when we amalgamated as a city, there were separate charters put together. So we always hear about Ottawa Community Housing, which is terrific. I served on the board. They got a great backbone, security, the Northgate system. They got a whole bunch of stuff, but they also left all the other smaller providers kind of on their own. And it's always a challenge. Do you think the city of Ottawa would benefit? And I know I'm going to get some hate mail here. It's an unpopular decision, but we have a great machine in Ottawa Community Housing. I'm looking at Teresa. Would we benefit if the province would to amalgamate those charters so we could have greater strength in purchasing, security, and all the things we do really well with the Ottawa Community Housing Group? And that's not poo-pooing Gloucester Housing, which is mine. They're terrific. But let's face it, they've established a really good ground game.
I mean, I think what's really interesting in the sector right now is that the sector is having this conversation and trying to figure out, our individual co-op models may not always be sustainable. You have generational turnover in terms of executive directors, which is important. And just a recognition, with 5% inflation increase and all of these pieces, that we need to figure out a sustainable financial model. I've said a number of times, increasingly my sense is there's 3 pathways for scale in the city. One is absolutely OCH, such a fantastic partner. Also, I would say a fantastic partner across the country as a community housing provider. The other is CCOC. They also do slightly different, but also really critical work and can do at scale. And the third is the land trust. I'm glad Mike is coming after, because that's the conversation I'm starting to hear from providers of, hey, we both have a 10 unit or a 50 unit or a 60 unit building, but is there a way that we could maybe leverage our assets better, especially as buildings come to the end of their life cycle? And so I think that's a really important conversation. And I think it's an active one here. And Ottawa, if nothing else, we are a very collaborative community. And I think there's a real openness to that conversation. And I just see less and less sort of territory dynamics. I just see people who are like, let's just get the job done. Let's just solve problems.
Totally agree. Thank you so much for your delegation today.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chair. Just to follow up, I agree with Kate. It's fairly collaborative. Obviously, Ottawa Community Housing is by far the largest. So volume is easier for us, but total respect for our partners. We're all at the same game, affordable housing. One thing that concerns me is the province is talking about housing, but not affordable housing. And that concerns me, because there's a huge difference in creating housing in general. And I think I get a lot of frustration from people when they see projects coming in, development projects in their communities. But, you know, there's nothing there for us to say a certain percentage should be affordable. That's one aspect that we don't have. And I just wanted your comment on just that aspect of the market.
Yeah, devil is in the details, right? How do we define affordability? I think something that's really interesting, actually, I'm the chair of the Ontario Alliance to End Homelessness as well. And our group, along with the United Ways across Ontario, had a meeting with Paul Calandra about a week ago. And there's now a fantastic report by the United Way with 7 recommendations on affordable housing in Ontario. The only one that they jumped on was the acquisition fund. That was sort of the key thing. But with the agreement that acquisition for nonprofit, and that's sort of the first time I've started to hear an appetite and a recognition that the nonprofit stock is also really critical to this. I would hope that that would also be a bit of an opening for a discussion on what do we mean when we say affordability. So I think that's something I agree with you. That is my worry with just the supply argument, if we're not talking about what type of supply. But it is something that I think it's a different conversation, because you have private sector partners and allies in this, and the real estate investment trusts are the ones who are also advocating for this. So I think we need to be strategic of, is there a common way to approach different governments about that kind of a strategy, with the intention of being very clear of what affordable means.
Thank you. And Toronto, just a month ago, was targeting 65,000 affordable units by 2030. They're 3 times bigger than us, but so if we did 1/3, that would be just over 21,000, 22. But you know, is that something that we can do? Is that something we can envision?
I mean, again, I think OCH is really strong. Like, that is not something that exists in every community. And I mean, it requires boatloads of capital, but I think if we're starting to get very strategic about how we leverage the existing equity in, and you look at things like the land trust, like what could we do with our collective efforts? I look at Calgary had a collective capital campaign, and they ended up raising like 79 million, but it was over, I think, 8 agencies. So what's our housing target in our homelessness and housing plan? Like, how many units do we need to address, let's say, core homelessness, sort of next levels up, precarious housing? Let's use those numbers to then drive at what do we need to actually raise money for, and what's the most efficient way to build those buildings.
Thank you. One thing I do hear from nonprofit sector as well is just, and this is big and small, is the speed of development process, that can be costly in itself. And what can we do for nonprofit housing to make it a smoother process so that we can get those units built? Because as we know, the price keeps going up, and the sooner we get it done, the better. I don't know what you're hearing across your sector.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's definitely already, we know how well the city works with nonprofits to try and get these projects over the finish line. But one thing is that express lane idea, like really making sure that nonprofits are prioritized. And I actually have had good conversations with GOBA around this, and they're like, yeah, that's great. So that's a positive conversation. But I think that, enabling nonprofits to get passed through faster, especially because they're dealing with less money, they're not going to, in the end, make profit. Is a really key part of that. And I mean, additionally, land, that's a big one, making it more affordable just with land. We know that the city already does great work on fee waivers and developer charges, as well as the tax component is something that's important. So all of those become these enablers. And I think the more that you can streamline process, the easier it becomes for nonprofits, because they're not just doing a normal ask, they're doing, we have to stack 85 grants into this build and into the pro forma. And that's really complex. And I think the more that that can be supported by local staff is good. I also know we're really struggling with having a fully staffed planning department. That's extremely challenging. So what's the work we need to do to make sure the city is resourced and staffed to be able to do that kind of processing things more quickly?
Yeah, and we're not skipping due diligence for sure.
Yeah.
No, I appreciate it as always. Appreciate your work. Thank you.
Thanks, Teresa. Councillor Lowe?
Thank you, Chair. Adding to, actually wasn't going to ask this, but because Councillor Tierney asked this, has that ever happened, combining the charters of various smaller affordable housing, nonprofit housing agencies that came from, whether it's pre-amalgamation or just charters from several smaller cities deciding to combine into one larger one to, reduce admin costs, have greater buying power, et cetera, et cetera. Has that ever happened recently?
Yeah, I mean, actually, I would point to, it's not housing specifically, but Belong Ottawa, right? Like there's 5 community ministries under the Anglican diocese. They were all separate organizations with separate, administrative functions, and they became an organization. There's, at least to my knowledge, 2 or 3 other couple co-ops, a few housing providers that are having that discussion right now of looking at amalgamation and just recognizing, how do we leverage the assets we have as effectively as possible. That's just in Ottawa, and that's like fairly current. And I would say that's probably happened in many other places is my suspicion. I can't think of specific examples, but I really do think the sector is thinking that way and recognizing the need to be able to scale, and that's going to be a key part of it. So,
and are there any sort of movements or thoughts to do that within the organizations that you represent? I can't talk. I haven't been talking about that today at all. So
no. Great question. I represent 75 member agencies, and there's a lot more in the city. I mean, I think, the Land Trust and CADCO and the Alliance have been having sort of facilitated conversations on how do we scale up? How do we do that as a community? And in those conversations, this is one of the discussions. So I can say we're trying to kind of host and convene space to have that discussion and to foster it with a really clear common vision of what our outcome is. And I think, setting the vision then helps us figure out collectively, how do we get there? But we are having that conversation and trying to create space for the community to have it. Because obviously, I don't run any other agency, but everyone is a partner, and we all are focused on ending homelessness. So I think people are independently having that thought process, having meetings, having discussions, and there's a few that are actively moving towards amalgamating. So
cool. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks, Katie, for being here and your presentation. I was taken aback by the ratio that you mentioned. The previous ratio, we talked about building an affordable housing unit, and then we would lose 7. And now, that's now building 1, we lose 31. I guess the question to you is why is that happening? Is it that, we're intensifying in an age of no rent control? Is it that we're destroying previously affordable units to build new without actually having not-for-profit housing built within those buildings? Is I guess what's the why of it that's occurring, that we're now at that startling ratio of 31 to 1?
I mean, there's a 40-year housing history we can walk through, but I don't think anybody wants to be here for that today. I think it's a combo of those two pieces you've just mentioned. I mean, obviously, we need to strengthen tenant protections. That is something that is not strong enough in Ontario. And I think most concerning is the 2018 no more rent control for any building built after 2018. That's extremely concerning. And I think we're going to start to see the fallout of that more and more. And then additionally, on the financialization side, I mean, we just have a market that will bear it, right? We just have a housing market that it's lucrative. It's 30% of our GDP. And it's actually at a point where, yeah, it makes way more sense, even if I'm a small landlord, to just get my building sold. It's bulldozed for the land. My 10 tenants are evicted. And that's the choice. Like, that is the common sense choice if you're, seeking to make profit. So not having sort of structures and regulations around what kind of housing is replacing things. And I mean, if you're a private developer, you can purchase land and you can build whatever you want on it. But the city approves site plans. The city approves these. And there is, I think, more potential to regulate and mandate that there are more nonprofit partnerships in the midst of this. And frankly, I know it's a bit of an old wound, but Herongate, the MOU is just so there's no teeth to that MOU. Like, and already, like, there's problems with how that's being enforced, which of course there's problems with how it's being enforced because there's no teeth to it in the first place. So I just encourage us to be pragmatic in how we deal with those situations and recognize that, like, unless it's regulated, it's probably not going to happen. I also think, there's a lot of push in the housing sector of educate tenants, and it's silly. Like, we shouldn't have people have to be educated about their human rights for their human rights to be enforced. And so there is opportunity there as well. And you see models across the country, but where if there's a dem eviction or a rent eviction, that the permit has to be obtained by the city first, and then the city is in charge of informing the tenants of their rights in terms of what happens next. So even a small switch and mechanism like that enables it so that the onus is on the system. The onus is not on the person who is about to be in a housing crisis. So things like that, I think we can do at a local level to support tenants more effectively. And then in terms of approval of builds, I mean, that's a whole long, complicated set of conversations, but I really think we need to beef up our demands for nonprofit housing, for affordable housing in those spaces.
Yeah, I think without that type of supply, we're not going to see the affordability that everyone is saying we desire here. So really compelling. Appreciate your time again today. Thank you for being here. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, John. I don't see any of the questions for you, Katie. I'm just wondering, would you be ready, like in early February, to come with Steve and maybe Mike and talk to us about that 31-1 number?
I'm happy to join, but that's up to Mike and Steve.
Yeah, I obviously can't speak for Mike and Steve, but I think, we want to understand the dynamics a bit better there.
Yeah.
Committee members are like, don't make me say another member. No, it's, okay.
Yeah.
I'll be in touch.
I would follow up one piece, and maybe this is a positive spin on 31-1. Part of why Toronto's numbers are lower than ours is because there was nothing left in Toronto that was affordable. Like, Ottawa's seen a profound change in the last 5 years, where we used to be this weird city that had fantastic quality of life, high incomes, and somehow manageable housing prices. Then that sort of evaporated in the last 5 years, and we are no longer in that position. Great quality of life, great income, but now our housing prices have sort of reached what the rest of the markets were bearing in Canada. And so I don't know if that's a good news story, but for a while we were managing to have both. We're no longer there, which I think is also why you've seen this massive increase, because there still were units that were $1,000 or less, and those are getting eaten up now. But I think in the past, it wasn't happening as quickly. But now, as our market has shifted, that's part of what's driving it, I think. So.
Yeah, I think we'd love to explore that a bit better and just understand. So I'd love to schedule something as a formal agenda item that we could receive in maybe early February. But I'll talk to the rest of the committee and talk to staff and talk to yourselves about it.
Yeah.
Katie, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mike, sorry. Mike. Mike with the Ottawa Community Land Trust, no stranger to the committee. Whenever you're ready, you'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation.
Thanks very much. Hi, everyone. I think I want to start by, taking Katie's presentation and putting a big +1 above it. She's, laid the groundwork, and this conversation is really important. So I do want to share a few things on behalf of the Ottawa Community Land Trust. And some of this is repetitive messaging, and sometimes that's actually helpful. Earlier this year, you all as council identified actions to create a city. You identified as a priority actions that would create a city that has affordable housing and is more livable for all. And I do have to say, and I want to start with noting that after a year, it's encouraging to see a number of really promising steps. You created the conditions for the increase in the capital investment that we see in this draft budget. You're adopting an affordable housing CIP. You've created Build Ottawa, formerly OCLDC, with a focus on affordable housing and a welcome CBA framework. You approved 18 million to buy a former seminary in Alta Vista to convert into supportive housing. You recommitted to the vacant unit tax, and you secured some funds through Lansdowne for affordable housing. So we are seeing council leadership, and I want to thank you for that. And as we look ahead to these steps, I want to hope that these will all be incremental to existing efforts, ensuring that any new investments, such as the funds raised through the vacant unit tax, won't displace existing investments in affordable housing, whether funded through debt or the property tax or other levels of government, but that they build on current initiatives, because I think we can make some really exciting things happen. Now, as we consider how to allocate municipal dollars, I want to emphasize the importance of maximizing resources for permanent affordable housing. New stock is critical, it's true, but so too is preserving existing housing through strategic acquisitions so that we do grow the stock of community-owned nonprofit housing. We all know that the need for affordable housing is not going to dissipate over the coming 20 years. We need to work now to ensure affordability both for today and for the city 20 years from now. As the proverb goes, the best time to plant our tree was 20 years ago, but the second best time is today. We need to specifically grow the stock of community-owned, nonprofit, and cooperative housing, sometimes known as social housing, to retain affordability. We know that community housing is the best approach to retaining affordability. And I think that's why earlier this year, Scotiabank in their report urged Canada to double the stock of community housing to bring it closer to the average among OECD nations. As an aside, I want to reemphasize that report's recommendation from Scotiabank to double investments in community housing and echo that call to increase from 15 to 30 million. But more specifically, I want to emphasize that one quick and cost-effective way to grow this community housing stock is through transferring existing private market, naturally occurring affordable housing to community ownership. There's been a lot of discussion today about the fact that we're losing more affordable rentals than we are building and replacing them. It's true that Steve Pomeroy's use of StatsCan data has highlighted that for every new affordable unit built in the last decade, Ottawa is indeed losing 31 others that we're renting for less than $1,000. And in research that's also been cited today, released earlier this week by CHRA with Deloitte, we know that adding to community housing boosts economic productivity. So what do we need to do? Here in Ottawa, we need a policy. That's an exciting budget ask, but we need a policy framework to move in this direction. We have lots of experience to draw on. We can draw on Toronto's well-established acquisition program, BC's rental protection fund, other municipalities that are advancing in this direction. And we have experience right here. From your Kilbourne purchase, from previous acquisitions by community partners like CCOC, and quite frankly, learning through our first acquisition, a 6-unit residential building in the Carlington neighborhood, completed earlier this fall, weaving together social finance, a philanthropic gift, and a Section 37 contribution by Councillor Leeper. This acquisition represents the preservation forever of 6 naturally occurring affordable units at rates well below market, in this case, for municipal contributions of well less than $100,000 per unit. And I compare that to some of the staggering numbers that we're seeing in the cost of new development. We have several other properties and partnerships on our radar, perhaps drawing together similar capital stacks. But to facilitate further preservation of affordable housing, it's really critical that the city develop a policy framework, an acquisitions framework to support this work, so that moving forward, we can imagine a predictable process and perhaps even dedicated funding in future budgets. And that's really our key ask, and one way of answering the question of what more can the city do to advance your council priority. We know there's ongoing discussions between the sector and the federal government, and there's even provincial interest in creating a fund. And we know the city can't do this alone. But here in Ottawa, we need to be ready to hit the ground, ready to leverage any future provincial federal funds, and quite frankly, ready to meet their requirements. You know, at the OCLT, we're working to mobilize new financing tools. We're excited about our community bond offering early in the new year, Housing Forever bonds. But we need everybody at the table. To preserve affordability, and this is my last line, I see the clock running down, we all need to be at the acquisitions table. Let's continue to pilot where we can, and together let's lay a policy framework that continues to support a system that is agile and cost-effective, making the best use of every dollar that we have. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Biltis. Councillor Plante has a question for you.
Oui, bonjour, Mike. Hope you're doing well. And I won't mention what ward you live in, but I hear it's really nice. I just wanted to ask if you could just maybe give some examples of other cities and how they are plumping up, let's say, their acquisition fund. Like where's the money coming? Show me the money. Like, where is it coming from? Is it the vacant unit tax? Is it from a land transfer tax? Like, how can you build up an acquisition fund?
Yeah, I think, from what I've seen, I think it's a little bit piecemeal from one city to another. So the city of Toronto is certainly the first, I think nationally, but certainly in Ontario, to show leadership around multi-residential acquisitions. I think it was in 2021 that they first created MURA, the Multi-Unit Residential Acquisition Fund and Program, first allocated with 10 million that I think they pulled together from I think a little bit was from property taxes, a little bit was from development charges. Obviously, they have less access to some of those DCs now. And I know in conversations, I think they're looking to the vacant unit tax specifically. And quite frankly, I think they are preparing for, with the new mayor there, I think they're preparing for potential provincial or federal contributions. So that's how they're piecing that together. I know the city of Hamilton, I think earlier this spring, adopted a roadmap. I think they're calling it a roadmap with 4 pillars. One of them is around acquisitions, and key in the approach is leveraging social finance. So I think the city is working quite closely with the Hamilton Community Foundation and perhaps others. Again, recognizing that, a grant isn't necessarily the only piece of an acquisition capital stack. It's one part, low-cost financing, social finance, other community investments might be part of that, and they're working lockstep to develop that. BC fortunately has a provincial government that has prioritized this, creating a $500 million rental protection fund. I think already there's about 1,400 units in the pipeline that are going to be reserved because of that fund. That's all in 2023. So I think it varies from community and region across the country. There's been a paucity of public funding for acquisitions, and folks are trying to cobble together what they can. But like I said, I think there's a lot of conversations right now, specifically federal, where we, could very well, I'm being optimistic, but I think we could very well see some funding coming in the next number of months. And so I think that's one part of the puzzle.
And just so I'm clear, the housing accelerator money, we won't be able to use that for acquisitions, correct? Assuming we get it. I don't have a crystal ball, everybody. I'm just saying, assuming we get it, would we be able to use that for acquisitions?
My understanding is that the federal government has not necessarily prioritized acquisitions.
Okay.
No.
Okay, so that has to be a separate pot of money. Okay, thank you so much. I don't have any other questions. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks.
Merci, Conseil Johnson.
Merci, Monsieur Chair. So nice to see you, Mike. And I just wanted to ask you to please expand. We've had quite a more kind of robust, I really appreciated staff's presentation where they were demonstrating both the capital that they were putting into affordable housing construction, but also the fees that are being waived to try and give a sense of all of the different ways that the city is trying to leverage, what they can to advance these groups, this nonprofit work. So I thought I really liked that slide, actually. I think it sort of shows the different ways that the cities can do this. Councillor Tierney has mentioned a couple times that we were at FCM last week, and we were able to meet with many councillors across the country who are working on this same issue. And the other city that came up for us was London. So London has a housing and homelessness fund through the London Community Foundation that the city actually is able to access, that was started by an anonymous donor at $25 million. And the city is a qualified donee. Can you tell me what your conversations have been like with the Ottawa Community Foundation in trying to access private capital? Because I think we're starting to see more and more models that might be more easily replicable the city of Ottawa sometimes feels a little risk averse when it comes to accessing different kinds of capital, but I think we might be able to, well, we won't go first, obviously, which I think is Ottawa's kind of jam. So.
Thanks, Councillor. I mean, I think, I know even in Ontario, I've now heard Muskoka, the Muskoka Community Land Trust is in conversations with the Muskoka Community Foundation. The Muskoka Community Foundation, I think, has some funds that have been raised by community donors and the philanthropic community, and they're exploring ways that can be granted to the municipality. Of course, the foundation can make disbursements to a municipal order of government to be dedicated towards affordable housing and that acquisition. I think in London, there's talk of the Community Foundation again making a fund available to the municipal government. So I think what we're trying to do right now, and certainly the Hamilton Community Foundation, as I mentioned earlier, I think is working lockstep with the city of Hamilton, again, to develop a kind of template capital stack on what those acquisitions might look like. So OCF is very engaged in the conversation. They were a willing partner in our first acquisition, and I think we would like to work together further. Indeed, we're trying to sort out, and I think by bringing everybody around the table, we could move this conversation a lot faster. But I think we're trying to sort out what is the best mechanism to do that. In the same way that the city receives funding from upper tiers of government and acts as the service manager, are there ways for the city to act as a service manager that also brings in funding from other sources? I think that's how we build a truly community-wide approach to this work, and make our sometimes perceived limited dollars go a lot further. So I think we would welcome that conversation. I think the OCF would be there for it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney.
I just want to support my colleague and fellow FCM representative. I agree. And just if you can expand on, look, I know change is always difficult, but we got to find new ways to do things. And, some people, when I got in office, we were still using fax machines up to the first 4 years. I think it was 2014 before they stopped. But you got to find new ways to do things. Can you expand on Councillor Johnson's thought of working with partners and changing the existing, government style municipal model to be able to advance housing?
Yeah, I mean, in a way, I sometimes feel like we purchased one building that's 6 units. We have a system issue here to work on. But if I just look at that, we had a $400,000 Section 37 contribution. We had a $250,000 philanthropic gift. We had a willing partner in a financial institution that was willing to give us a 12-month kind of runway to raise a needed capital, and we'll enter into a traditional mortgage. It's these kinds of pieces that come together that I think can make these things work. And I think that foundations, what OCF is looking to is similar kind of arrangement. I don't want to speak for OCF, but I mean, other foundations in Toronto have supported Parkdale Land Trust by, investing certain GICs as guarantees for lines of credit that would enable, land trusts like Parkdale to purchase buildings. There are creative approaches that are being pursued. Again, we can work a lot more quickly when we come together. I think, I think increasingly there's a recognition that the moment is now. We know the stats, the 31-to-1. We know we're losing units. Quite frankly, I also know that, properties when they are listed right now are valued at what that rent could be. So to Councillor Menard's question, you might look at a property that's 6 or 8 units where the rents are quite low, but to buy that building, the assumption is that you're going to raise those rents to a higher level. And unless you do that, you can't make the financing on that purchase work. But we are also in a soft market right now. We know that interest rates are a challenge. And so there is a moment right now to, I think, make some serious headway on acquisitions. Social impact investors, foundations, other governments are recognizing that, and we're trying to come up with some solutions quite quickly. Predictability, though, is so important. I'll stop with this, but we put in another offer on an 8-unit about 2 weeks ago. We knew that we might access maybe some other Section 37 money, maybe some other sources, but to do that, we would need a little bit of time to put our offer together. So we offered that we included that in our conditions. The first thing that the seller rejected was that particular condition. Well, we couldn't meet their timeline, and so we had to pull out. If we can establish a policy, have a predictable framework, I think we could do some amazing things.
I love your out of the box thinking. Thank you very much for your delegation.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mike. I don't see any other questions from councillors, but Something that hasn't come out, I think, in some of the discussions around acquisition of affordable housing units and preservation of affordable housing units is the degree to which that is intended to become a self-financing model after a period of time. It would appear to many that there is no end to the requests by agencies, builders for, a perpetual supply of government money in order to build housing. What is attractive to me about the acquisition model is that there comes a point at which you cross a threshold where you have a portfolio that can be leveraged and is valuable, and you no longer need state help. Is that an accurate way to put that?
I think that's 100% accurate as the aspiration, right? I think that I think land trusts across Canada are all trying to come up with where is our place within the spectrum of housing need. And I think we might not, I'll say it, we might not be able to offer housing at deeply affordable rates that someone who is exiting homelessness can access. But I think that, there's a middle component of the housing spectrum, of the housing needs spectrum, if you will, that we can participate in. And in doing so, potentially refinance in 5 or 10 years and use the equity in those properties to purchase more. And that's exactly how we, envision becoming, and the business model is to become a self-sustaining kind of body where we don't have to come to you every year asking for Section 37 or CBCs or another fund here and there. But to get there, we do need to offer housing that is affordable and that ensures the viability of us as a social enterprise. But that is absolutely where we're trying to go, and we're trying to build the model to allow for that.
Thank you. I think that's an important point to make. Very pleased, obviously, to support the first acquisition, and I think Clara and I chatted a few weeks ago, and I am coming to see you again. Thank you, Mike. Thank you very much. Peter Tilley. Peter, welcome whenever you're ready. 5 minutes to adjourn the committee.
Thank you. Good afternoon, councillors, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. Bonjour tous et merci encore pour l'opportunité de parler aujourd'hui.
Thank you so much for giving me the floor today.
We're in the midst of very challenging times right now, and it appears that very challenging times lie ahead for us all in a city such as Ottawa, in particular, as it relates to housing. That's why I'm here and we're here today. In June, I had the opportunity to speak to the Community Services Committee, and again, thank you for the integrated housing strategy, given the pressures on all shelters that's happening across Ottawa. And we're still at overcapacity, as no surprise to any of you, I know that. We were pleased to learn of the city's emergency shelter task force that was formed to provide emergency housing to more than 300 people who are sleeping rough outside, an ominous situation now that we see winter approaching, and the needs for emergency housing centers in some of the councillors' wards, and that's much appreciated as well. So we'll continue to work with City Council in that regard to ensure that no one sleeps outside here in the City of Ottawa, not in the winter months. We're also committed to work with Council to access affordable housing options for all who need them. We appreciate the $5.3 million and any over and above new monies that could be added to the 2024 budget for new affordable housing, and are happy to work with the city to advocate for funds from the provincial and federal governments to build more affordable, supportive, and transitional housing. As those of you on City Council are well aware, several months ago, we started to see a trend of an increasing number of refugee claimants and asylum seekers coming into the shelter doors. It took us by surprise, but we're used to it now that many people have reported receiving no support whatsoever from the federal government and being forced to turn to shelters, family shelters, etc., for basic necessities such as food and shelter. This trend has continued to increase, as you as city councillors and city staff are well aware. I wanted to thank at this time the city staff for their rapid response to provide us with an additional staff member on the front line to help these newcomers navigate through the system to be placed into proper housing or to find the supports they need. Some of them didn't even have their refugee status. I want to also stress that we certainly support that everyone needs help and is welcome at the mission. And, you know, we've relayed our concerns about what's happening to the federal ministers of housing and immigration, citizenship, and refugees. And to date, we have not received a response regarding our concerns, but we'll continue to raise these issues, as are you. Surprisingly, last week, the federal government announced measures to address the housing crisis across Canada. Not surprisingly, what was surprising was that these funds will not begin to flow until 2025 or 2026, and that's not going to help alleviate what we're all talking about today. At the provincial level, Ontario has had among the lowest levels of program spending compared to other provinces, including for housing, health, disability supports, and other services that we would need in order to keep vulnerable people housed. People in crisis need wraparound supports to maintain their housing. So part of why I'm here today is to again remind council and staff are well aware. What often comes as a surprise to many in this community is that a downtown shelter in Ottawa actually is a housing first, housing focused shelter with a housing first, housing focused housing department in partnership with the city, who provides funding for some of those housing based case managers in our shelter doors. And many are therefore further surprised to learn that even in the height of the 3 years of the pandemic, the Ottawa Mission placed 424 people into affordable housing in this city. Some of you councillors here are aware that the Mission also owns 2 apartment buildings, one of 64 units, one of 36 units, and we all in partnership with, again, the city. And we recently partnered with the city to purchase and renovate an 8-room rooming house in Somerset Ward. And it's a shining light. It's a good example of how a rooming house can work. Talk about self-financing models, as the chair just referred to. These buildings certainly are all that. They're self-financing now. You know, given the severity and magnitude of the homelessness situation that we're seeing in Ottawa, we appreciate the city cannot solve these issues alone, and we urge you and support you as you continually press the federal and provincial governments for their desperately needed support. So thank you again for this chance to appear. Merci encore. I don't know if there's any questions.
Thank you very much, Peter, and good to see you again. I know you were here yesterday as well. It's an important message. Well, we'll start with Councillor Tierney.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kavanagh. I just want to say, and I know I should restrict myself to questions and answers as the chair says, but I gotta say, you're a tremendous ambassador to the city. Even when you're with the food bank. I'm going to disclose this, Peter. I tried to get a street named after you, and there was some kerfuffle and things got messed up. And the work you're doing with where you're at now speaks volumes. We're all going to be racing to the mic to name something after you. You do so much for this city. I can't describe it enough. I wish I was there in person today. You're a tremendous human. I've had great conversations with you in the past, and I just want to thank you for all your great work. And sorry for the commentary, Chair Kavanagh and Chair Leeper, but I feel it's very important that we say something about the great work Peter does.
I thank you for your kind words, Councillor Tierney. And yes, I've seen many things named after people after they've passed on to the hereafter. So I'm fortunate to be here still alive and addressing you today. So
we're going to do it before, trust me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Peter. Thank you, Councillor. Next, we have Councillor Curry.
Thanks. Thanks, Peter. So in your presentation, you indicated that there's the federal government, well, you indicated 2 things. So just hoping you can explain to me what you mean by you're getting extra staff or something is available to help people, newcomers. Because when I was at the mission there with the mayor at Thanksgiving, a person came up to me, maybe you remember this, and she said, you know, I just need some help finding a house. And I brought her number and her contact information back to Clara, and city staff were able to sort that out. And right there, I was thinking it would be great if you just had somebody there. Are you saying to me you do now have somebody that would be able to just take that information and help that person?
Yes, so we've always had several shelter housing-based case managers, several of them provided by the city. We formed a housing department as part of our strategic plan about 6 years ago, a housing-focused Housing First department. We've supplemented the city staff with our own staff to move people out of the shelter with a focus on diversion, catching people as they come in early in the shelter. This refugee crisis has absolutely overwhelmed us, where we've had our housing workers walking down here to City Hall to try and connect people with Ontario Works to get them refugee status. We've got 30 to 40 people per night sleeping in the little waiting area that we have in plastic chairs. So it's been overwhelming for our frontline staff. We mentioned this to the city staff, to Clara and Paul, and they were good enough to, we're on a deficit budget as it is this year. So they were good enough to say, we think we can step in for a few months and provide you with an additional shelter worker specifically focused on transitioning and diverting some of the refugee and asylum seeker claimants. And they've done that, and that has helped out immensely. Thank you. That's what I was referring to.
Okay, so that's great. So, but that's only for a couple months. And so is that what you're talking about? The next amount of funding is not going to come till 25, 26 would be for this kind of thing?
No, I was referring to the announcement by the federal government on some of their initiatives for affordable housing and how crushed I was here. It's incomprehensible that in a crisis right now, that support's not being planned to kick in till 2025 or 2026. Some of these new affordable housing initiatives that they announced.
Okay, and so I will go look, and I saw that email come in, and I will go look at what they're specifically saying they're going to do. But what, to your point about what about now, do you not have a suggestion for us that what we could do in the meantime? If they're going to have money in 2025, 26, then what do we do in the meantime? Could we not sort of front end that? Then when you get the funding, it'll cover off what we've paid, just to actually do something now.
If what I've heard is that some additional money is going to be allocated for capital towards housing, that's a huge help. Any money would be a help if we can focus on builds. And really, those were federal initiatives some time ago, or provincial wraparound supports. We always talk about housing first, but we need wraparound support. So again, as a city council, and the mayor's been strong on this, is advocating to the other levels of government, and certainly the task force has. We need builds. Builds unfortunately won't solve the immediate. So then we need apartments, and you've heard some advocate, I know Katie has, for rent subs and other initiatives. It would be great if somehow we could find more units out there other than the emergency temporary units that we're now finding to get through the winter months. We've got too many people of low acuity, low challenges staying in the shelter system, people who are ready to be housed. They need to move on. Those people with high drug issues, high mental health issues, we can watch them for now until they're ready to be moved on, or those who fall through the cracks and end up at the last house on the block, as we like to call ourselves. But there's too many people staying in the shelter system, family shelters, individual shelters, who just shouldn't be there. They're ready to be housed now with no supports, but there's no affordable housing. So how the city can address that, that's an interesting challenge. But I know everyone in this room is working on that.
We are. I mean, my thought is just about how to do it now and get paid back later. You know, do we have any idea how much the funding would actually be if it were to be given in 25, 26? And specifically to Ottawa Mission or to cities? Or
well, again, it was a federal announcement as part of their big budgetary update that they were going to address the housing crisis, and that was followed by, so in 2025, 26, and my point was, that's not going to help us now. That's at least a year out, and it seems the higher level of governments, I'm not going to try and get too political here, but often those announcements are deferred, and then sometimes the money doesn't even happen, or it comes in the form of some of those rapid housing initiatives that we saw, which put a lot of pressure on those who built to get things built quickly. And as you're finding out now, way above cost of the original funding envelope that came from the feds. Who has to pick that up? Well, I think we know who. So it'd be better to see some big initiatives. And I know Katie from the Alliance has been advocating for that for years. That'll certainly help our sector if we can start moving people into affordable housing. So, and many of them don't even need the wraparound supports right now. There's no affordable housing. There haven't been big builds. And somebody commented early on some of the zoning projects that are going through without affordable housing as part of the plan, without inclusionary zoning. So issues like that as a council, my thoughts, if you're asking my opinion, can be aware of and advocate for on some of these new builds that are coming. There's money coming apparently for developers and development from the federal budget. So maybe again, can we get a zoning or inclusionary zoning for affordable housing so we can get some people out of the shelter system who shouldn't be there?
Okay, thank you very much, Peter, always.
Thank you, Kathy. Councillor Kavanaugh?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you again, Peter, coming again. Same message, just as strong and just as important. We all recognize the crisis and you're on the front lines. When you talked about the federal funding for 2020, 25, 26, and I'm sorry to ask again, this is for in terms of like a shelter, or is this in terms of affordable housing?
It was in the federal budget for housing builds to go towards affordable housing builds and some of the development of other builds as well too. I was just expressing my disappointment that we as a city are crying out. Cities across this country, we're seeing the overflow, and it was just disappointing that an announcement that was made in the midst of a crisis was again one that's going to kick in a little over a year from now. That was my point. Leaving who to pick up the pieces? You're pretty strapped here. See, I think as a city, one of your challenges, and it's probably good for the taxpayers, is you don't get to run these big deficit budgets with all sorts of political promises. So it's a good thing, I think.
Thank you. No, I think that's important. And that's the thing. We're overwhelmed, just trying to find beds for people everywhere, and that includes families as well. We've just opened more transitional housing, et cetera. But what we really need is affordable housing, and we need it extremely quickly. The federal government is just not recognizing the amount of people that are coming into our city that are directly related to being refugees or newcomers, and it's something that we need to deal with. We want to make them productive citizens, and we can't do that having them in shelters and temporary housing, et cetera. We have to have homes for them, and we need their funding. I think that's the big issue. We don't want to have a jurisdiction fight with anyone, but it's clearly we need to do something to help them. I think it was a big surprise for people to find out how much the mission is taking on in terms of persons like who are just new to Canada. I don't think people realize that was happening, and I'm glad you brought that to light. And I hope that they're listening to what an impact it's having, and the domino effect of it's having on our entire system. And how much we need to get the affordable housing part done. I don't know if you have any further comments.
Well, thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. And yeah, we've always been a good player in the game. Here yesterday, I was talking about our operating costs for the food truck, that it was a pandemic response and we can't carry on. Our donors have always been good to us. 3/4 of our funding is from donors. That's how we start programs like the job training program, how we've gotten into some of these housing projects with the city. But our reserve is not what it was, and we're feeling the pinch like everyone else. We have a crisis reserve, as we had for something like the pandemic. As it turned out, the federal government stepped in and funding came through, but had that not, that's why we carry a reserve. But we're dipping into that reserve now to the tune of maybe by the end of this year, close to $1 million, just to carry on dealing with things like this refugee crisis, to keep that food truck on the road, going to communities, 35 communities in the city of Ottawa, where people are living in poverty and need to be fed. So we're doing our part, but times are getting tight, and it's a shame that we're not seeing leadership from the other levels of government to alleviate things like the housing piece of this formula, which would help us all.
Thank you again, Peter, and I know how helpful that truck is, and in my ward, I've seen the smiles on people's faces when it comes and how helpful it is. Thank you again for everything.
Peter, thanks for joining us today. I don't see any other questions for you. As always, thank you for your intervention. Thank you for the work that you do. Denise Lepage is joining us online. Oh, yeah, sorry, I don't see her on the screen. Oh, hi, Denise, your microphone is still muted. There we go.
Sorry about that. Thank you. Good afternoon,
Welcome to
councillors.
the meeting. You have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Okay, thank you. I'm a Lower Town resident, an architect, a member and former vice chair of the Ottawa Regional Society of Architects, and I've worked with them to endorse and prepare the statement. I'm here to advocate for this budget and to even increase it, add my voice to the chorus of brilliant speakers you've already had towards the goal of ending homelessness in Ottawa, and a request that you continue to hold our federal neighbors and provincial funding partners accountable to contribute generously to that goal. Everyone should have a home, but as housing is in short supply, everyone should at least have a safe shelter, dignity, and a socially supportive environment. There are great increases in this budget to respond to homelessness, but we all know that it's not enough to address the housing shortage backlog. Listening to the councillors, the staff, the speakers that we've heard already, it's really clear that all agree that building and acquiring housing is urgent and ideally city-owned. The architectural community wants to help. My professional colleagues have creatively, sustainably, and economically designed social and affordable housing and adapted schools and office buildings for residential use. Local developers have financed the conversion of office buildings to student rental and condo units, all at an operating profit, but they say the low-hanging fruit's already been harvested. Elsewhere, architects have designed tiny house communities and high-density, modestly scaled housing projects with integrated social services and gardens that are affordable and delightful. The Canadian Urban Planning Institute published The Case for Conversions, a guide to adaptive reuse of office buildings with case studies and recommendations for Ottawa. I think some of you councillors are already aware of this. Some of the regulatory and taxation relief measures have already been adopted, and some cash and new funding has been found to encourage office conversions. These are all positive steps, along with all the other ones that staff presented today, but more is needed, including the will to take the political risk to support increased zoning density, further regulatory forms, raise revenues through more taxation, reallocate funds from other envelopes, hold provincial and federal government accountable for their role, and to invest more sooner in support of housing. The city budget report lists eliminating chronic homelessness among its 4-year objectives. Shelter is needed now, and you've heard that already. There may be no better reason to adjust the city budget than to invest in housing for the homeless. The payback will be reductions in demand for police, social services, healthcare. Housing the homeless restores their dignities, provides stability, reduces crime, improves health and behavior, and motivates re-entry into society, and eventually an increase to your tax base. The world has seen a paradigm shift in where and how people work. It's here to stay. In Ottawa, with its large federal presence, the return to the office will not reach its pre-pandemic proportions. The impact on downtown businesses is a large part of creation of our federal neighbors, and they must be part of the solution, including helping out with homelessness. It's frankly unneighborly that 10 federal office buildings remain vacant and heated in Ottawa, while federal neighbors must help Ottawa to beyond the amounts, I lost my notes here. It's frankly unneighborly that these are vacant, and the city's forced to set up the emergency shelters that they must in the rec centers. Our federal neighbors must help Ottawa beyond the amounts allocated already. For example, the city resources to create emergency shelters could also be used in the vacant federally owned Sir Charles Tupper building if it was available to you to solve an immediate problem until longer term solutions are found. and co-locating social services and using the existing cafeteria could serve that community, and it could be phased into long-term housing. As Alberta assisted Calgary with funding incentives for converting offices to housing, so should Ontario assist Ottawa. Councillors, you've declared a housing emergency. You can create a housing first program, find additional revenues in many of the ways that you've already heard expressed. Develop an affordable housing land acquisition policy framework has been suggested, and increase capital budgets further for emergency and supportive housing. Leading by example demonstrates your priorities and reinforces requests made of the provincial and federal elected counterparts to increase their contributions. You can support the staffing increases needed to implement and manage an increased housing program of work on your doorstep to finally end homelessness in Ottawa. The Ottawa Regional Society of Architects can seek support from our design, construction, and academic network to help and provide creative housing solutions. One of our members has already prepared a draft white paper called Filling the Gap, Soft Conversions for Affordable Shelters, which we would like to share when ready with your Emergency Shelter Task Force. It's a study of a partial or phased conversion of surplus older office buildings into intermediate affordable shelter that is low cost, quick, and upgradable. Let's together work and leave no stone unturned. Thank you. Thanks kindly for your time and attention.
Thank you very much. Right on time, as it turns out. Thank you. Councillor Plant.
Yeah, hi. Thank you, Denise. Thank you for being here. Again, I heard you live in a really wonderful ward, so congratulations to you. I just wanted to ask, because we do have a couple neat conversions in our area, especially I really like the Theo building at Rideau and King Edward. But there's this idea that everything has to be this like nice apartment with a window and a walk-in closet and granite countertops. So can you just maybe elaborate what you mean about these sort of softer conversions? Because I worry that we're letting the perfect be the enemy of the good here. Oh, you're muted.
So I wanted to avoid any feedback issues by muting myself, but sometimes the perfect is the enemy of the good. And I agree with you that there are opportunities with housing and adaptive reuse of and partial soft conversions of office building stock that we presently have available by doing it comes with illustrations, and it's looking at sort of a pod layout where you just kind of harvest the existing infrastructure as it is with minor interventions and keeping the existing washrooms. So it's more like dormitory style housing at the beginning. Then when the funds are available, then you can, with very little loss of that initial investment to sort of do that soft conversion, you can phase to another step that creates more permanent apartments. And so I think it's a pretty clever solution that allows that investment to continue and is ideally implemented in a situation where you actually own the building, because then you can implement and you can do that as well with the reason I just picked out. It's many buildings are potentially adaptable, and the Sir Charles Tupper building has wings. One could take one wing, use it as an emergency shelter while renovating others, and then move people around and transition them up into a more permanent address and locations. And that could be done with other of these Class C sort of building stock that is at the end of their life. And there has been this ongoing flight to quality. So those are some of the buildings that are left behind, and they're actually more readily adapted. You could even look at the sustainable envelope improvements later on while occupants are in place. And I have that sort of gradual infusion of capital as you're able to raise it to improve the property and to move it from an emergency to housing that can be more long-term.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And I just wanted to say too, the emergency task force was struck because of sort of the global migration crisis. Clara sort of talked about this earlier, but I don't see it ending anytime soon. I think people, we've seen it happening in Europe for quite some time. It was in the US about a year ago, and now it's sort of in Canada. And I just think we're behind everyone, and we're not going to see an end to this. And, we are a country of immigrants. We need to, you know, house them. And we have a lot of also international students in my ward, and I don't want to demonize that either. So I think what you're talking about is very timely, because I do not see this ending anytime soon. And I worry that if we just focus an emergency task force on now, you know, getting these buildings should also be part of the goal, and converting them softly, as you said, so we can, you know, like you said, cycle people in and out and get them into some more permanent housing so they don't have to be in our shelter system. So thank you so much. I really appreciate you being here. I was really looking forward to this. So thank you for your intervention, and please do send that paper when you can.
That's ready. Yeah. Thank you. And I couldn't agree with you more, Councillor. It's I'm reminded of the biblical saying, the poor will always be with you. So yeah, we have a crisis right now, but they will always be with us, and long-term solutions need to constantly be in place to deal with what is a reality of life.
Denise, thank you very much for the presentation. I don't see any other questions for you, so thank you very much for participating. We have Trevor Cousineau next, followed by Catherine Boucher. Good afternoon, Ms. Cousineau. Whenever you're ready. Quand vous êtes prête.
Whenever you're ready.
Merci.
I'm not on. That better? Je suis la présidente du Conseil sur
I'm the president of the Ottawa Aging Council.
Advocacy and education organization that represents the voices of older adults in Ottawa for the past almost 50 years. Earlier today, I believe I heard one of Council's priorities, which is a city that has affordable housing and is more livable for all. So COA believes that the 2024 budget should reflect that priority. Studies show that older adults would prefer to stay in their homes as long as possible. Now, we talk a lot about affordable housing for the poor and the homeless, but seniors need affordable housing too. Studies show that they want to stay in their homes as long as possible. There is a gap in Ottawa between appropriate affordable housing for adults, seniors, and those earning low incomes, as a lot of seniors are. The COA would like to bring two recommendations forward for improving age-friendly housing. First of all, significant investments are needed to increase the range of purpose-built, age-friendly housing options that are affordable, adequate, and accessible, with access to services that allow older adults to age in place and community. I think I heard earlier today that you were talking about a $30 million budget for housing. Council is very happy with that, but we thought that there should be more money specifically for seniors. Second recommendation, Ottawa needs to encourage and invest in innovative building models that incorporate age-friendly design, encourage connections and relationships across a range of ages, income levels, and backgrounds, and help to meet housing needs across a person's lifespan. Examples include naturally occurring retirement communities with supportive services, supported independent living communities like we see in BC, multi-generational models, co-op housing, coach houses, mini houses, and affordable retirement and assisted living residences. Accessibility is a key factor to being able to live safely in one's home as one ages. Approval for new builds should incorporate the principles of universal design and ensure 20% of all retrofit units be accessible. So why do we want to invest in age-friendly housing options? Well, Ottawa's population right now is about 17, 18% seniors.
but in another 10, 12 years, that's going to be 25%. And as mentioned earlier, a lot of them don't have the finances to be able to afford the housing market that's current. Housing is a basic human right. We need to decide between paying, you should not need to decide between paying your rent or eating a nutritious meal. In 2011, the World Health recognized Ottawa as an age-friendly city. So it is critical now to prove that we are an age-friendly city and ensure that there is appropriate housing for seniors. The evidence is clear. It is more cost-effective in the long run for the city and better for the health and quality of life of older adults and their families to enable older people to live in their community as long as possible.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I think, Councillor Trosser has a question for you.
Thank you for being here. So I think Teresa represents the ward with the most seniors in the city, but I represent the ward with the highest rate of poverty among seniors in Ottawa. So I really do appreciate your presentation. So something that I heard a lot about when I was knocking on doors in community housing during the campaign is some frustration with when Ottawa Community Housing was formed 20 years ago. There used to be buildings that were entirely seniors only that were then integrated. With all sorts of people coming off the priority list and more of a mix in those buildings. I'm just wondering, when you talk about senior-friendly affordable housing, is your preference for that community to be seniors only, or would you see it being intergenerational?
Well, there are two levels of thought. Certainly, there needs to be areas where seniors feel comfortable, where they're not ridiculed if they walk into a store and they forget what they went for. You know, we have to face reality of changing minds. And so as much as it's important to have those safe communities for seniors, it's also good for seniors to be around children and normal people and living the way most of us do live. But they just don't have, it's difficult for seniors. Like I'm looking at more the average salary of seniors, perhaps my age. Women don't have pensions because when I was working, I was a stay-at-home mom. So I personally don't have a pension to support me. And a lot of our seniors don't. So they just simply can't afford to have an apartment in a high-rise building that's not geared to their circumstances. So we do need both types of communities, but especially designed for seniors with ramps and accessible stairs or no stairs and that kind of thing. And I must say, you mentioned Councillor Kavanagh. I have to thank Council, first of all, because when I was here in September, I did ask you for a champion for seniors, and you turned around and gave us two, Councillor Canada and Councillor Hubley. So I wanted to thank you for that. I forgot to get that into my message.
That's great. Thank you so much. And something else I heard a lot from seniors, I heard two things. I heard number one, many of them only take the bus to their appointments on Wednesdays and Sundays when the bus is free, if they're living on a fixed income. And the other thing they told me was certainly in my neighborhood in Centertown, that we're losing a lot of medical imaging clinics, blood labs, and those sort of medical services that seniors like to have really close to them because they tend to have a lot of appointments. So anyway, I really appreciate your contribution today. Thank you.
Well, I must say that we have been thinking of asking for a free bus ride all week, but we understand that the transportation budget is kind of a problem. So we decided not to ask you that right now. But that's coming because it's on our books.
Yeah.
I know Glenn has made a note of that. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much. It's good to see you again. And yeah, no, I'm proud to be the liaison along with my colleague, Councillor Hubley, co-liaison on senior issues. And I think we can work together definitely and look at the big picture. We're working on the budget. It's good to know what the priorities are from Council on Aging, because you've done a lot of good work in terms of seniors' issues. And I was particularly interested in terms of the type of housing as we go forward and we're building housing. I'm chair of Ottawa Community Housing as well. And we have 22 seniors buildings and buildings that are for seniors, and they're working well, and we can do programming in them. So it's kind of convenient. We have Aging in Place, which is an excellent program, very similar to the idea of a NORC, but specifically for Ottawa Community Housing, just giving people programming. But, you know, there's also an advantage just being in a community where it's a mixture of people and they help each other. So I appreciate that you brought that perspective, because that's what I was thinking as well. You need both options.
You do. You do.
Very much. I appreciate that you're, you know, the growth in the senior population, that baby boomer generation is coming in, and well, it's already there, and is becoming seniors. They're dominating, and we have to know that a good chunk of them are going to be low income based on pensions that they, or lack of pensions that they never had.
Well, 25% of the population, that's a lot of votes, because seniors usually vote as well. So something for council to remember.
Oh, I know. They tell me all the time. And I'm one of them. So, it's more about understanding the needs of the future. And I appreciate, and I think that we have to work closely together. I've talked to Councillor Hughley about working with staff and perhaps having a session to, you know, hear more on experts in the community on aging, and look forward, because housing is the topic that we're focusing on right now. There's other issues as have been raised, for sure, but we have to look at how are people being housed, and how it's best suited for them in terms of like wraparound services and just the whole package.
Thank you.
So thank you. And again, appreciate the work of Counseling on Aging. I know you're on the forefront.
Councillor Dudas.
Trevor, I love how you never sugarcoat anything. I want to, you know, we're focusing a lot on the affordable housing component, but one of the things that I hear a lot from seniors in the community as well is having an option to go to after they want to move out of their single family home. They might have a 2-story house and it's too big and they don't want to live there anymore. They may have the budget to move into something, but there's just nothing being built fast enough. They're also moving into these spaces, keeping in mind they need it to be accessible in case their health deteriorates, and they're not ready to move into a retirement residence yet, or maybe there's not space available for them. Where are these folks going now? I mean, one of the items not affiliated with the budget right now, but we were just talking about the pipeline. We passed that earlier today as an information piece, and only 9% of all the approved and permitted dwellings have received building permits for Q3 of 2023. That means that we're not seeing the number of units being built in our community. So what are you hearing from seniors in our community who may or may not have an affordability, you know, impact on their lives, but want to move out of their single family house, make room for a family, and find an alternative place to live? What are they doing?
Well, what they're looking for really is bungalows that, not huge bungalows like we see that are being built, but a small bungalow that just has the basic, but they're not finding them, like you said. Now, a lot of seniors are retrofitting their homes. They're adding those elevators for the stairs, that kind of ramp, or they're having to have things changed, toilet seats raised. You know, there's a lot of things that need to be done, but really what we need is to be able to build homes that are specially built for seniors, so that they don't have to worry about stairs, and they don't have to worry about not having to put bars in the bathrooms because the bars are already there. So they're just not finding these things. That's the problem now. they're just not there. We need somebody to decide to build us a senior community.
So is the default, they just stay in their current house and until
Yes.
their health deteriorates and they have to move to some healthcare provider?
Or they apply for funding to fit their homes to make them livable.
Yeah. And I mean, the other point is when they move out of those homes of their own accord and into something that's more befitting their age and their health and their interest, it opens it up for other people to move in and families and turns it over. I will say that staff, city staff have been working very hard to get those permits out, to get those, approvals of housing done. And we've seen the numbers grow. It needs to go faster. And I've been hearing that from seniors in the community. And I appreciate you coming and advocating on behalf of not only that development, but also accessible development to accommodate seniors. Thank you, Trevor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Plante.
Oui, salut, merci d'être là aujourd'hui. Premièrement, je voulais juste commencer par une anecdote parce que
Interpretation services will start as soon as the audio quality will allow.
une maison de 3000 pieds carrés, c'est trop pour elle à ce moment-ci et puis je l'encourage fortement de déménager.
Interpretation services are suspended and will resume as soon as audio quality will allow.
Mais l'autre chose, je voulais vous demander s'il y a, parce qu'il y a toujours des enjeux linguistiques aussi à ces sortes de discussions, parce que moi, je crains aussi que les communautés francophones qui se rassemblaient souvent dans certains quartiers, que les gens vont être déplacés, les familles vont être déplacées, les petits-enfants vont être déplacés. Si on a
Interpretation services will resume as soon as the audio quality allows.
Alors, je voulais peut-être que vous adressiez ce point-là, et c'est peut-être pas nécessairement linguistique, mais ça leur éloigne de leur communauté où ils ont vécu pendant des années.
Définitivement, parce que c'est important qu'ils puissent rester là où sont leurs
You're
amis.
right. It will be very nice. It's very important, actually, that they stay amongst their friends, amongst the family members.
Ouais, OK. Alors, merci beaucoup et merci aussi d'être là aujourd'hui.
Ça me fait plaisir.
It's a pleasure. Thank you, Councillor Plant. No other questions are on the table? Thank you so much. We only have two other delegations. Catherine Boucher, followed by Sharon Katz. Hello, Catherine.
My name is Catherine Boucher. I know everybody calls me Catherine Boucher. That's okay.
Catherine, you got 5 minutes
I have
to make
5
an address
minutes.
to the committee.
I'm Catherine Boucher. I'm here actually speaking on behalf of the Dalhousie Community Association, which represents the western part of Somerset Ward and known better as Little Italy, Chinatown, LeBreton Flats, so that part of Ottawa. It's an area which welcomed and has welcomed many newcomers over the years with what was a stock of very affordable, modest housing. We're now under great intensification pressure as we sit at the intersection of two LRT lines. And so that intensification is as it should be and as expected. And we welcome it, but we need to ensure affordability for all, especially, I'm saying here, for families who are rapidly disappearing from our community. And I'm going to step aside here a little bit and say, although I'm speaking as a community volunteer, I also am informed by my previous life as the executive director of CCOC, a large nonprofit housing corporation with over 1,500 units. I spent 30 years building and managing mixed income and supported housing. And I'm now going to add for Councillor Tierney's benefit that all that is old is new again, because CCOC started as an acquisition rehab corporation, and we own buildings which are now 126 years old and still providing very deeply affordable housing. So it was done in the past and it can be done again. I can't speak more about that ad nauseum. So everyone is familiar with the saying, which we've all seen on our social media, that a city's aspirations is found not in its policies, but in its budget. In the recently adopted city strategic plan, we all know that one of the 4 pillars of the plan was a priority for affordable housing. I fear that this priority is not reflected in the proposed capital budget for housing. I've been told by staff that there are over 1,700 affordable housing units in the pipeline. These are, I believe, ready to go, and many of them are in Dalhousie. Ottawa Community Housing, your own city managed corporation, has huge plans for the redevelopment of Rochester Heights and the new Gladstone Village. These will add hundreds of homes for low and modest income families and individuals. The federal government has recently made a requirement for the federal lands and Canada lands requiring that 20% of homes on their sites be made available for affordable housing. And I'm not sure if it's non-market, but I think it might be. In our ward, we have the old Energy Mines and Resources site at Booth and Rochester, which is a huge Canland site, and also another site on Carling Avenue, which is a parking lot, so kind of ready to go. These opportunities need to be seized, and they need to be seized right now. And for this, we need the city to come to the table in a significant way. 23 million will help some non-market housing developers get a foothold to start building. I'm going to make an analogy now that this type of money, when I was a builder, was akin to your parents helping you with the down payment. It lets you talk to other levels of government who have bigger pots of money, but more importantly, it takes you into the bank, which will essentially loan you a whole whack more money and agree to give you a mortgage. And those are the steps to get to that point of building a high-rise or an apartment building. So that first pot of money that your parents said will help you with the down payment, this is the money that needs to be there all the time to allow the market to move, the non-market housing to move. Without this money, the project will fail, and we can't afford to do that. Real estate is a fast-moving game. Non-market players are hard-pressed to play quickly, and opportunities can be lost in a flash, especially in acquisition. That's why we need the city's help. The vacant unit tax, the additional money from Lansdowne, that's all great. And we just need to see more of it. And that's your job. And I trust that you know that and that you're all working hard to do it. All Canadian cities are struggling to find solutions to the housing crisis. I'm just putting on the table here that maybe it's time to think about a housing tax levy. I'll let you ponder that. When you invest in non-market housing, the rewards are permanent. These buildings will not be sold. They will not be renovated. Tenants will have security and be able to plan a life for themselves and their children without worrying about losing their home. I've run out of time. I was going to tell you to read that CHRA report, because if you're not a housing nerd and you want to be one, it's a great report. Thank you.
Sorry, which report is that, Catherine?
It's was referred to by Katie, and it's a report that the Canadian Housing and Renewal Association got Deloitte to write, and it's about the linking of community housing to increased economic productivity.
Yep.
So if you invest in affordable housing, you make your whole city more economically productive, not just on the housing front.
It sounds
It's a
excellent.
great report.
Steph? Thank you. Ariel?
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you, Catherine, and thank you for waiting all day to come and speak. I always love hearing from you. Very quickly, before I ask you a little bit more about how CCOC began with acquisitions, I'll just tell a really quick story that I've been involved with refugee sponsorship and settlement for many years. And about a year and a half ago, I was desperately looking for a home for a Syrian family, 2 women and 2 kids. There was almost nothing on the private market and they wanted to stay in Centertown. And a magical unicorn came up, which was actually a row house that CCOC had purchased in the 70s, 3.5 bedrooms, right downtown, $1,600 a month. That home would rent for well over $3,000 now. And that's the market rent. So even when nonprofit housing providers have market units, they're significantly below market. And I can tell you that family is just absolutely thriving right now and so delighted to live there. So as we contemplate a broader acquisition strategy, I'm just wondering if you could tell me a little bit about how you built that strategy within CCOC and within Centertown.
Well, the big difference was at the time, the program that we were able to access, which was a federal housing program under Section 27 of the National Housing Act, if I remember, was in fact a program that allowed for acquisition. That shifted, and it's a shift, the narrative shifted when the governments decided that housing programs should be about employment, which they then referred to housing programs as boots on the ground program. And we argued at the time that like acquisition and rehab is actually, and it generates a lot of jobs. The government wanted to have, and they still are in that. So that's the modus operandi at the federal level. And it's been a struggle, I know, for all the people who have come after me to try and shift that narrative. But at the time, this was an acquisition program. So we came out of the Centertown Community Association, who wanted to retain some of the existing housing for the families who lived there, and therefore started buying. And we were buying apartment buildings built in the 60s off, Lisgar Street, and they were very affordable. They're great housing, and they are still great housing. They're like some of our most popular buildings. I don't know how you break that now, because the market, now there is an opportunity, as Mike said, because now the market is somewhat depressed. So that's why this kind of money is the money that can get your foot in the door to talk to a real estate agent about putting an offer in on an apartment building, which is what the Community Land Trust just did. And that's why this starter money is crucial to that process, right? You don't get in to the game if you can't put a little bit of money down and then other money comes behind it. That is the most important piece other than free land.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that's really helpful to hear. And so as we talk about, and when I worked at Federation of Canadian Municipalities, we were advocating, and they are still advocating for federal acquisition fund, which would do very much like what you were able to do in the 70s and 80s. So understanding that what seems like a little bit of money in the scope of a huge housing project can really be a foot in the door. I've been quite transparent with the mayor's office and with staff that I'm quite determined to get our capital investment to 30 million this year, which would be a very neat doubling of our investment from the long range financial plan. Others would say 23.8 to 30, like, does that make much of a difference? I'm wondering if you could tell me from your perspective, having been a nonprofit builder, what could like an extra $6 or $7 million do?
Yeah, it can do a lot. It can do a lot. It depends on the project. I mean, it won't do as much on a 100-unit high-rise as it will on a, trying to acquire an 18-unit walk-up. But every intent by any level of government breeds more intent by the financial sector and by other levels of government. That's how you get it. So I remember doing a project in the Harris years when there was no program. There was no money anywhere. We had Community Foundation put $1 million. They distributed to a bunch of people. We got some. The feds had RAP program, which was residential rehabilitation. The city gave us a building for $2. We put all those pieces together and we only got 10 units out of it, but they were the first 10 units of non-market housing delivered in Ottawa since Mike Harris had come into office. And that was like a dam breaking. in a way, everybody then started looking and going like, how do we make this work? What are the little pots of money we can access? And then the federal government put its foot in and said, well, we'll start giving some money, right?
So you're
'Cause
saying when you show ambition, you
show
attract it.
That, yeah, when you show you can do something with very little, other governments look at it and go like, we want some of that.
Yeah.
Because every government wants, every politician, you're politicians, every politician wants to cut a ribbon at a building, as they should. And so when we opened that 10-unit building, we had the federal government politician wanting to cut the ribbon. I let him. But, you know, there was no federal, like, there, you know, but that's how it works. Like, it works on a real level in terms of getting to talk to a bank, because they go, oh, the city gave them some money. They must know that they're viable or they're not, you know, wacky. And then then the other levels of government go like, oh, they're doing something. I want in on it because it looks like it might work. So all of that is.
That's really helpful, because I've heard the opposite argument, which is if we put too much of the city money, then that'll just let other level of government off the hook. But I mean, I'm looking at the Calgary example where they put in 30 million of capital. They attracted a $200 million investment from the Housing Accelerator Fund. And then in 2024, their capital budget is 49 million.
Yeah, and what could be too much money? You just heard how much it costs to build a unit.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's, you know.
Thank you.
Any amount of money helps, but.
Thank you, Catherine.
Housing is everybody's single biggest expense. And so it's not, you know, it could be the cities too, but it just is. You can do it.
You can do it. Catherine, thank you. Oh, sorry, one other question for you. Councillor Tierney has a question. No, go ahead, Tim, please.
I'll keep it brief, Chair.
Tierney.
I just want to say thank you for coming out and your sage words today. I think it's important. Yeah, I'm here. I'm at home. Unfortunately, I got a dog sit today.
You're there and there, but
all over the place. And I do appreciate your words on trying to invest quicker. I wish, it sounds like we're headed in a better direction from a mortgage perspective. I still think we're a year out from a lot of the financial information I've received. We're not quite there yet. Trust me, I have children that want to purchase homes themselves and they can't even do that yet. Mortgage rates aren't quite there. But I just wanted to say thank you for coming out and advocating so heavily for housing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Thank you very much, Catherine. There are no more questions. Appreciate the intervention as always, which leaves, thank you very much, Sharon, for being patient all day. Come on up and you are our next presenter.
Sharon is the most patient. She sat through all 4 days of our Lansdowne deliberations in person.
I don't think I even did. Well, I had COVID. There we go. No rush, Sharon. Whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Good afternoon. My name is Sharon Katz, and I'm here on behalf of Ottawa Acorn to speak on the issue of affordable housing. Acorn is a local and national membership-based organization of low-income and working-class people fighting for social justice. You will also have received a written presentation from Acorn that expands on the points that I'm going to make. That is because I couldn't fit all that information into 5 minutes. For you, this has the advantage that you will automatically have written notes on what I'm going to say. The City of Ottawa has declared a housing emergency. Acorn believes that it is time for the city to put its money where its mouth is. Acorn believes that the affordable housing crisis requires a multi-pronged approach that includes money to build new affordable housing, measures to ensure that existing affordable housing is not lost, for example, through policies that deal with what entities are favored to buy existing affordable housing that comes on the market, a nonprofit acquisition strategy that would give nonprofit social housing providers, co-ops, and land trusts the right of first refusal to purchase at-risk apartment buildings on the private market, similar to Montreal. Measures to aid existing tenants to enable them to remain in an affordable housing situation, such as an anti-displacement policy and anti-rent eviction bylaw to counter actions that would lead to the loss of affordable housing, and a tenant defense fund to provide free legal advice and assistance to tenants who are dealing with landlords trying to abuse the laws regarding above guideline increases and eviction notices in order to get tenants to leave so that the landlords can raise rents without any limits. The Tenant Defense Fund would also assist tenants in filing T6 forms and rent abatement applications with the Landlord and Tenant Board over neglected maintenance and T2 forms over landlord harassment. Also, a rent bank to provide no-interest loans for tenants facing eviction and to provide loans for people who cannot afford to pay first and last month's rent and so feel forced to remain stuck in an unsafe situation. Also, a tenant information hotline and assistance for tenant groups to do tenant outreach and education and proactive tenant education programs for tenants at risk of losing their homes. And lastly, landlord licensing or registration similar to the way restaurants are licensed. This would allow the city to proactively inspect units for problems in apartments that tenants may not be reporting due to fear of reprisal, language barriers, lack of time, or lack of knowledge of their rights. On the subject of capital funding to build affordable housing, it is Acorn's position that the city's capital spending on affordable housing should at least match the amount that the city spends on shelters, which is approximately $40 million. The amounts that have been allocated in recent years have been totally inadequate. And as I mentioned earlier, we believe that there should be policies and programs in place to keep affordable housing affordable and to keep it, not have it torn down. The Tenant Defense Fund. I would also like to draw particular attention to the Tenant Defense Fund. The Community Service Committee has agreed to consider it as part of the city's 10-year housing and homelessness plan, which is a good thing. However, this means that it won't be in this budget cycle. Acorn believes that the need for this service is urgent and should not be delayed for another year. The idea to consider such a fund like the ones in Hamilton and Toronto was put forward in June 2022. City staff then took over a year to report back on the basic facts that the programs existed and were successful. We don't think it's fair that tenants should have to wait yet another year for this program. Landlord registry and/or licensing. Landlords hold the health and safety of their tenants in their hands. Acorn believes that just as restaurants are required to be licensed and to meet health and safety standards, the same should apply to landlords. A registry or licensing program would allow the city to keep track of problematic landlords and, for example, to do proactive inspections. Finally, on a personal note, I would like to express my personal opinion that it is unconscionable for City Council to be willing to spend $500 million or more of city taxpayers' money on Lansdowne 2.0, a project that includes 2 towers of luxury for-profit housing built on public land with parking for the residents of those towers subsidized by city taxpayers to the tune of $600,000 a year for 40 years, while at the same time spending so little on affordable housing, which the city has said is an emergency. Thank you.
Sharon, thank you. I see that there is a question for you from Councillor Plante.
Hi, Sharon. Thank you for being here. Acorn does so much great work in Rideau Venue. So I wanted to thank you guys for your advocacy. I just wanted you to I wasn't going to ask a question, and then you did touch upon problematic addresses and problematic landlords, which, as you know, is a big issue in our ward, and it uses a lot of resources, whether it be bylaw, property standards, etc. So I was wondering if you could talk a bit about the impact of problematic addresses, either from the impact of renters themselves or, sort of the endless follow-up loop that happens when you have a landlord who's not up to speed.
I'm a member of Acorn. I don't work in the office. So I only hear little bits of stories of things that happen to people. I know that at an event I met somebody who something happened with her sink and she tried to, unplug it with baking soda and vinegar, and that didn't work. So she called her landlord, and they brought in somebody who used toxic things that were I think they ruined the plumbing, but they also sort of poison the air in her apartment. And it's kind of like, what do you even do with that? I suggested she might be able to call the health department, but like there's some landlords that, are good and take care of things when there are problems, and there are others that seem to be intent on chasing people out of the building so that, they can rent it to somebody else at a higher rate. But I don't have all the details on, quantities. I know that Acorn does get a lot of these kinds of situations that they hear about and try to help with.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Councillor Tierney?
Sorry about that. I have dogs all over the place here. I want to thank Acorn for coming in today, but I also did want to, review some of what they do as a lobby group. Are you guys also effectively lobbying the provincial government where a lot of this falls in their bailiwick?
As far as I know, Acorn lobbies everybody, municipal, provincial, and federal governments, depending on what the issue is.
Okay, maybe I'm missing out on some of that because there's been, some challenges in the past where there's been some local special interest groups advocating, not Acorn, for people to rent strike, which has led to them being displaced. And that's very concerning because the tribunal is a very good tool. If you even pay any amount of money, they will ensure that there's a good hearing to ensure people stay in their places. And I just wanted to confirm that you are also petitioning the provincial government where this actually lands on their doorstep. We all want to take responsibility, but I think from a tenancy point of view, the provincial government has to do something different, whether it's rent controls or stronger rules. I just want to make sure you guys are doing exactly that.
Well, okay, obviously rent control is something the provincial government dropped the ball on. In terms of the landlord tenant board, I know there's a problem there in terms of timing. Like I personally live in an apartment, and in sort of June of 2022, I got a notice that there would be an above guideline increase. I mean, it was small, and I haven't disputed it, but like a year later, like September of 2023, we got the information about even what the increase was. It was supposedly for.
Sure.
And we still haven't had a result. So like there's been over a year, and and this is a minor thing, but people who have major things, having to wait a year, like over a year, to get a result is not very helpful. So
I'm not disagreeing. I think the provincial, again, the province, and that's why I want to make sure you guys are lobbying them to have swifter measures, more people to be able to advocate and adjudicate. You guys are actually speaking to that because it really isn't a city responsibility on the tenancy front. Housing, we definitely are chipping in our base. We've got everything downloaded to us, but the province isn't helping us out with the way that they're operating. And I want to ensure that you're going at them too.
As far as I know, we're like Acorn is lobbying all levels of government to do more for the issues that concern us in terms of like the factors that adversely impact on low and moderate income people.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I look forward to retweeting your posts that really go after the provincial government for what is really their responsibility.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Kavanaugh?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you very much for waiting all day and for being the voice of Acorn.
I originally had it said, good morning, and
No, I appreciate it. One thing you mentioned was about rent banks. And I've heard about that in Toronto. I think it's an interesting concept just to keep people from, losing places, so that we're keeping people from getting evicted because of hard times with employment issues and just the fact that the affordability is an issue. So I think that's something that we should look at. I mean, we obviously want more affordable housing. That's something we're all working on. I'm particularly keen on that. But it's also about, as we've heard, people losing their housing, and how we can prevent it. Is that that's one of the focuses, I believe, for Acorn.
yeah, well, I hadn't heard this statistic before about, that we're losing 31 for everyone that we're building. The number that I had been heard tossed around was that we were losing 7 for everyone. And 31 is
yeah.
I mean, I think, like part of what I said in my presentation is that we have to, have measures to maintain, well, for people to be able to stay in the affordable housing that they have. And for when things get on the market that were affordable housing, that there should be preference that it goes to nonprofits or co-ops or land trust, like that it's not going to go to a real estate investment trust who's going to, get it from having been affordable to being not affordable or being torn down.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But anyway, it's about keeping people in housing. So,
yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Lowe has a question for you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your delegation. My question is, so I honestly speaking have not read up too much on the the Tenant Defense Fund just yet. And I know that Councillor Trosser has had a motion a few weeks ago to get staff to come back with more information about it as part of the wider housing strategy, I think. Are you able to kind of give me a brief overview of how that differs from what I think the 2 things the city has right now in place?
Okay, let me get my notes. Basically, there's existing sort of legal assistance from 2 organizations, Action Logement and I should remember the other name and I don't. Basically, it would expand the mandate of these groups, and Acorn is willing to have the current groups take on the new responsibilities because they're the ones that have the experience with it, and we'd like it to start soon. So so we feel that would be a good way to go. It would be, I'm not exactly sure which things the current groups tackle, but the list of the things that Acorn was advocating for the Tenant Defense Fund to deal with was assistance for tenant groups to dispute above guideline increases, assistance for tenant groups to challenge a dem eviction or rent eviction, and 13. Assistance for tenant groups to challenge N12s, N5s, and N11s as they are increasingly being used as tactics to evict tenants. N12 is when the landlord claims that they or their immediate family will be moving into the unit. And there have been cases where landlords have sort of, well, I heard one case of an apartment with 200 units and everybody got a notice that the landlord's relatives were moving in, which sounds kind of dubious. N5 is for disruptive behavior. And Acorn has heard of cases where people who, wanted repairs were then given evicted notices that they were disruptive behavior, or if they wanted to organize a tenants union. And N11 is an agreement between the landlord and the tenant to end the lease early, but some tenants don't realize that they have the right to refuse. And so some tenants kind of get told by their landlord, you got to sign this, and they don't realize they can refuse that. And then the idea of a T6 and rent abatement application can be filed to the landlord and tenant board over neglected maintenance. As far as I know, nobody's doing that. And assistance for tenant groups to file T2 forms to the landlord and tenant board over landlord's harassment. And then also assistance for tenant groups to do tenant outreach and education, and support for the creation of a tenant hotline. Now, I suppose that could be done without the tenant defense fund being set up. Like the city could just set up a hotline to give information for tenants about what their rights are. I guess that's about it as far as the tenant defense fund is.
Okay, great. Understood. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sharon. I don't see any further questions for you. Thank you very much for your patience today. We do have the one speaker who was not able to join, but now is. Daniel Tucker Simmons has joined us as our last speaker today. Daniel, when you're ready, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the committee for having me and for your flexibility with the speakers list. I have a number of things I'm juggling. My name is Daniel Tucker Simmons. I'm a lawyer. I have 10 years of experience representing tenants before the Landlord and Tenant Board, but I'm here in my capacity as a member of Horizon Ottawa. I'm here to present Horizon's campaign to increase the city's affordable housing budget to $40 million. Horizon Ottawa has been campaigning to increase the affordable housing budget, as I said, to $40 million to meet a profound need that you're all aware of. You'll be aware that rents have been increasing substantially over the last 5 to 10 years, often year over year in the double digits, according to CMHC statistics. That's for all rental categories, 1 bedroom to 3 bedroom plus, affordable to luxury. The problem is not that the private market is not responding to the demand. The private market is functioning perfectly well. It's doing exactly what it's designed to do, make enormous amounts of profit. Huge investments are being made in Ottawa, huge investments. Where are they being made? They're being made in existing rental properties, often and primarily in affordable, racialized neighborhoods. Those properties are being acquired and then repositioned towards luxury and upscale rental markets. They're being gentrified. That's exactly what happened in Harrogate. You'll all be aware. I represent tenants in Harrogate against large developer Hazelview. And none of that, very little or none of that investment is being directed in towards the construction of new rental housing. New rental housing is not being built. It's certainly not being built at a pace required to cool the market to bring rents to an affordable level. So the market is working just fine. It's doing exactly what it's designed to do. It's making a lot of money for everyone, except it's not constructing the housing that we need. The private market never has and never will construct affordable housing. There's no reason. Why would it do that? it's not profitable. It was not sufficiently profitable. There are much easier, more lucrative investments that can be made. As I mentioned, Horizon has been campaigning to increase the affordable housing budget. It's our view that all levels of government, including and especially municipal government, has a responsibility to realize the right to housing in Ottawa, and that the amount that's being invested currently, that's proposed to be invested this year, next year, and in the following years, is grossly inadequate to meet that responsibility, to meet that task. As you'll know, the federal government recently announced loans in the amount of over $400 million to create 1,000 units in Ottawa. These are not affordable units, these are market units. The City of Ottawa proposes in its budget to create 500 new affordable units. As you know, and as previous speakers mentioned, the number of affordable units being created is far less than the number of previously affordable market units that are disappearing year after year from Ottawa. So Horizon Ottawa, in its campaign, created a petition. We knocked over 10,000 doors. I myself participated in that, and can tell you from experience, from having knocked hundreds of doors, that we had an overwhelmingly positive response all across Ottawa, across the city, in all wards. 99% of the doors that we knocked, the people that responded signed our petition. We have 25, our petition calling on the city to increase the affordable housing budget to $40 million was signed by 2,500 residents. We'll be submitting that to the clerk next week. I'm sure you'll ask me, where does this money come from? Well, I would say firstly, our property taxes, they are below the average in Ontario. There are many other cities with higher property tax rates. There's no reason why we can't have a sustainable property tax. Also, $10 million was designated, this is my last point, $10 million was designated from the vacant unit tax. That $10 million should be in addition to the $60 million that was designated last year. Why don't we have a $26 million budget this year? Thank you for listening to me, and I'm yours for questions, in your hands for questions.
Thank you very much, Daniel. And we do have one question for you from Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Daniel. I just wanted to ask your opinion in the previous delegation related to Acorn and identifying that tenancy issues are a provincial responsibility. Horizons held the opinion of rent strike, which was detrimental. And your counsel, a lawyer, what's your opinion of people that held off, that got evicted from their homes because they didn't contribute $1? If they would have done that, they would have had the. Am I totally off base?
Because I'm going to rule that question out of order just because we are focused on the budget. Is there information that you're looking for from the delegate in order to understand, or in order to influence or shape how you vote on the budget?
Sure. If we're talking about Councillor Troster wanting to have some kind of funding to be able to assist people, I think it's well in frame to ask the question before we use taxpayers' dollars to defend tenancy, which is not near Ballywick, what Danielle's opinion and Horizons Ottawa opinion is of actually saying not to pay rent, because that puts us in a very sensitive situation if we were to look at trying to defend people through a municipal channel that is provincial.
I mean, I don't think I have to answer to Mr. Tierney's personal grievances with Horizon's positions on things.
It's not a personal grievance. It's about protecting the corporation. And if the chair wants to challenge me, I'll challenge the chair, and we'll have a vote, and we'll determine how we proceed. But this is a very...
I'm happy to respond, Mr. Chair, but I'm in your hands.
A brief reply, and we'll put this one back and then get back on track, please.
In desperate times call for desperate measures. I think that rent strikes are entirely legitimate a tool. I can tell you that that Horizon's position on that has absolutely nothing with Councillor Troster's proposal. The proposal, as I understand it, to create a tenant defense fund would ensure that tenants who engage in rent strikes have proper legal advice and can make an informed opinion. If those tenants, I find it very unfortunate that tenants that engage in rent strikes are not aware of the peril. I think that absolutely that if they decide to do that they should be informed of that peril, that they should get proper legal advice, and I would support Member Troster's proposal or Councillor Troster's proposal for that very reason. Maybe you'd see more people do it, maybe you'd see less, but certainly they should be aware of their rights. I have no idea whether those tenants in particular were properly informed. If they had come to see me, absolutely I would have given them competent legal advice, but I don't think
and that's good. So as a lawyer and counsel, you would suggest they should do whatever they can to make some kind of payment and not to pay.
I can't comment on specific situations.
So I permitted the question. I permitted a brief reply.
Fair enough, Mr. Chair. I think I know where this is going. There's no way in God's green earth I could support Councillor Troster. It would put our corporation in trouble. This goes against everything. It's embarrassing.
Councillor Tierney, that'll be an end to that line of questioning, please.
Fair enough, Mr.
Embarrassing
Chair.
for you, my friend.
Are there any questions related for this delegate related to the proposed budget? See none. Daniel, thank you very much for your presentation today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the time.
That was our final public delegation, our final speaker. We should all stand up. Just take like a 30-second recess and stand up. Stretch. We still got one whole section to go. Oh, all right. All right, that was the end of our 30-second recess.
Just needed 30 seconds.
Let's get back to work.
5 seconds.
So I'm going to let staff get set up to answer questions from councillors. Further stretching while staff come back to the table is encouraged. Well, I mean, all the questions are. All right. The opportunity is now for questions for staff, and the first hand up is Vice Chair Gowers.
Thanks, Chair. I have a very boring question to kick things off, and it's there's a few references in the budget documents about surpluses due to staffing shortages, and so I wanted to ask for just some clarity on how that relates. Why those are happening, and if we anticipate that those shortages will be resolved in 2024.
Through the chair, great question, because you will see that throughout all budget committee meetings or documents, and that's in reference to we include a section there on the forecast update for 2023. So the vice chair is referring to the 2023, And that's the market that we're in. You've heard me talk about a labor market or employee market, some people call that. Across all departments, we are struggling to find talent, like every other industry out there. What I can say, obviously HR is part of my portfolio. I'm optimistic that we've no longer going this way. We may be going a little bit this way, but we're certainly, it's going to be at least another few quarters, if not into 2024, obviously, throughout as we try and stabilize, but we're trying to find the talent, but we're like everybody else, just struggling to find the talent right now.
Okay, so it's not unique to the planning department. Is it impacting our ability to meet the legislated deadlines for zoning and site plan? I think that's the most important one.
Chair, I would pass it over to Derek. I can probably answer it, but I want to speculate just in case.
My apologies, Chair. Would it be possible to just
Yes.
repeat the question?
I was asking about the staff reports note staffing shortages, and I was asking about if the staffing shortages are impacting our ability to meet the legislated deadlines for zoning and site plan reviews.
With respect to the new timelines imposed through Bill 109, we're still sort of in early days with respect to that, and we have a limited number of applications that we've accepted and deemed complete under the Bill 109 timeframe. Certainly, if we were working at volumes similar to what we had in 2021, then our applications would be suffering given the reduction in timelines today, or the application volumes today. We are still on track and we have not missed timelines yet, but it is still very early days.
And can you remind our committee when we're likely to get a report on adherence to those timelines? Is that sometime in the new year? I think there was a commitment to that when we launched the new program earlier this year.
I believe it's Q1. Yeah, I know there's one sort of percolating, but I believe it'll be coming in Q1.
Okay, good, thank you. The other areas around staffing for the legal department as it relates to planning files, is that reflected in this departmental budget or is it in a different budget?
So Chair, it's kind of in two spots. So if you go to the planning committee section of this budget, you'll see a line where there's 6 FTEs being added. So dollar value is there, but there's no FTE there. The FTE is over in the legal side because they're recovered through the planning fees.
Okay, and that's because of where they fall within the organizational structure? Yep. Okay, thank you. And the last one, the Bill 23 and its new restrictions on cities from collecting development charges for affordable housing. How is that reflected in the 2024 draft budget, or how is that impacting any of the affordable housing capital spends?
So Chair, and part of the update that Isabel provided, in the 2021 Housing Long Range Financial Plan, we had about $19 million coming in through the DC Avenue. That's now out of the current refresh. So it's not there. We didn't put that in. So that's 19 million, 20 million that went away. That fortunately the VUT is the subsidy of that. But right now we do not have that captured in the refresh because of the uncertainty.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. Hanging in here. I'm not feeling well. Sorry for my voice. I just wanted to ask about the vacant unit tax revenues going towards the affordable housing capital budget. My understanding previously was that we were expecting to get about $10.5 million from the VUT. That was just confirmed, I think, earlier this year. But I saw in the presentation that number was revised to 7 to 9 million. And so I guess I'm just wondering why the differential. Does it have to do with some of the I guess report backs with some residents and some of the further due diligence that's going on there, or what's the reason for the discrepancy before that 10.5 that we saw earlier this year versus that 7 to 9 million in the presentation?
Chair, so the 10.5 was relation to 2023. The last update we gave back a couple months ago on the VUT, we did quote, I think it was 10.5 for 2023. What you see in the presentation was for 2024, we're expecting 9.3, 8.6 in 25, 7.8 in 26, and then 7.2 in 27. And that's where we're predicting the VUT to kind of stabilize. We know it's going to be up and we know it's going to come down, but 7.2 is what you see as a stabilized contribution. So again, 10.5 is 2023. That would go into the housing reserve. And then from a 24 perspective, 9.3, 8.6, 25, 7.8 in 2026, stable 7.2 from 2027 forward.
Perfect. No, thanks, Cyril. That helps explain it. And I figured there might be something to do with the kind of average over the years out. So thank you for that. I did have a question about the capital budget again with the VUT, because it seems like what staff were saying through the presentation is that this amount of new funding from the VUT is replacing what would have been a debt requirement for the municipality to fund the Affordable Housing Capital Fund. And so it seems like what we were doing was, rather than kind of put the VUT on top of what had already been committed by previous committees and council, that it would instead replace previously committed funding. So I'm just wondering like where the direction came to make that change as part of the funding strategy.
So Chair, so that's what's before you for approval. So in the 2021 plan, we had assumed 1 million from VUT because in 2021, March of 2021, we were still too early in the VUT program. That came later and we rolled out later. The 2021 plan also had a total of $5 million worth of debt over the period of that long range financial plan in 2021. We used debt then as a priority measure because we should not be issuing debt on affordable housing because we don't have the asset. So it was done in 2021 as a placeholder. And what I also referred to as that in the 2021 plan, there was $19 million worth of DC contributions, which since Bill 23. So those three things are three big factors that's changed. So that's why the refresh plan removes the 20 million in DCs. It removes the debt in totality. And now we've updated with the refresh VUT numbers that we have better data for. So that's at staff's discretion to do that through their financial plan, put forward to committee and council.
I can appreciate, and Cyril, you're a great public servant. I always appreciate you and your straightforwardness with all of us. I guess the disappointment more so comes from the fact that I think for a lot of us, affordable housing was the number one strategic priority that was discussed, and it's in our strategic plan. And to see just a modest increase and not have that amount really get up to, I think, the level of ambition that was discussed during that strat plan is where that disappointment comes from. I can understand what you're saying in terms of the process there, but that total figure and the building of affordable housing, especially after hearing from the Alliance to End Homelessness and the amount of units that we're losing, even with lots of supply being approved by this committee, we're missing out on actual affordable homes. So we're missing that segment of population that needs it most. So thank you for that, for the information. I appreciate that, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much. So unsurprisingly, my questions are also about the affordable housing allocation. So what you're saying is that, so we already allocated the $40 million that was supposed to represent the entire term of council spending for capital for affordable housing, and it was $40 million, correct?
Chair was 15 per year.
Per year.
So
Okay.
call it the 60 over 4.
Okay. And so I think what Councillor Menard is saying, and other folks around the table who were part of the original discussion to bring in the vacant unit tax can correct me, but my understanding is that it was sold to the public as additional funding for affordable housing, and that the understanding that this would be over and above what we were able to do as a city. So I'm just wondering, was that your decision to fold the VUT into the existing base funding amount? Because if I were to add the 15 million that we already committed and allocated, let's say 8 million from the VUT, which might be a low estimate, and then you said 9.75 for the air rights for Lansdowne, that gets you to 32.5 million instead of 23.8. So I just want to be abundantly clear to the public what happened here and why it's being absorbed into what we already committed to instead of adding on top.
So Chair, I'll I'm going to try and be very simplified because there's things that's being missed in that portrayal there. If you look at what Isabella presented, what I spoke to, so yes, the VUT money is up, but we lost the previous plan had $20 million for DC, $19 million for DC money. That's gone. That came off. So my 15 million now got to be reduced by that. It was annually at $2 million per year. So my 15 becomes 30. Then when I look at in 2023, we had planned for $3.6 million worth of debt, 5 million over the term of the agreement. That was only put there in 2021 as a placeholder, but always had a plan. We had to go back and take that away. It was a financing issue that we had to come back to and revisit. So you need to take that away as well. All of the VUT money is going to affordable housing. The net after the cost of the program is removed is going to VUT, affordable housing. There is $9 million sitting in the housing reserve projected for the end of 2024. What we do with the housing reserve is we make sure we carry a balance there because it's better for us to have, and working with Paul and Clara, have that steady state of 25 per year. You referenced Calgary. I think Calgary had a couple of blips, so it's not like they're at a steady state, but we're trying to get to that $25 million steady state. And we use the reserve because right now is a little bit of a bump because VUT is coming in better, but all that will flow right to housing. If Clara and Paul comes to us tomorrow where they have an opportunity, I have no issue in coming back to council and say, okay, we're going to shift our plan a little bit and draw that down, but it might say that we might have 30 this year, but we might have to drop to 20 next year. But overall, so the term at 15 per year, 60 million, effectively now we're close to 25 million per year if we were to reset. So we're going from 60 to 100 million over 4 years when you do that comparison.
Okay, so where did the housing reserve come from? Was that taxpayer dollars? Was that DC's? Like,
So
where did that $9 million come from?
So Chair, the housing reserve was created, I can't remember the exact year, but it was a reserve specifically created for housing. Originally, any surplus in the housing department, this is a bylaw, that surplus would be contributed to the reserve. The contributions that we make from our base budget goes into the housing reserve. All the net VUT money goes into the housing reserve. And then from there, we go to the housing reserve, take that out, give it to the capital program. So the housing reserve is funded mainly through VUT. When we do sell surplus land, if it's eligible, we allocate 25% of the sale surplus land to the housing reserve. Surplus is in housing operating, housing reserve. In 1 year in 2020 or 2019, part of the annual overall city disposition, there was a surplus, and I think we allocated 5 to the reserve at the will of council. So those are the inflows to the housing reserve, and the outflows is all to affordable housing capital investments.
Okay, so I asked you some of these questions when we met privately, but I'm asking them here just so they can be on the public record. I know Clara and Paul, when we spoke in that meeting, you expressed a preference to have a bit of a slush fund in a reserve in case there's a cool project that comes up that you want to have matching funds for. My question is, does it make a material difference if we pull it forward on the balance sheet? Like, we don't have to spend it. And the reason I'm saying this is because Calgary is the city of the same size, roughly 1 million people. They made a $30 million investment from their own money, and that translated into $200 million from the Housing Accelerator Fund. We have not received a response on the Housing Accelerator Fund. And as Catherine Boucher mentioned when she came to speak here, I'm really interested in seeing if, to me, a neat doubling of what the commitment was in the original long-range financial plan shows the level of ambition far and beyond anything the city has ever done. And you say, well, then that means next year I might have to go to 20 instead of 30. We might be in a completely different tax environment next year. I know that the mayor's promise to hold the line at 2.5% taxes was really only for the first 2 years. We don't know what interest rates are going to look like. But from my perspective, if we are in an emergency, and this truly is an emergency, we have people sleeping on plastic chairs sitting upright at the mission, why not draw down from that reserve to increase our investments this year?
So Chair, again, we're using the reserve to kind of, it might be 9 million by this time, but when we look at our full plan, it might be drawn down to 7 next year, down to 5 the following year, because to get to our 25. So there's other components in our assumed funding plan where we're assuming $1 million contribution from surplus land to get to that 23.8. So if some of those things don't come through, we have a little bit of contingency in the reserve. again, at the end of the day, that full reserve is allocated to affordable housing. In order for council always got the will to choose if they want to use something differently, but council would have to give staff that direction. From a staff perspective, it's fully there for affordable housing. Whether it's sitting in a project, I don't know if I necessarily see the benefit of it sitting in a project. The team really needs it. We'll be back at council in a very immediate next council meeting or committee meeting with the decision for council to advise us, to give us the authority to take it out of the reserve. So I don't really see the benefit of just taking it out and depleting it, because we're using it as a stable in the factor to get to that 25 every year.
Okay, so just to confirm with staff, my office asked how many projects we have in the pipeline that are currently unfunded and ready to go. And the number I was given was 1,794 homes. Is that correct?
Chair, yes, a number of units.
Okay, unit. I prefer to say homes because units are homes, but that's okay. So, and my understanding is that to build them up completely, that would be about $370 million. Is that a fair estimate? And generally speaking, do we aim for 1/3 municipal contribution, 1/3 provincial, 1/3 federal?
For you, Chair, yes.
Okay, so looking at that, that would be a municipal contribution of $123 million over the next 3 years. And we're not looking at anything close to that in our own budget. You know, I know we're waiting for funding to come from other levels of government. I'm not going to make a motion at this meeting, but I feel that any member of the public that I've spoken to about the vacant unit tax, which was a controversial tax, which had a lot of wrinkles, which a lot of people weren't thrilled about, the understanding was that this is worth it. It's worth the temporary pain because this is going to be an increase to affordable housing. And the fact that it's been folded into the base amount, I think, can be very misleading to people. And my goal is to see every one of these 1,794 projects in the pipeline funded before the end of this term. I mean, that would be meeting the scale of the crisis that we're dealing right now. So if the reserve is there anyway for affordable housing, I personally don't see the harm in moving it up and making a $30 million capital commitment this year. I think it shows a level of ambition that it's way above and beyond anything we've ever done. And it's on par with other cities of a similar size. And then next year we look at the balance sheets and look at next year, but the crisis is now, like, it's only going to get worse in the next year. So anyway, thank you so much.
Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Chair. Continuing on the line of the VUT a little bit, what would I remember the graph of the yellow bar? It's pretty consistent in the last, I don't remember what years those are, but whatever. What would happen if, let's say, you know, the message of the VUT gets out there and, you know, and the number of vacant units decrease to a level where suddenly that yellow bar starts shrinking from year to year?
So, Chair, that goes back to my point where we use that reserve as a little bit of a stable cushion to have stable, predictable funding. There's different components in our funding stream, so we're not reducing the base. The base is continuing to grow. When you compare, again, the previous LRFP in 21 to today, we're growing that base significantly. And even in today's, like, there's a couple of factors, like the sale of surplus land. We're assuming $1 million per year. We're assuming $1 million per year for the new CBC, community benefit charges. So if that doesn't come in, that creates a gap. So that's why, again, that reserve is a little bit of a cushion for us to make sure we don't have an issue with construction shovels in the ground where we got to say timeout, no more shovels. So that's why that reserve is used as that predictable model. What you'll see in Q2 when we come back with the full-blown update on the long-range financial plan is you'll see where we're going to have that reserve drawn down to relatively minimal levels over the term of the 10 years. But today, we're continuing to invest our base. Our base is growing. That commitment is there and is even growing more now. So as that base is growing, that's where we can draw that reserve down to that low level. So that way we mitigate that risk to Paul and Claire and the team.
Thank you. And in the same vein, the surplus land sales that are predicted over the next number of years, are those just based on an assessment of what assets we have now, or is it just more or less a projection based on the last 10 years or something?
So, Chair, again, like, our due diligence is to be very fiscally prudent and conservative. So, you know, there's going to be years where we might have a big land sale. If that qualifies for the 25%, that goes to the housing reserve regardless, right? We just don't want to overinflate and say that we're going to invest more than we're comfortably financially budgeting or forecasting for. So, you know, if I look at the historical trend in sell surplus lands, there's been years where we do have a $5 million budget for that line item. There's been years where we haven't hit that. There's been years where we've been 10, 12 and above. So again, when that occurs, 25% housing reserve, and the housing will get the pickup on that in terms of moving that over. So we're going to be looking, that'll be reported through the disposition report budgets as that improves, that'll come there. So the 25 million is our stable line, water line. You know, sales go up, VUT goes up, 25 will go up one time. But at least it gives the team a predictable, stable plan to work with.
Good, and stability is key when it comes to many things. Last question, and I maybe I was asleep for the whole year, but I noticed the column for 2022 in federal capital investments in affordable housing is blank. Was that something that my screen blocked out? Like, did my computer censor it for me, or did something happen that year?
Chair, I believe it's blank in 2023 as well. So remember, this is the capital side of the affordable housing component. The other $204 million is over in community social services budget. And that's where you see all those other products, I'll call them products, that Paul talked about in terms of the other sources of funding from the province and the feds. So that's why if you refer back to yesterday's budget, you'll see the provincial and federal revenue component of the budget. That's where you see those big numbers.
Okay, because I remember it just said 20, there were the figures in 2021 and 2023, and the column in 22 was blank. So, okay, that's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Kavanaugh?
Thank you, Chair. I was just thinking it's interesting, and we were talking about yesterday, funding that we get from the province for certain programs, you know, services. We know what it's going to be, but when it comes to housing, it's jumping around all the time. Is that so? Like we're waiting for the ship to come in terms of, and federal for that matter, but there's no mechanism for a steady stream for building new affordable housing. Is that correct?
Chair, if Paul could talk about, I would say it's correct. And it is very similar to, if I just kind of give me a second here, it's very similar to our transit long-range financial plan update that we gave, right? It's very challenging, you know, the feds are committed to some additional funding or steady state funding coming in 2026. But it's very challenging for the municipality to kind of have a good plan when we have that lack of unstable or the unstable fluidity of the funding that they bring out.
Yep, thank you. In terms of the 1,700 units that we're looking at, roughly 1,700 units, do we do a breakdown? First of all, how many of them are built by non-for-profits such as OCH versus private developers that promise us, you know, 15 units here, 15 units there? What's a rough breakdown of that?
Thank you, Chair. All of our providers are not-for-profit.
Okay, so when there's a deal like, you know, there was a motion about some affordable housing in a new building. I've had some in my ward where it's we're getting some affordable units. Where do you count those in, or how do you account for those? And knowing they're quite different. They're not the same kind of affordable housing, but I just wanted to be clear that that they are different, and how do we state them? And obviously, I think they should be in a separate category.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Yes, they are different when we talk about the capital funding that we allocate to build new affordable housing. Then those go into our pipeline and refer to our pipeline and the not-for-profit housing providers.
Okay, so, but we're not counting them among the 1,700 units.
Correct.
Okay, so we may report that more got built, but once they've been dealt with, I'm just trying to, where do they show up?
Through you, Chair. maybe David, you could answer that question in terms of whether it would show up.
So, Chair, as part of our affordable housing pipeline, which is what we're talking about, that's our affordable housing program. Those are the 1,729 units that are in the pipeline. Those are all nonprofit providers, including OCH. Other private sector providers who may construct and build close to market or just under market rent or outside of the purview of our affordable housing program.
Okay, thank you. Within that 1,700, do we break down how many are family units versus singles, et cetera? Obviously, there's a big need for family units. Many of the reasons that people need housing is because they have families to house, and they can't afford regular rent.
Through you, Chair, yes, we can get a breakdown on the different types of units by provider as well.
Okay, understanding that larger units obviously cost more, but I just want to make sure we're not focusing on smaller units because we get more bang for our buck, but that we are making an effort to ensure that there's a significant number for families who are in desperate need. So you'll give a breakdown?
Through you, Chair, yes.
Okay, thank you. No, I hope we'll get more ambitious. I appreciate the increase, and I was happy to hear from Katie to talk about, that congratulating us. But I hope we'll get even more ambitious, and I think it pays off. I sort of look at it as kind of a down payment on the future because once we get people housed, as has been stated many times, our economy is going to do better because we're going to get more people housed. And I mean, obviously, we want people housed for other reasons, but it actually has a benefit right through our budget. So if we can find any more, are we still continuing to look at? We've got this budget right now, but are we continuing to look at boosting those numbers?
Chair, absolutely. I mean, it's a daily thing for us that we're looking at opportunities. And that's why I kind of mentioned we couldn't come back today with that full housing long range financial plan update because things are still moving a lot, but we had to commit to do what we did in terms of that significant investment for now. And we're going to come back in, 6 months time. We're back again in 6 months time with another update to committee. So that'd be 3 updates on a housing long range plan within 2.5 years. So that kind of speaks to our commitment at the staff level.
Okay, thank you. In terms of the VOT, of course, I'm very supportive of it. But I was surprised at the numbers that what we expect to make because I as people as the ones who are affected as we move forward, I expect that more and more people are going to try and avoid having vacant units. And maybe that's kind of okay because that's more units in circulation. I don't know if we're tracking that too, because that's, as we were talking about, losing units. And I think this is a big part of it is often units are left empty because they're going to renovate them or they're going to move forward. But I just want to know if we're looking at that as well.
Chair, yes. And as we provided a couple updates through the VUT process, which is ongoing, we're now in the audit phase. It's new, right? So it's hard to predict where it's going to go. We leverage some of the more advanced cities like Vancouver on their modeling. We're closely aligned to their modeling. And that's why we're seeing that dip down to 7.2 by 2027. That's where we think it might stabilize. Ideally, to your point, if there was no vacant units, that's a contribution to this housing stock. But that's the predictions that we have, the best case predictions. But we'll continue to update. I think we have another update coming later in Q2 because we kicked off the audit phase in September, and now we're going to the onerous audit phase of the process, and we'll provide an update in the new year.
Again, I'm very supportive of it. I do know people are making, that have been affected by it or are making appeals based on certain situations, and we may have to, they may win those appeals, and it may set precedents going forward. So I think there's a whole bunch of factors, but again, the fact that we're encouraging units from not being empty is a win. So, and I hope we're doing more measures to prevent that rent eviction issue, and anything else we can. I don't know if we have anything that you can talk about that's in our budget that actually prevents people from losing their places. Are we doing anything specifically?
Chair, can you repeat the question?
When we heard about units being lost because people are evicted or rent evicted, or in some cases they just can't afford it anymore, and they're what are we looking at in terms of that as well? I mean, yes, we're building more affordable units, but are we looking at people currently in units that are being pressured to leave?
Thank you for the question. Yes, we are also looking at programs and funding agencies to make sure that that we preserve the housing and preserve the tenancy. So there's a variety of programs, and some of them were mentioned today. And we will continue to work with our community partners to make sure that to look at ways that we can make sure the programs are available and are efficient in meeting the intended goal, meaning preventing that eviction, if those are the programs that we are talking about. We also have other prevention programs that prevent people from becoming homeless, so that they don't lose their housing in the first place. So there's different programs for different scenarios, and including people who face rent eviction, for example.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Chair. I just was hoping to get an update. We had approved those 32 FTEs in response to Bill 23. How are we doing on those hires?
Sure, we're in the throes of finalizing the hiring process on a number of positions. In fact, I think we have competitions that we're working through on basically every position type that we have within planning services. We are conducting interviews. Our management team has been spending a lot of time over the last month in conducting interviews for both planners and engineers, or engineering type of staff. As we go through that interview process, there is some time following that to get through the process and letters of offer and actual start dates. But, we're on track to have, I think, a large number of staff coming in starting January 1.
Okay, great. And so you're feeling good about your resources?
Yeah, I mean, it'd be nice if the hiring process was, easier sometimes, or that it was, we've had good candidates in a number of different fronts, and that's very promising. That was one of our concerns that we talked about with council in the summertime, are we going to be able to get good qualified candidates in the pool? The slowdown, I think in the housing market has helped, people see us as a steady ship in a storm, and that's, I think, helping to provide us with some good candidates. So overall, I'm positive and looking forward to the new staff.
Okay, and if there are any challenges, I guess, through that hiring process, you would sort of inform us via memo that, we're still short, or?
I mean, there's always churn and staff. Sorry, we do have some feedback, but there is always churn and within our staff complement. We often, especially when we're looking to hire numbers of people, we may have to go out again. But certainly if we get to a point where we are concerned that we're not going to be able to find staff, that we will come back to council and, possibly propose other solutions. And, we've changed the way we work by implementing the team-based approach, which will, if needed, enable us to bring in staff that may not have the qualifications that we're currently looking for.
Okay, that's great. I guess I'll just make a plug. I know that the East has historically had less planning applications, but that has changed. So I know that I think we'd like to see some additional resources in that team. So
I get regularly reminded from the manager for the East that the resourcing complement needs to be addressed. We are having discussions about balancing and looking at making some tweaks, certainly, and recognize that the East has seen, more than a historical level of application volumes.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hill.
Thank you very much. I'm good. I meant to take my hand down. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor, Vice Chair Gower, sorry. Okay, perfect. Yep, more than happy to move on to Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. And I just had a question that follows up from Councillor Kitt's line of questioning, I guess, around resources. We see that there are resources to deal with planning. I was just wondering, does staff anticipate any additional resources being needed around building codes? Because ideally, we want to see a substantive increase in construction. We know, of course, that it's going to take a bit more time in terms of all the challenges that are facing us, microeconomic conditions, labor conditions. However, with an anticipated increase in construction, just wanted to know whether we are ultimately going to consider increases in human resources for building code services.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. Actually, we're feeling pretty good, to use a term I believe the Councillor Kitts mentioned. Right now, we sit at 12 vacancies within our ranks. 10 of those vacancies are earmarked for interns who we have actually training up right now. We have had a unique internship system here and framework in the city of Ottawa since 2009, and the province has actually picked up on that framework and broadened it out province-wide. So our interns right now who are in the pipeline are halfway through. So what happens is they start in permit approvals and then they switch to building inspections, and they're progressing nicely. So with us in building code services, it's not so much an issue right now of the seats not being filled. It's more of the younger staff or the newer staff that we have gaining the proper experience. Right now, building permit applications and building permits are down. So this is actually quite a nice time to onboard those employees. So we're anticipating that when construction really starts up again and a lot of the projects before this committee actually get to shovels in the ground, we feel that we should be in good shape. If not, at that time, we will certainly, I'll sit before you and likely make that request. So thank you.
Okay, I appreciate that. And just a quick follow-up. I guess there's also part-time and summer students entering into the stream for heritage staff. I suppose your answer is the same. It's sufficient.
Yes, Councillor, through the Bill 23 report, Heritage staff did receive 4 temporary FTs, and those positions are all staffed up.
And then my last question is, of course, all these legislative changes have increased the workload. Is there going to be any provincial funding that will offset these additional FTE costs?
Chair, at this time, no. I mean, I spoke a little bit about the development charge and the impacts there. Like that's going to flow through the DC background study, but at this point, there's no provincial funding coming for support.
Thank you for that answer. I joked with some of my constituents that the provincial government is making jobs in planning for us, and they're not providing us the resources to really pay for all of the impacts from their legislative changes. Thank you so much for those answers. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Councillor King. Councillor Curry.
Thank you very much. When we were attending the service review working group meetings, Councillor Carr, the mayor, and I, one of the things Ottawa Community Housing came in and asked for was a streamlined process specifically for Ottawa Community Housing through the planning department. So when I look at the positions, the added positions that we have, is that looking like more of a possibility given that we would have additional staff? Could one of them be designated to work with Ottawa Community Housing and offer that sort of concierge service that we've seen in other areas?
Chair, the additional staff that we've added are not necessarily specific to Ottawa Community Housing. We do have the program for high social impact projects that does provide, I guess, front of the line type service. Where from my experience, where we've run into challenges and many of the challenges with applications is on the issue resolution side. So it's not the pure processing of an application and going through the necessary steps. But as we get into issue resolution, some of the sites that OCH has or other housing providers have, come with some challenges associated with them. That being said, we are looking at constantly looking at ways that we can do business differently and more effectively. And one of the things that we are currently looking at and planning to implement in the new year is, a group that would deal with some of our regular frequent flyers, and that would include school boards. It would include housing providers. They would deal with other applications as well, but they would be potentially looking at dealing with, some of those regular applicants on a high social impact side of things, so that they would at least be dealing with the same people all of the time and be able to build those relationships and have a consistent approach and understanding of what's expected.
I'm very happy to hear that. I think that is part of a backlog. It's about relationships and who to call and who to work with and how quickly you can get your point across to someone that you actually know. I would advocate that you do everything you can to accelerate that process, given we have the affordable housing CIP that may mean more, more affordable housing. That anything that is affordable housing, if it can get through the process more quickly, I think that would be a great idea. My other question is Housing Accelerator Fund money. We will get something soon. I'm sure we will get something. When that arrives, we feel we have enough staff to deal with it, given that we have fairly tight timelines on that, even though it's just 3 or 4 years.
There's a number of things that I think would play into that. I think there's, what sort of volumes are we going to be seeing in the market as a whole? If we're currently in a position where our application levels are down, and as we staff up, we will have capacity. If we return to 2021 application levels where we're down about 25% or 23% over last year from last year. Last year was down from 2021, which was a record year for us. And so, if we return to that level, we may have some concerns. At this point, it's premature to say whether we're ever going to see that level in the foreseeable future, or whether we're going to see more of a standard, average sort of application for the next couple of years.
Thank you for that. I guess with the Housing Accelerator Fund money, though, my thinking is that we've told the federal government that we can do this and that we can have all of our permits assigned by 2026, right? So we've already told them we can do that. We have that capacity. I guess what I'm asking is, do we actually have that capacity? If we got all the money tomorrow, are you confident that we could actually do that without having to get to 2026 and say, oh, sorry, we couldn't do what we told you we'd be able to do, and now we have to give back some of that money?
If it came in tomorrow with today's volumes that we're dealing with, then yes, I think we could. If we get to a period, if interest rates drop 3% and all of a sudden development is, vastly increased from where we are today, we're going to have some constraints and we're going to have to look at ways to deal with that. But that doesn't look like it's going to happen in the near term. And at this point, if you're asking me, do I have enough resources today? The answer is yes. I can't speak for what's going to happen with the overall economic environment and climate as we look out 12 or 18 months.
Okay. Yeah, I don't expect you to have a crystal ball. Last question is for Cyril. Given that it's not the municipality's responsibility for housing, that's why we have a provincial Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, but municipalities tend to get into the business and for many reasons. Have you seen it where when municipalities continue to add more and more money in a budget that they're not really responsible for, that the reaction by the provincial or federal government is then to give them even more money? Or would you say they look at that and think, well, if you're able to afford that, we'll give you even less?
Chair, that's not fair for me to answer because you're going to put me in the spot in terms of the political wheelhouse where speculation, right? I don't think there's a study out there that would say if we put in more, we get more. If we put in less, we get more. It's speculation. So I can't answer that question.
I know what I didn't ask you though, what you think will happen, but have you historically seen it where the more we give, the more we get, or the more we give, the less we get historically?
So Chair, fair question. I would say we haven't seen getting more because we're short on our transit and we're short on affordable housing. So there's no indication of getting more yet.
All right, fair enough. Thank you.
Councillor Trosser.
Thanks so much. I just have another question. So Cyril, you mentioned, well, when we discussed this privately, you talked about how you didn't want to be debt financing affordable housing going forward. And you explained to me that the 15 million that we were spending per year was partially debt finance, correct?
Chair, yes, that's right. There was over the 10-year term in the 2021, our first plan, we had $4.8 million worth of debt assigned to it.
Okay.
And just give me a sec, please. We had 6.9 in the first year, 3.6 in the next year, but then we had credits. So basically we had a credit in our portfolio where we were reducing that. So in the earlier years, we laid debt on it so we can go out and procure, start the process. But then starting in 2024 through 25, 26, we actually had a credit in the funding model because we were building up our base a little bit to kind of bring the debt off. So that was part of the strategy where, again, was to that point where technically we could have had probably 8-9 million in 22, 10 million in 23 step program. But we like to be more stable and predictable. So that's a little bit of a lever that we use in the 21. And I can walk through offline if you want with the model.
Yeah, what you have is an idealist and an economic conservative trying to have a conversation about how to end homelessness. So, and we're all very tired because we've been in this room for a very long time. The only question I'll ask is, when we discuss the fact that, for example, we're taking on $18 million of debt servicing a year for Lansdowne, but we're unwilling to use debt financing to build more affordable housing. But we own Ottawa Community Housing, and Community Housing OCH has the assets, correct? Or is that just because the different set of books? We're not borrowing against our own asset, we're borrowing against OCH's asset?
Exactly. So Lansdowne, our asset, OCH as a corporation, yes, but they own the assets on the balance sheet, mortgage with equity.
But we own OCH. Okay. So I'm just saying it's not unreasonable to expect that we could use some debt financing to end the greatest crisis of our time. And I just, we made a commitment to people that we wouldn't have them sleeping on community center floors next year. It's the kind of, we have people coming from all over the world and living in absolutely unconscionable conditions. I could go on and on about the kinds of evictions and just horrible stuff I'm seeing in my ward. I keep saying we declared a housing and homeless emergency in 2020, and we're not acting like it's an emergency. I recognize that this is a 50% investment, which is much higher than what we had before. I would just like to see us get to double for symbolic and for moral reasons. And I just don't think we're that far off. I'll just re-register my concern about how the VUT is being applied, because I'm not sure that is how the public understood it would be applied. And I think part of getting community buy-in was saying this will give additional money for affordable housing beyond what we're already spending. And it's not doing that entirely. So anyway, I'll give up this line of questioning for now, but I'm gonna have to do some strategic thinking about it, because I think we're really close. And I think we're also really close to finding out if our level of ambition will attract the kind of investment we want from other levels of government. And this is a really rare opportunity to show that we're taking the crisis on head on. So, but thank you for the explanation. Oh, dog.
Thank you, Councillor Trosser. Councillor Tierney.
I brought a puppy into the situation to ensure people know that I'm not just angry all the time. She wants to be fed soon. So that being said, I just wanted to go back and again say that there are some dirtbag landlords out there, certainly, and I've dealt with some of them, and I'm at risk of mentioning names. Councillor Trost, her efforts in making sure that we try to do something to be able to deal with this is super well intentioned, and I don't want to be misconstrued. Hold on, Princess, to be misconstrued. I didn't name her. We got her that way. That was her name. I don't want to be misconstrued, but the Ontario Law Society is very clear that you have to make some kind of effort to make some kind of rental payment, and rent strike, and that conversation we had before really concerns me very seriously. We'll take this law offline, Chair, to have a further discussion about how we can help some of our challenged individuals that don't have the tools to be able to deal with bad landlords. But there's also a series of good landlords that want to actually deal with this and go through the provincial channels where it should go through. So that being said, I do have huge objection to the delegation saying not to pay anything. I think that is wrong. But at the same time, I'm open to having discussions about how we can look at dealing from a municipal perspective, even though it's not in our wheelhouse, to provide guidance to people that are dealing with bad landlord, slumlord situations. Anyway, that's my commentary. It wasn't a question and answer, Jeff.
Thank you, Tim. I don't see any other hands up. Taking a look through. Yeah, I'm struggling with the budget. I want to vote against it because it's still not enough affordable housing money, but the increase to $23.8 million is impressive. The ask that I had of the mayor during our pre-budget meetings was, if there is a nickel to shake loose, put it toward housing. And it's what I asked former Mayor Watson. It's what I'm asking Mayor Sutcliffe. And when I take a look at the amount of increase in that capital line on the budget, I think the mayor and staff have taken that to heart. So I suspect I will be supporting the planning budget. But we'll let the suspense build. We got a way of doing this vote. That's Ottawa City Hall, the roadmap motion. Councillor Gower, could you make the roadmap motion?
Yes. That Planning and Housing Committee recommend that Council, sitting as Committee of the Whole, approve the Planning and Housing Committee 2024 draft operating and capital budget as follows. 1, the Planning, Real Estate and Economic Development operating budget as follows. Right-of-way, heritage and urban design services, user fees, pages 4 to 9, operating resource requirement, page 3, planning services, user fees, pages 12 to 19, operating resource requirement, page 11, building code services, user fees, pages 23 to 30, operating resource requirement, page 22, long-range planning, operating resource requirement, user fees, page 33, operating resource requirement, page 32, community and social services, affordable housing, operating resource requirement, page 36, the planning committee capital budget, revised, page 37, with individual projects listed on revised pages 53 and 54, housing services, and 55, 56, planning and development.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Okay, yep. So I haven't had any requests to sever any of it, so I'll ask whether or not that is carried. And Councillor Troster is going to dissent on, sorry, which clause?
Whatever the capital affordable housing budget is, not because I don't love all of you, because I think we can do better, just for the record.
So, and I'll just double check.
I'll dissent on that as well.
Okay.
More to come on December 6th, but for now, thank you very much.
So is that carried?
Carried.
Thank you very much. And we'll just confirm with Tim and with Ariel the exact clause. Thank you very much to staff. I know how
Thank you.
exhaustive these budgets are.
I am like.
And no matter
That is like,
how you look at it, it is a significant increase, with the only disagreement being whether it could increase by more. So that's good. We have one item that was held. The motion with respect to the memorandum of understanding with Catassa Group. I'm just double checking to see if Councillor Menard is still here. He is. And Councillor Tierney, Councillor Tierney had asked a question, and then Councillor Hill had his hand up at the time. So I'm going to go to Councillor Hill because Councillor Tierney sort of addressed a few questions at the start.
But yeah, but I never got answers.
Pardon?
I didn't get answers. We decided to hold it during agenda clearing.
So do you want to go? Do you want to go first then? And
Sure.
Continue that. Okay.
Love
So
to.
Councillor Tierney, then Councillor Kitts.
Okay, great. So I have questions to staff on this one. So, you know, I use a little hyperbole and rhetoric about extortion, but it's kind of I want to be part of this train too, if I can get in on this. So I'm looking to city staff. I hope we have them here today. We didn't have them in Environment Committee. I hope we have them to answer questions. Are we allowed to ask developers to incentivize things like this to the tune of $100,000, $200,000 that might delay development of some sort? Are we allowed to do that with the new legislation in place? I assume that's for Tim Mark.
Mr. Chair, this is a completely voluntary contribution by the developer. The development approval in respect of this development has already been given by council. The bylaw has been enacted. It's in its appeal period, but the bylaw has been enacted. This is completely voluntary. The developer at any time could have said no. However, in order to receive the money, it does require a council approval, and that is why we are here.
Excellent. And that's what I was looking for. It will help me bridge the gap on my 7 applications coming in. So on that note, there's also 2 different views on this. One, it's voluntary by the applicant through just community consultation. But second, if it's a counselor that's making the request, and I'm not saying this, and I'll ask, obviously, Councillor Menard's not part of this committee, but I'm sure he'll be able to address this in a good way. If a counselor is requesting this, that could make it dependent on the carriage of an application on this specific file. Who asked for this to happen? Was this through community consultation or was this through the counselor? Because this seems very extortative. Like it's not usual to actually ask people, you must include this or I won't carry your application. I don't think that's the case.
Chair, just point of personal privilege. If
Absolutely, please. I'd like clarification on
Chair.
this one.
I've tried very hard this term to, respectfully disagree on points of policy. But the member from Beacon Hill Cedarville has made reference maybe 5 times today to extortion, which is a criminal activity. And that raising of that issue during the course of this conversation implies that is what my office is doing. And that is not above board in a committee like this. And of course, that's not at all what is happening here. And so, I'll ask the member when you can to withdraw those comments, because implying extortion is a criminal activity is not okay. And I'll address your question.
Sure.
This is a voluntary contribution agreed to by all parties.
So
It's
completely agree, and
And Chair, I'll just answer the question if it's okay.
I would withdraw the term, so I'll go just to staff instead of to a counselor. Are we allowed to do this from a legal perspective to ask for these items to actually take place?
Mr. Chair, I, as I noted, this is a completely voluntary contribution. The developer at any moment, up until the time the developer signs the agreement, which is being sanctioned by this resolution, can say no. The developer does not wish to do it. The developer, having received professional advice, decides to make a voluntary contribution. It is not, in my opinion, staff's place to say the developer cannot do that. And that is why this matter has made its way to committee, and if committee carries it, will make its way to council.
Excellent. And again, to Councillor Menard's point, and I humbly apologize if he feels threatened by that, but we've seen this case take place previously in the past. And I want to be able to use the same tools that the councillor is using. And I deliberately used his name hoping he would mention something. I want to be able to request from my future applications similar nature, $100,000 to $200,000 contributions back to the ward. I'm allowed to do that because we asked the Integrity Commissioner to investigate this in the past, and it was denied. I just want to make sure we're on base, because I have no problem asking for development industry that are affecting communities to contribute back to the community. And if you're telling us legally, yes, we can, by actually outreaching to the developer, which is the case here, that is going to set the narrative for the remaining term of this council of 3 years.
Bearing in mind, so Mr. Chair, the answer is yes. Bearing in mind that it is absolutely open to the developer to say no, and the matter has to make its way, the substantive development application has to make its way to committee and council for consideration in the standard time frame.
That is true. That's a windfall. It's like jackpot. I just pulled the lever today for all our council colleagues today. So thank you, Councillor Menard. I guess we're going to be able to ask our developers and see what happens go forward. Thank you, Mr. Mark. Thank you, Chair.
One of the challenges today is, I think we're going to hear from other councillors that they may have received advice from the Integrity Commissioner that asking for contributions to community benefits over and above, for example, what might be required under the community benefits charge. The Integrity Commissioner is not here.
Why are the staff not here again?
Yeah, so I'm very...
This is again.
Okay, your point is made to Councillor Tierney. So, like, I'm very pleased to hear a clear answer from Mr. Mark that this sort of voluntary community benefit agreement over and above what might be required through other regimes is legal. But what I'm going to suggest is that we should be following up with the Integrity Commissioner to ensure that the advice that we're receiving as councillors is in line with that. And if it's not, if there's still a continued disagreement, that needs to be sorted through. I'm going to go to Councillor Kitts.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Leeper. Yeah, I had in the past made a request to get 2 speed boards in a community after it had been developed, and the developer had agreed, and I got an opinion from the Integrity Commissioner that said I could not do that. So that is my concern here. I do think perhaps referring the motion to the next, I'll ask the councillor or staff if anyone have had conversations with the Integrity Commissioner. Perhaps the situation is different, but if not, I think giving time for an opinion might be appropriate.
Councillor Menard, Councillor Kitts asked whether this has gone to the Integrity Commissioner.
I'm happy to have more time if that's what's needed. I've previously spoken with the Integrity Commissioner about these issues, and they have to be voluntary. That's what the Integrity Commissioner has said, is that it has to be a voluntary commitment. It can't be a, hey, do this, or the development doesn't happen. That's the sort of thing that, of course, would never go on and should never go on. in this case, that's what working collaboratively has been. These folks are putting up lots of units. They understand the community needs in the area on several different development sites. It's not related to any particular application, but they want to contribute back to what the community has said is a concern, and this is one of their ways that they can do that. You know, we've checked in with legal staff on this, Chair. They helped to draft the MOU. I think we're above board in passing it today. If members want to seek more legal feedback in the future for their own purposes, I think that's fine. But we put the notice of motion forward last meeting, and of course, it's been here for the 2 weeks, and we've just sat through an entire meeting today and have had legal staff confirm that these voluntary contributions are okay. So my preference would be to pass it today, and then to get, as Councillor Kitts is saying, Commissioner can speak to those issues for other wards as they might negotiate voluntary contributions.
So Councilor Menard, I guess the concern I have is that if we pass something today with this question hanging over it, and then we hear differently from the Integrity Commissioner, and there is a discussion between the Integrity Commissioner and the city with respect to what the appropriate course is, that ends up tainting the deal that you've made to, it ends up tainting the agreement that we vote in favor of today. So I don't know if Councillor Kitts wants to move that referral to our next planning committee meeting.
I'll refer it.
Okay.
And
so,
that's fine with me, Chair. That's fine with me, Chair, if that's the concern. No problem. So
there's a motion for referral on the table. I see a couple of hands up, but at this point, the debate becomes whether or not to refer. Councillor Curry, did you want to speak to referral?
Yeah, I was going to move to refer either way. I think that the Integrity Commissioner needs to look at this in terms of telling us what the perception and optics of this is, because, I mean, even just their voluntary whatever, if there was some kind of, your words, Mr. Chair, a deal made, then, you know, deals are looked at sometimes as if, you know, that's a little bit of bribery, maybe not for the past deal, but the future deal. And I just wouldn't want those optics for any of us having to vote on this today. So I'd much rather have that referred so we never have to worry about those optics once we hear from the Integrity Commissioner on what to do here.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Tierney on referral.
No hyperbole, Mr. Chair. Don't worry, I'll end this quick. I think it's, you know, it makes sense that we get clarity on the Integrity Commissioner. Thank you, Councillor Kitts, for your referral motion. It's going to set the way about how we conduct ourselves as 24 councillors in the future if we personally as councillors can make those requests. I think that is a major game changer. So thank you.
Thank you. Kelly has reminded me that this is a motion of deferral, not referral. No, entirely my fault. Before we vote to defer it, I am also wondering if Mr. Mark would take it as direction to confer with the Integrity Commissioner in order to be able to bring us some clarity at our next Planning and Housing Committee meeting.
Mr. Chair, if you were to, although he's not here, if you would issue that direction to the city clerk and solicitor, I believe that would be the more appropriate staff to have that conversation.
Okay, so I won't provide that direction today, but I assume that the city clerk and solicitor would be amenable to that.
I believe he would.
Wonderful.
Sorry,
Caitlin.
And
Executive
Mr. Chair,
Clerk.
I can confirm that I will be sharing the deliberations from today's meeting with this interim city clerk as well as with the Integrity Commissioner.
So will you take as direction then to come back to us? I'm just trying to think of the exact mechanism at the next meeting.
The Integrity Commissioner provides advice to individual members, and that individual advice is in fact confidential. However, we will undertake to consult with the Integrity Commissioner on this matter and advise this committee of the results of those discussions.
Okay. In time for this to be considered, because we're probably going to defer it to our next Planning and Housing Committee meeting. Is that carried? Carried, thank you. So that's that item dealt with. Notices of motion for consideration at a subsequent meeting.
Yes, whereas the report proposed a zoning bylaw amendment to permit development of a property located at 1835 Stittsville Main Street, and whereas on March 8th, 2023, motion number 2023-1003 was carried, which removed the item from the agenda and directed city staff to list the bylaw on a future council agenda for enactment only after being advised that issues related to recovery of construction costs for urban services to 1835 Stittsville Main Street were resolved by the owners of 1835 Stittsville Main Street and the Area 6 lands. And whereas the owners of 1835 Stittsville Main Street no longer intend to use the services installed by the Area 6 landowners, and whereas there is no legal impediment to passing the proposed zoning bylaw amendment, therefore be it resolved that bylaw I, a bylaw of the City of Ottawa to amend bylaw number 2008-250 to change the zoning of lands known municipally as 1835 Stittsville Main Street be placed back on the agenda of the next council meeting, and therefore be it further resolved that there be no further notice pursuant to section 3417 of the Planning Act.
Thank you, Vice Chair. We'll deal with that at our, I presume, next council or the one after, January 17th. And it sounds like there was some good work done on that. Are there any other notices of
Council or committee?
motion?
Council or committee?
Did you say council or committee?
Pardon me. Notice a motion for the next committee, and then if it's approved by the next committee, it will go to the next council.
Okay,
Clear as mud.
clear as mud.
Are there any inquiries?
When are we doing our Christmas jingle, Jeff?
I will endeavor, I will undertake to respond to that forthwith. I'll get something out next week. I promise. I swear to God. Maybe the end of this week.
Thank you.
I chose a song. We don't, well, I guess that would be our other business. Is there any other business? We are adjourned until our next meeting on January 17th. Colleagues, thank you very much. Staff, thank you very much. Long day, appreciate it. I appreciate the attention that members of the media are giving to this file. Gratitude all round.